Hello, everybody, and welcome into the eHockey World Cup 2026. It is the playoffs. It is the quarterfinals. I'm Drew Goldfarb, joined by Brandon Bigsby. Brandon, good to see you. We've got a very busy day today and some big matchups on hand.
Yeah, Drew, always excited to be back in the booth with you. And we're finally at that time, right? Where these teams have been trying to get to, have been earning their way to get to this point. The quarterfinals trying to embark their run for that gold medal. Four really intriguing matchups, all for completely different reasons. We got a long one today, but it's going to be a fun one. Cannot wait to get things going.
I've got the local pizza place, I would say on speed dial, but let's be real, it's on Uber Eats. So not a sponsor, just that's the app that probably comes up on my phone. But we've got four matchups, four doubleheaders. So a doubleheader of doubleheaders of doubleheaders for you coming up today, starting with Sweden and Slovakia. As you can see, the way the teams match up here with USA versus Germany, Canada versus Czechia, Sweden, Slovakia, Finland, Norway, the top four seeds, all from Group A as they kind of get spread out in that 1 through 4. And then the four teams that managed to win their way into the playoffs as we take a look here at the final standings. And we had some surprises. We had some final day drama. Basically, most of which was in Group A. It wasn't the drama we thought. It wasn't even the drama we thought was the backup, but it ended up being 8-8-8 drama there for Canada, Sweden, Finland when it came to total points.
Yeah, and it's funny, Drew. I didn't even notice this really until I kind of was taking a gander at it once again. But something that's really interesting is that if you see that table, the US actually have a lower amount of points of two of the lower seeds being Slovakia and Norway. And obviously that's because of how tightly competitive this group A was, with it being the top four. And we were talking about Thursday, we might see chaos. Well, that's exactly what we got, with a three-way tie for second place, in Canada still somehow taking that second seed to the tiebreaker despite losing those last three games. Finland somehow clawing their way back into it after having, I mean, 0 points to show pretty much for their first couple of games. So this group was chaos, but it's going to be very interesting because I think most people are expecting these four teams that you see on your screen to be the ones to make it in the semifinals. Those are your favorites today. Can they live up to that billing? That's going to be the big question, especially against some of these teams on the other side that probably are doubted, have a bit of a chip on their shoulder. Going to be fun to see if they can hold up to that here tonight.
Also kind of fun is the US and Canada are split, Sweden and Finland are split. So if those teams are going to meet, it is going to have to be in that best of four championship series. So there's where you can see that is the bracket. We're not reseeding after each round. So the winner of USA and Germany will play the winner of Finland and Norway. The winner of Canada, Czechia will face the winner of Sweden and Slovakia in the semifinals. But today we are focusing on the quarterfinals, and like you kind of mentioned, the 1 through 4, we knew they were all in Group A. We knew they were all making it to this playoff. We knew they were going to be seeds 1 through 4. Everybody else is in that position of, if they win, it's going to be considered an upset. But I'm sure that for some of those teams, they're taking that, as you said, with a bit of a chip on their shoulder, thinking, well, I mean, we may have outperformed the team that we're playing here to open up the playoffs in the group stages.
Yeah, I think especially if you're a team like Norway or a team like Slovakia, who won their group, I mean, pretty handily, right? Got a ton of points, actually had more points in their group than what the United States did in theirs. And the reason that the seeding is because is because they are in those locked in top four positions in the world rankings. So I think if you're those two teams, you're especially looking at things like, hey, now we have just as much reason to believe that we can knock off a Sweden or knock off a Finland, just based on what we were able to do. So I think if you're those two, you kind of have some confidence. If you're a team like Czechia, obviously Canada, the heavy favorite, but Canada's lost their last three games, and their last win was an overtime win where they blew a 4 goal lead. So I think all of these teams can kind of find themselves a couple of reasons to say, hey guys, if we play to our game and we execute, we can make this happen. Now, the big thing is going to be taking care of that home ice advantage. They're going to have to try to put up as many goals as possible on that game on their home server. And that's going to be the biggest key for each of those underdogs, from Norway all the way down to Germany, if they want to have a chance at pulling off that huge upset that would really send shockwaves throughout the esports community.
And I don't think it's a surprise that each of the top 4 seeds picked to basically play on the road server for the first of the 2 matchups for each of these. But it is a little interesting to me because there is that thought, right? If you're the one who gets to choose, do you want to just make it out of reach immediately or see if you can, or to have that second one? And I think that there are a couple teams with the way that they've played where you could make the case that maybe they would have or could have considered playing on home ice first. And for me, that would be the North American teams. Canada has not won they had the one win when it was on a European server. The United States has not won on a European server and have been undefeated on a North American server. Canada, with that run that they had to kind of close out, they were sitting pretty in first place after their first 4 games and did not earn a single standings point against the United States. And we thought they may have been dropping even further than the 2 spot, but they end up there. So for me, there could have been the case to make, or the argument to make. I kind of wonder if it was in the discussion about maybe are we better off trying to build that advantage early to try and kind of bounce out of a funk if we're Canada, or if for the United States, knowing that during the group stage they did not earn a victory playing on anything but the North American server.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Drew. And I think that for a lot of them, the mindset is okay, we want to know what we have to do and what we have to reach in that second game. So, that way we know that number, that magic goal that we're trying to hit. But I think that you could make the argument that you could say, hey, maybe it would be better to go ahead and go first, depending on who you are playing in that series. I mean, if you look at a team like the United States, for example, Germany only averaged 2 goals for per game. I think you could have very much argued, hey, if we go ahead and start out first and we go up to an 8-1 lead, then we could probably get them down their spirits a little bit. And if we have to play that second game on the road, then so be it. We probably shouldn't allow 6 or 7 goals against that sort of team. So I think that depending on the personnel and depending on the matchup, you can very much kind of make the argument that that could be an option. Now, if I'm a team like Sweden, I probably wouldn't want to see Slovakia go first just because they have that goal scoring power. But I think you can make the argument for both. But me personally, I like the idea of knowing what you have to do going into that game too. You have to be able to handle the pressure if you're down by a good bit, but at least you know what you are striving for. And it's not a mystery to where you don't really feel like you control your own destiny as much compared to getting that home game secondly.
I do agree with you. I think that it's one of those kind of fun. Maybe there was the discussion about it, but it's kind of like if you win the coin toss in college football, you have to defer. If you're gonna pick to go first or second in the shootout, you've in the NHL, you've got to basically stick with what you know is going to be the best for your team, regardless of what happened maybe in the previous opportunities with that. So it does make sense. It will be curious to see how things shape up with that, and we do have our first game coming up here in just about 5 minutes. So let's take a look at the lineups for this first matchup that we are going to be taking a look at, as it is Sweden who will be the first, the 3 seed, getting the first stab at things here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and I think for Sweden, they're going to probably want to come out firing. It's the same lineup that we've seen from them all tournament long so far. And I mean, we were talking about how Canada was looking pretty in first place. Well, once upon a time, so was Sweden. They had a shot to move their way up the first place, but did not collect a single win against Finland in their last series. And that allowed the United States, who was in third, to vault over both them and Canada and bump Sweden down to that third spot after losing their final game to Finland in overtime. So I think for them, they're going to have a bit of a bitter taste in their mouths with the way that the group stage ended. And it's going to be very interesting because their opponent on the other side is absolutely no slouch. And I think if I was one of these top 4 teams, probably one of the groups I would have liked to have avoided the most because they have that depth and can score, I think, with up there with some of those top 4 teams. So Sweden going to have to be on their game. They're going to have to, learn from some of the things against that Finland series and try to carry them forward, carry those lessons forward into today.
And let's take a look at their opponents, because you did mention that they're going up against here in Slovakia. And just kind of an interesting way when you're looking at this team, what jumped out at me is they were tied for the fewest goals against in all of the playoff eligible teams, with just 9 allowed across 6 games. But no lineup changes for either of these teams, which is not going to be a theme for the day. It just happens to be a theme for these 2 teams that are going head to head.
Yeah, and the thing that you mentioned about Slovakia that does make them so interesting is that again, they are so stout in their own end with just 1.5 goals allowed per game, and they're going to be facing against a Sweden team that is the opposite. They've allowed 4 goals for per game. So I think the series kind of has a bit of a similar tone to what we saw on Thursday night between Canada and the US, to where the question for the US going in was, hey, they might not score 5 goals a game, but can they, or they might not allow Canada to score 5 goals a game, but can they kind of keep with them a little bit? Can they get the goal scoring to pair with that great defense and goaltending? I think that's going to be the same question for Slovakia today, because Sweden has been electric on the offensive end all tournament long. That hasn't necessarily been Slovakia's strong suit. So it's going to be strength versus strength. And it's going to be very interesting to see if this group can kind of find that extra level on the offensive end to pair with the great defense and the great goaltending we've seen from them in this tournament.
Kovalik's save percentage during group play was at 88.5%, which is a fantastic number to be able to put up. And one of the better, if not the best performances that we saw during the group stage of any goaltender who is still in making the playoffs with their team. So it will be great to see what that matchup is. And credit again to the, as you kind of alluded to, with the players that are playing in front of him as well, because the shots that he faced was, you only had 78 shots against across those 6 games, which basically, when you're kind of going through things, that's similar to what Norway did. But, you know, when you're talking about like Sweden allowed 90 shots on goal through 6 games, Finland 100 plus shots on goal across their 6 games. So a little curious, or I guess, to see what Sweden is able to do offensively, given how well Slovakia played defensively and in net during the group stage.
Yeah, and I think that that is what makes this matchup so intriguing, because you have, again, 2 teams that are going to be playing against each other's strengths, right? The offense of Sweden, the defense and the goaltending of Slovakia. And the one thing that I think that has been so impressive about Sweden is that they have been able to earn their way to really good high danger scoring chances, really in all types of different ways. They can do it on the rush, they can do it by establishing the cycle. There's really not been a way that they haven't been able to kind of find their way to opportunities. But I would also maybe argue that Slovakia is maybe the best defensive and goaltending team that they have played so far in this tournament, which might sound like a stretch just because Sweden did come out of Group A. But when you just kind of look at what all of these teams did, I mean, just kind of comparing the goals against, yes, the competition is different, but just the quality that Slovakia has shown on that side of the ice has been really something we have not seen from a lot of other teams in this tournament. So, can Sweden crack that code early, or will Slovakia kind of have them slowed down a bit? Again, it does remind me in some ways of the US and Canada, where the question was, yes, the US could be capable of slowing Canada down. Can they get the goal scoring to pair with it? That is going to me, at least, be the big storyline coming into this one, because you know that Sweden is going to find their way to chances here and there.
It's going to be a really exciting day of hockey that we've got for you. You can see the teams are matching for our first game of what is going to be 8 games coming your way here. We are going to be doing 2, taking a small little intermission break in between matchups 2 and 3, and then coming back for the second half on that. But we've got a lot of hockey to be played before we even talk about stepping aside for a cup of coffee and waiting for that second half to get going, because we've got Sweden and Slovakia as the teams are finding each other on that server. So going into game 1, if you are on Sweden, what are your expectations, or what are your goals for this game 1 that they're going to be playing?
Yeah, I think that defense and goaltending for Sweden in this first game is going to be the key. You know, you have the offense, you know it's going to be tough sledding against the Slovakian team. And I think that maybe Sweden, we kind of talked about the conversation. Do you want to be home first? Do you want to be home last? This is a matchup to where I think you could have argued it makes sense to go ahead and be home first, just so you can get that momentum. And you're going up against a team that has not been great offensively so far. But I think if you're Sweden, since you are on the road, you got to try to lock in defensively, limit the amount of goals that you allow Slovakia to get, and then allow your offense to hopefully carry you forward in that game 2, assuming that this game 1 is relatively close. So for game 1, defense, defense, defense. Do not allow anything easy. Do not make your goaltender have to work any harder than he has to. Force Slovakia to have to really step up on the road server in game number 2. That's going to be the key for them here.
Absolutely. And on the Slovakia side, it's basically doing the inverse of that. It is going to be that you've got to continue to play goaltending and defense the way that you have and did in the group stages, but you've also got to make sure that you are not relying on keeping things to within one against Sweden when the home ice advantage shifts back to the opposition. So final thought going into game number one, we're going into the quarterfinals. 8 teams will be trimmed to 4 by the end of the day today.
Yeah, I mean, kind of piggybacking off what you said there, Drew, I think aggression is going to be very important for Slovakia. Obviously, you don't want to be outside of your game, but like you mentioned, a 1-goal, 2-goal, maybe even 3-goal lead, you cannot feel comfortable with going into game 2. You have to be aggressive in this format, especially if you want a chance at knocking out any of those big 4 teams coming out of Group A.
There's a look at the Slovakian team and Team Sweden, with Potmel dropping in like he's Tom Cruise in any of a number of different movies. It will be Sweden in the yellow. They are going to be going up on your screen. Slovakia in the blue heading down on your screen. It is the start of the quarterfinals, and we are underway with Sweden winning the opening faceoff. Potmel will take it and make it past D to Svensander. Now in the offensive end, chips it in, but they were offside. So a very quick whistle as we will now have another neutral ice face-off here and see if Sweden can make it 2 for 2 in the face-off circle, or if Slovakia can get their first possession of the game. It will go Sweden's way, as now Lund will bring it into the offensive end. Lund circles it back up top for Potmel, trying to find a lane down low, goes D to D. Svensander down low, Johansson pushed that one through the blue paint, counts as a shot on goal, but turned aside by Kovalik. Potmel with an opportunity, but good defense there by Slovakia, forcing the puck wide into the corner as they now move it out. Here comes Slovakia with their first opportunity as Kiska will scoop up a loose puck, gets to the top of the slot. That one banks off a couple players in front and ends up in the corner, where Sweden will now start things back in the other direction. Potmel, long pass up for Lund, gets it around Svetlana, tried to center, but it ends up on goal, and Kovalik will cover for the whistle with 16:07 to go in the first.
And I want to go back to that last defensive possession there by Sweden. I think that is going to be a key for their strategy here on that side of the ice. Try to clog up that middle and not allow Slovakia to get those easy lanes in front. They're going to want to try to put up as many shots as possible. If you can deny some of those lanes and those high danger opportunities in front of your goalie, that's going to be a huge help for the Swedish team and something I think they want to emphasize on.
Johansson separated from the puck by Dimitrova, now up to Svetko. Svetko will bring it into the offensive zone with a player, has Kiska, but that one gets pushed on goal. Svetko now again recovering it and sending it towards the D to D pass. Long shot from Svetanek. That is the first of the game for Slovakia and the first save by Brink. D to D passing and back again. Long shot goes on goal. Brink makes the save and will cover up for the whistle. Slovakia with a little bit of pressure here and an offensive zone faceoff.
Yeah, and I think exactly what they want to see. We talked about it, Drew, at the beginning. They want to show aggression. Being able to establish that time in the offensive zone, a good first step towards that.
Sweden, though, wins the draw on the defensive end, and Potmel will see if they can move it out. It's Svensander back for Potmel, and now across the red line and the opposing blue line. Gets it in deep, where Lund scoops it up beneath the goal line. Moving away from Dimitrova, gets it to Johansson up top for Svensander. Svensander circling with the puck. Johansson centered for Lund. That puck just went wide of the net. Potmel scoops it up, but Svetko is there to take it away, and Slovakia will move things up into their zone. They are offside, though, just shy of the halfway mark of period number 1. So a couple of opportunities for each of these teams here in the early going.
Absolutely, but I think if you're Sweden, you have to love the way this game is going, because you aren't allowing Slovakia to really get their game going just yet offensively. They do have the 2 shots, but again, the aggregate is what matters the most, rather than the actual results of the games themselves. So for Sweden, knowing that they have that home ice this next game, I think they like that this game has been kind of slow played and defensive oriented.
Kerhead got it in deep, but Sweden could not chase the puck down, and it is Slovakia moving things out. Jurasi, now it's Kiska, dumps it in. They will give chase, but Johansson is there for Sweden, as both 2 players got back for Sweden to make sure that they had the puck as they start into the offensive end with Lund. Cross-ice pass. That one got through the low slot, but no one was there to receive. Potmel for Johansson. That shot is blocked by Dimitrova, and now Jurasi will move things out, but circles back as Slovakia tries to create a little bit of space as they get it into the offensive end. It's Kiska trying to work away from a couple of basically attackers in the defensive zone for Sweden, and now trying to get it in, but unable to, is Slovakia. Very well defended by Sweden here in the early stages, preventing Slovakia from getting things set in the offensive end. Lund is in the corner, up top for Svensander. Now Popmel circling with it. Great read by Jurasi, will make the turnover, but he turns it back over as Popmel intercepts and gets it to Kerhead. Now in the corner, but Dimitrova, good defense, starts it back up as bit of that just back and forth trading possession without really establishing an offensive zone presence for either team here yet. Svensander pinching into the corner, trying to change things up. It's Lund, maybe thinking a shot, but Kiska, I believe, was one with the poke check, and Svetko with a big hit. Johansson, Kerhead, back for Johansson and Kerhead again as they're just trading the puck in and along the boards. Up top for Popmel, Svensander trying to find a shooting lane of some kind is Lund. That shot ends up going wide, well defended by Dimitrova and started out. Slovakia nearing the final minute of period number 1. Svetko centered for Kiska, got the shot, but it was well defended and blocked by Popmel. And as we near the final 30 seconds, it's Johansson in the offensive end, but intercepted by Kiska. Maybe one last rush attempt for Slovakia. Svetko pushed off the puck as Lund scoops it up with 5 seconds. Maybe a quick shot opportunity for Sweden to close it out. It's Johansson, cannot get the shot away. Only 3 shots on goal in period number 1. No score with 20 minutes down.
Yeah, and I think in a normal situation, this game would be going exactly the way Slovakia would want it to. But I think that just considering that you are playing for that aggregate, a little bit disappointing that you've only been able to get a couple of shots, and this game has been tied at 0-0 for Sweden. On the other hand, I think they are perfectly fine with the way this game has gone, knowing that they have that home ice advantage coming up for game number 2. Again, that has been the big question for me. Can Slovakia have the offense to pair with their defense? So far, not so much. You see Sweden 4 minutes and 45 seconds of time on attack, but do give Slovakia a lot of credit because they've only allowed 1 shot to make it to their goaltender. They've blocked a few. They haven't had a lot of space. Sweden has it in terms of being able to get the cycle going and earn their way to that grand offensive chance. That's something they've been so good at throughout this tournament, especially being in Group A. So I think for Slovakia, showing a lot of the strengths that we've seen from them throughout this tournament so far, but you got to get that goal scoring sooner rather than later because you do have so much more to play for outside of just this 60 minutes.
Slovakia definitely does not want to find themselves in a position without any cushion going into the second half of this doubleheader in the quarterfinal as we're underway in period number 2. Kiska will try to lead the charge. It might be a 3-on-2 left for Svetko. Centering opportunity as that went in on Brink for a big chance for Slovakia, but it did end up being kicked aside wide.
Really difficult save there too.
Very tricky one to start off the period as Slovakia got a great opportunity there, but trying to start things out again, but a huge hit by Svensander. Gets it to Johansson, centered for Lund. That shot gets blocked right in front, and the puck will be moved out and all the way down the ice. No icing on that play because of the nature of the way the puck was sent down into the Sweden zone, but the Swedes will move things out. It's Lund in the offensive end trying to center cross ice, and the first goal of the game goes to Sweden.
And it just goes to show you that big goalie saves can turn into grand opportunities that can change the game. A huge save from Brink, and it might have been a possession or two ago, but look what it ended up resulting in. Sweden goes down the other end, they get an opportunity on the rush, and they're able to capitalize on it with that cross crease. It's those plays, those sequences that can completely change a series, and Sweden able to strike first here in this game 1.
Lund and Popmel getting the assist as Lund leads the charge yet again, but a big hit by Svitana will separate Lund from the puck, and it will be Slovakia moving things out into their offensive end. Kiska's pass for Svetko was a little off the mark, and it ends up being scooped up by Sweden in the corner. Popmel to Svensander, and now into neutral ice, and now into the offensive zone comes Sweden. 1 shot on goal so far in this period for each team, but the goal goes to Sweden. There is another shot by Sweden. Johansson, the character, paid the price for that one with a big body check, but Brink will now hand it over to Popmel, and Sweden starting from their own end yet again. We'll see what happens here. Kerhead in the offensive zone, tried to center, but Dimitrova read that the whole way, makes the intercept, as Slovakia will set from their own end and see if they can move things out in formation. Dimitrova for Jurasi, now in the offensive zone, trying to get towards the slot, but Kerhead with a really nice defensive play separating them from the puck. And now Lund in the offensive zone with a couple of teammates down low for Johansson. That shot ended up going off the side of the net. Lund has it poked away momentarily, but scoops it back up and tried to center for Kerhead, but that one will end up being battled for. Johansson is there to take possession back for Sweden. Hotmel pinching in. Quick cross ice pass looking for Lund, but it was intercepted, and now it's Slovakia moving in the other direction. Jurasi down low. Svetko. Bank pass up for Svetana. D to Dimitrova, and back again. Long shot goes on net, but Brink makes the save and covers up, as Slovakia now has as many shots in period number 2 as they had in number 1, but trail 1-0.
Yeah, going back to that last shot, Drew, I think that Slovakia may have been looking for that potential tip play in front. Kiska had his player positioned right there in the middle and maybe try to get a piece of that one. And I like that. Try to get grindy and dirty in a game that has not really been ample in terms of shot volume and offensive opportunities. So I kind of like seeing Slovakia switch up their approach a little bit and trying to get a quick one.
Kiska does get a quick one almost immediately off the faceoff, and it is an all tied up 1-1 game. Kiska picking up his 3rd of this tournament.
And exactly the answer that Slovakia needed, Drew, wasting no time. And how about that beautiful between the legs there? It kind of was broken and found its way over into the other player's stick, but they don't ask how, they ask how many. It was exactly what Slovakia needed there to get themselves back into a better situation after Sweden got that goal earlier on.
Svetko and Jurasi with the assists on goal number 1 for Slovakia. Svetko and shot on goal very quickly, trying to follow up on that previous goal with maybe another opportunity. But here comes Sweden. Johansson for Lund. That one ends up in the corner. Huge sprawling stop by Kovalik, as Sweden now goes on the attack to try and take the lead back. But here comes Slovakia picking things up and moving back in the offensive end. Jurasi in the slot. Great defensive play by Potmel to just crash into the slot area and separate the attacker from the puck, as that one ends up going on goal with Kovalik, as full pressure has been activated for Sweden, but Kovalik will cover up for the whistle.
Yeah, that was 2 shots back-to-back in terms of what the game counted there for Sweden. They went from 4 to 6 in about 5 seconds, just kind of back-to-back, just trying to stuff it in past Kovalik. But nevertheless, Sweden, an offensive zone draw, and they could use it here with the way that this game is trending.
The tie-up was a big move for Slovakia to make sure that puck got out of the offensive zone, or their defensive zone. But here comes Sweden yet again. Johansson up for Lund, trying to find a little bit of space as Johansson trying to move away from Svetko. Gets it over to Svensander. That shot got deflected into the corner. Potmel pinching in very low. The defenseman playing aggressive offensively here on this shift for Sweden. Now with possession, circles it back for Svensander, who will again circle, but Jurasi was in that passing lane, cut off that D-to-D chance, so the puck ended up in the corner, and Slovakia will scoop things up and move things out. Svetana crushed by Potmel, but Jurasi scoops it right back up. Brink will cover, leaping onto the puck for the whistle with just under 45 seconds to go in the second.
Yeah, it feels like after things opened up, we saw the strong defensive structure once again of Slovakia really showing itself when Sweden was in the offensive zone, just not really able to find that opportunity for a high danger chance. So Slovakia defense turns into good offense, and now they get themselves an offensive zone face-off here for their efforts.
Shots are now even at 6. The score is even at 1. 45 seconds to go. Kerhead will go for the tie-up on the draw, and it is Sweden coming away with possession. Potmel leading the charge. The defenseman stepping up, trying to center cross ice. Huge save made by Kovalik, getting the whistle with 6.5 as he sprawled across the crease to make that stop.
So we've seen a big save now from both sides. We saw Brink with that left toe save earlier on the first period, and now we see that one there from Kovalik just outstretching over at that left post. Give credit to Dimitrova as well for being there and making it a little bit more difficult, but a huge stop for the Slovakians there right towards the end of the period.
Kiska with a big defensive zone face-off win, as that will prevent there being another shot opportunity in this period. As we go to the second intermission, different score than after the first period, but it's still all tied up now at 1.
Yeah, and that makes things really interesting, Drew, because, again, we've talked about for Slovakia, the defense, it's been so good, and we're seeing it here yet again. Same thing with their goaltending, as we just saw with that big save from Kovacic. But again, they've got to find the offense. That is going to be the key because of that aggregate score. And I'm not sure if it's going to be the same difference in ping compared to maybe an NAEU matchup. Obviously, it won't, but that home ice advantage does still mean something. Sweden will have that to their advantage, and it's little margins like that in terms of the movements and the pace of the game and the comfort that the players are playing with that make a big difference. So for Slovakia, I think they're gonna, despite being tied, want to try to ramp up the aggression. Don't be afraid to take a chance or two here or there, because you're seeing Sweden, they are still playing their game offensively. 9+ minutes in time and attack compared to just a hair under 3 minutes for Slovakia. So though the Slovaks have done a good job of denying quality shots on that, Sweden has still controlled the possession, and that is where things have got to kind of even up there for Slovakia if they want to find their way towards an upset.
Yeah, we only saw 3 total shots on goal in period number 1. Shots on goal in the second period were 6-4 in favor of Sweden. So the goals being 1-1, the shot advantage currently belonging to the 3 seed in Sweden. But we've got 20 minutes of game time left here in regulation of game number 1. We'll see what Slovakia and Sweden can do here in the third and final regulation time period, as that was a quick opportunity to start things out with a great cross-ice pass. But again, another big save made by Brink.
Yeah, and I think there just wasn't really enough room to get the shot off cleanly there for Svetko, but nevertheless, like you said, Drew, really quick opportunity, and that's what you want to see if you are a Slovakia fan.
Sweden on the rush after winning the defensive zone faceoff, but cannot get the puck with possession to set things up in the offensive zone. And here comes Slovakia in the other direction. Jurasi with a huge hit on him by Lund, separated from the puck, as now Popmel up for Johansson in the offensive end, but offside. So we get another whistle and another neutralized faceoff here, just a couple minutes gone by in the period.
Yeah, and Drew, I can't help but to give Slovakia credit, because I think this is probably the most difficult or the hardest we've had to see Sweden work for offensive opportunities, from some of the offsides to some of just the lack in shots we've seen from them in the offensive zone despite their zone time. This is exactly what Slovakia was able to do in their group, and it's why they were such a force coming out of it into these playoffs.
Quick shot by Johansson goes off the side, or is rather turned aside by Kovacic, as that is the 8th shot on goal of the game for Sweden, taking that shot advantage back at 8-7. Johansson in the corner, circles away from Dimitrova, trying to find a passing lane, maybe looking for that centering feed. Gets it to Kerhead behind the net. Now Popmel, who's pinching in yet again. Centered for Lund. That puck is put on goal, but kept out by Kovacic. And now here comes Slovakia, but a well-defended rush by Sweden's D, as Lund will move in with it. Again, great defense by Slovakia. We've been able to say that all game, as Dimitrova will take things away from Lund and move things in the other direction. Svetko, big hit by Johansson. Love to see the big body checks in this game. Jurasi in the offensive zone now, circles away from the Swedish attack. On offense is Svetana, stepping up. Now Jurasi with possession. Down low, goes behind the net, but that puck is separated from Slovakia, and it's now Johansson up for Lund. Here comes a rush. Lund try to get to Svensander, but well read and defended again by Slovakia, as that pass has been there at times, but it's been limited by the way Slovakia has played defensively. Svetko for Dimitrova, now Svetana. Looking for that tie-breaking goal. That long shot got blocked, did not get all the way through to Brink, but it is Slovakia coming away with possession yet again. Svetana with it, will be pinned towards the boards, but Lund takes it away, and now Johansson, maybe an odd man rush against Dimitrova. Johansson, quick shot kicked aside by Kovacic, as now it is 8 saves for the Slovakian netminder. Svensander with the puck over for Popmel. Chance for Johansson on the one-timer, and that shot is turned aside. Full pressure again activated. Second time we've seen that for Sweden in this game. Johansson up to Popmel, try to get down low for Lund, but Jurasi was there, read it very well. Sweden will have to retreat and reset it from neutral ice. Johansson for Popmel, now Lund with possession, top of the slot. Opportunity, but cannot find a lane. Quick feed for Popmel. That long shot may have gone on goal, as it's now 10 shots on goal for Sweden in this game. Final 6 minutes of regulation time. Svensander cross-ice feed was looking for Lund, but defended by many bodies in between in that passing lane by Slovakia. Here comes Sweden off the steal and neutral ice. Lund has it poked away, and now it's Kerhead scooping things up in the offensive end. It's Potmel D to Sven Sander, and in deep for Johansson. Johansson from the faceoff dot takes the shot, but it's blocked and goes wide. Svetko will have the opportunity on the rush. 1-on-2, does get separated from the puck. Thought he may have gotten around Sven Sander, but it's Jurasi with possession. Try to spin it, tuck it in, and on the rebound, Kiska yet again, and Slovakia takes the lead late in the third.
And how about that for Slovakia? About 7 straight in-game minutes to where they were pretty much hemmed inside their own zone. Really only allowed 2 shots on net for the Swedes, and they finally are able to get out. They get into the offensive end for about 30 seconds, and that little spin move kind of tucked to the right post attempt ended up leading to that rebound shot for a goal for Slovakia, and that's huge because now we're really late into the game here, just 3 minutes to go. Sweden does not have a lot of time.
They do have 10 shots, but only 1 goal, and Jurasi with the intercept will move things out. Svetana circling back. Slovakia taking their time here as now the clock is on their side as they go offside with 2:10 to go. It would be great for Slovakia to have a little bit more of an edge going into the second half of this quarterfinal matchup, given the way that the scores are calculated, but a 2-1 lead late here in the third does have them in a decent spot as Sweden goes offside. So trading offside back and forth now with 1:50 left.
And Drew, I love that you mentioned that because in most situations you would say, okay, guys, park the bus, back it in, and focus on defense. If you're Slovakia, I think you have to continue to try to push the issue because this series is decided on aggregate, so you can't rest on your laurels.
Johansson separated from the puck again. Great defense in this game throughout by Slovakia. They have given up 10 goals, or 10 shots on goal, I should say. But they are on top 2-1. Final minute, it is real time as Svetko's shot ended up going towards the corner. Slovakia will regain possession. Jurasi again trying that wraparound opportunity, but it ends up going Sweden's direction. Sweden in the offensive end. Potmel looking for the game-tying goal. Sven Sander for Kerhead now. Tried to center, was looking for Lund, but again, great defense by Slovakia as they will move out and into the offensive end. Kiska separated from the puck. Great defensive play by Sweden, and now maybe a 3-on-2 rush opportunity, but Dimitrova, great defense with that poke check to make sure the puck does not go in Sweden's favor. Final 20 seconds as Slovakia gets it in the offensive end, but loses possession as soon as they cross the blue line. Final 10 seconds. Can either of these teams get a last-second goal? It will be Slovakia with the last chance as Kiska with a chance for the hat trick. Tried to center. Lund pushes it to the corner. The game will end. Slovakia picking up a huge 2-1 victory to take the lead in the aggregate going into Game 2 on the road against the 3-seed Sweden.
A huge result for Slovakia to get the win. The question is, will it be enough? But nevertheless, you have to at least get that win to put yourself in position. And Slovakia, now coming into Game 2, does have that 1-goal advantage. So, you know, Sweden, they are going to have that North server coming up, and that is huge. And that's going to be a factor for them. So you have to wonder, is that 1-goal advantage? It's easy to question whether that's going to be enough cushion for the Slovaks to kind of hang their hat on. But again, this is a team that hangs its hat on defense and goaltending. You have that 1-goal advantage now. You can maybe kind of try to hem in on that a little bit more because you know that Sweden, especially if they kind of struggle in the first period, are able to find that goal early. They could try to ramp up the pressure and it could force them into the mistakes. So I think Slovakia, they would have wanted more, but they did what they needed to do, and that was at least get that 1-goal win coming into Game 2 on the road.
Especially the way the second period went in that. Final shots on goal 10-9 in favor of Sweden. In the second period, it was 6-4 in favor of Sweden, but each team ended up with a goal in that frame. And when you're looking at outside of that, the game was very much even, except for that last late goal by Slovakia. Shots on goal in the first period, 2-1 in favor of Slovakia. Shots on goal in the third period, 3-3, a complete draw in that. So that second period was a really good one for Sweden for having opportunities, but they were unable to capitalize on it. And Slovakia, giving them a lot of credit for the defense they played. The shots that they were allowing were not always necessarily those huge cross-ice pass kind of opportunities, those one-time feeds where Kovalik did have to step up and make a couple of big saves, but really Slovakia in net and in defensive play did a fantastic job of limiting those huge opportunities for Sweden to almost exclusively happen in that second period, and even then held them to just one goal.
Yeah, and I think that you have to give Slovakia so much credit because they were able to hold a Sweden offense that, as we mentioned, has been one of the more productive offenses throughout this tournament. I mean, you go back to the group stage, they played in Group A. That's the top four. They averaged 4.6 goals for per game. That number is actually higher than any of the groups in Division A. So that was the highest goal scoring team out of this entire group, and Slovakia was able to pretty much slow them down entirely. However, again, the question is, will they be able to do the same thing coming up on this North server? And the one thing I will give Sweden credit for is you saw them as the game continued to go on, especially in that third period, they found their comfort level. You saw them finding their groove, getting the cycle going, earning their way to opportunity slowly but surely, but just a little bit off because of the Slovakian defense able to kind of stop some of those chances from coming through. If Sweden can continue that momentum into game two, you have to feel really good about their chances because you could see them finding their game more and more the longer it went on.
But in order to have that change your fortunes in game two, you've got to be able to find the back of the net on it. One goal, we've seen Slovakia throughout this tournament during the group play. We talked about their goals against average being just 1.5 goals against per game. That is 3 goals per doubleheader in this capacity. Sweden being held to 1 when they're on the road server is exactly what Slovakia has been able to do in this tournament so far. And that's the expectation that they have. So if you're Sweden, or if I'm Sweden in this position, you're going into your home game here, you've got to have more conversion of those opportunities. Yes, it's great to have that possession in the offensive zone. Yes, it's great. They had that full pressure multiple times because of how well they were possessing the puck in the offensive end. But this is something that, for me, if I'm Sweden, I'm looking to make sure that you win period number 1. You have to outscore Slovakia in period number 1 of this second game, because you can't, in my mind at least, allow for that defense of Slovakia to continue to go, well, it's now their server and we're doing the same thing we did to them on ours. This is a situation where, we can basically just play our game. Sweden's got to force their hand into trying to be more aggressive and find ways to complete those passes that Slovakia was just intercepting and turning the other way in game number 1.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point because, when we talked to Anton Svensson last week in that Group A stage, something that he really keyed on was that Sweden isn't a team that really wants to change their game. They kind of want to stick to what they want to do. They want to stick to their style and their game plan coming in. They don't really like to have to adjust too much based on the opponent. But Slovakia might force their hand, especially depending on how this first period goes. If Slovakia is able to keep Sweden off the board after 20 minutes, that's going to force Sweden to really have no choice. Because you have to remember, that 1-goal win is huge because Sweden can win 2-1 or 3-2. That won't be enough. They have to win this game by 2 goals to win the aggregate by 1. So that is a massive result for that reason. And Drew, I actually have a stat here, just kind of looking at Slovakia. If you include that last game, that game 1 that we just saw, so far, there have only been 2 games where Slovakia has allowed more than 1 goal to their opponent. A 4-3 overtime loss against Czechia, which interestingly enough was on their home server, and a 2-1 loss on the road against France. Those are the only 2 times that Slovakia has allowed more than 1 goal in a game so far this tournament. So this is not a surprise to see them doing this. A little bit different, though, against a team like Sweden that, as we mentioned, was easily the most dominant and most forceful offensive team in the group of Division A.
That is a great pull on a stat as well. Just really credit to you on that. For being able to find that, because that just is a great way of showing just how good the Slovakian team has been, and the fact that continued against Sweden when we're no longer in group play and you're playing one of those 4 that was guaranteed a spot in this playoff, to be able to continue to do that on whether it's on your home server or not, that is absolutely spectacular. So this is game two, a huge one, obviously, for both of these teams. It is Sweden in the all blue going up on your screen. It is Slovakia in the white and blue going down on your screen. And it is a 2-1 lead in the aggregate for Slovakia, as Sweden will start this game off with possession in the offensive end. Lund has it separated from him by Svetko, but Svensander is there, gets it in for Johansson, tried to center for Lund, but it is well read and intercepted by Slovakia. Lund down low, Johansson got the shot on goal, but Kovalik did a great job of not overcommitting, stayed on that post and made the save. And now a chance for Slovakia, but they cannot get it below the top of the faceoff circle, and a 3-on-2 rush the other way for Sweden. But Svetko is there with the nice poke check in the slot to keep that from being a second shot on goal for Team Sweden.
And you see what Slovakia is doing. They had a reset. Don't be surprised if you see a lot of that from them. They want to slow this game down. Time is their friend as long as they do have that 1-goal cushion in the aggregate, because if it ends tied, Slovakia wins. You don't get that opportunity. So going to be interesting to see. I would not be surprised if they try to slow this game down as much as possible.
Lund had a great opportunity there, but that shot was blocked into the corner, as Sweden is offside with 14:39 to go here in period number one. And yeah, that is a very good point that you had there, is taking a look at an opportunity here, but Kovalik making the stop. And you can see the positioning of that cross ice pass that Sweden has been going for with such regularity. You would think Kovalik might get pulled off the post, and that shot went back to that post on the near side from the direction that the pass was coming. But Kovalik, a great read, did not overcorrect, did not overcommit, as here comes Slovakia the other way, as Brink had to be in a good position. Didn't get credit for her save, but Slovakia with a good opportunity, their first here of game number two. Svitana for bMaJuH. Absolutely, Brandon. Yeah, great chance here. And now Jurasi in the offensive end circles away from the pressure, tried to center, but Lund with a huge check. And now it is Sweden moving up into the offensive end. Johansson circles it back up top for Lund. Kerhead now up top. Now Johansson again in the corner, trying to create a little bit of space. Pressured heavily is Kerhead with Svensander. Quick feed for Lund, and a big save made by Kovalik, his second of this game, as Slovakia now gets it back to neutral ice, but no further. Johansson for Svensander. Potmel with the long shot on goal, kicked aside by Kovalik. Sweden now with full pressure yet again. Their first time activating that in this game, third time in this doubleheader, but they are so far 0 for 2 on converting. Lund gets the shot on goal, and it is on the back of the net. I saw that little glow for a second and was a little confused by it because the location of it looked like it was in the net, but it was the glow only. The puck was not in, as Sweden now with 4 shots on goal very quickly in this game, but so far Kovalik has been up to the task. Lund tried to back into the slot. Couple quick passes, and Johansson is turned aside by Kovalik. Svitana trying to clear the zone, does get it out back to neutral ice, but again, Sweden is very quick back into the offensive zone. That puck is put on net, and Kovalik will cover up. 6 saves made by the Slovakia goaltender here in the first 14 minutes of play.
Yeah, and I mean, Slovakia, they have got to give Kovalik a little bit of help. He is standing on his head right now from the pressure that Sweden has been able to put on the Slovak team. So it's going to be interesting because, again, this is a Sweden team that is so good offensively. They're now on the home server, and that comfort level is continuing to grow more and more. Slovakia has to find a counter.
bMaJuH with possession after preventing the puck from going on net from another Sweden opportunity. Svetko gets it to Jurasi in the offensive end. It's a breakaway and a goal! Just like that, the aggregate is now a 2-goal advantage for Slovakia. It is 1-0 in this game, and all of the offense had gone Sweden's way, but the first opportunity is converted on by the 6th seed Slovakia.
And we hadn't gotten talk about it, Drew, but that's why the first goal in that second game is so important. Slovakia now extends that lead to 2, and it changes the mindset a little bit if you are Sweden. It's a little bit different when you're only down 1. It's a tie game, 0-0. Now, all of a sudden, the pressure ramps up on you a bit, and Slovakia can really kind of settle into their own game of defense.
Jurasi with their 10th goal of this tournament overall, first so far of the playoffs. Sweden trying to get things back level for this game, because period number 1 currently It was all Sweden for the first 14 minutes, but the first goal of the game goes to Slovakia, and they hold the lead despite being outshot 6-1. Here comes Sweden, trying to find an equalizer in this game to get back within one in the aggregate. But again, that Slovakian defense playing it very well as Kiska on the rush will stop back. And now Dimitrova scoops up a loose puck. Svetko, cross ice for Jurasi. Along the boards, chips it in. Kiska will scoop it up, centered for Svetko on net. And that one ends up being turned aside. It is not credited as a save. I believe that was the defense blocking it for Sweden. Lund, final 7 seconds and 6. Quick shot on goal. Kovalik, and it's poked in. And it is a last moment of the period goal for Team Sweden. Johansson picking up the tally to even things up in game 2.
And if Sweden does manage to come back and win this series, Drew, that's going to be the play that I think you want to bookmark. Slovakia had them right where they want them. They looked like they may have been in trouble if the Slovaks were the ones to be able to get that next goal. But Sweden, with just seconds remaining in the first period, that pressure they've been able to sustain finally finds them rewarded with a goal. Just 4 seconds to go in the period as well. That is a massive goal for the Swedes to get here to keep their chances alive here in this series.
Unbelievable, and we've seen a couple of times in the games that we've gotten to call together what a last 10-second goal can do for a team. So it feels much different now for Sweden going into the first intermission than maybe it would have had that one not found its way through, because Kovalik had been completely unbeatable so far in this game until just a very interesting, odd thing that it ends up going in the back of the net. I still don't know if I've seen how the puck was able to actually get through despite trying to focus on that a number of times.
Yeah, I didn't either. It kind of just vanished and found its way in past the red line somehow. And, you know, I know Sweden, they're fine with that. They're not going to complain. They'll take any magic act that they can get if it means putting pucks in the back of the net and putting some numbers on the score sheet. But you said it, Drew, this really changes the scope of how we go into the second period. If Slovakia is up 3-1, just how different is the narrative? How different is the mentality for Sweden compared to it being just a 1-goal game? So it's very interesting just how one little play, one little bounce going your way can completely change the landscape of the way you view a series.
Tie up off the draw, and it is Sweden with the first possession of period number 2. Lund hands to Johansson, who is the goal scorer for Team Sweden in this one. Kurhead will get the shot on goal, and Kovalik will pin it and cover up for a quick whistle and an offensive zone draw for Sweden, who is now just looking to build off of that energy of picking up a goal with 4 seconds left in the first period. So we'll see what happens here. Kurhead with the draw, the tie-up. It ends up being loose in front. Lund scoops it up behind the net. Now in the corner, up top for Svensander. Thinking about D-to-D, but hesitated because there was someone in that passing lane. Lund loses it, and the puck will be taken out by Slovakia. Jurasi with possession along the boards, maybe trying to center. Banked it off the side of the net, pinned to the boards, centered for Svetko, who tried to move in front, but that one does not go on goal. Johansson trying to lead a rush. Could be 3-on-3. Potmel for Lund, quick shot, and that one ends up in the corner. Kovalik was leaping across the crease to make sure that one did not go in and even things up on the aggregate. Jurasi centered, banked it off of Brink, and that one will now quickly go the other way. Here comes Sweden. Johansson spins away from the defender, an amazing move, and beats Kovalik to even things up in the aggregate and make it 2-1 in game 2.
Oh, and one of the prettiest moves you'll see from one of the best goal scorers in this tournament so far in Kian Johansson. Look at that little L2 move to create the space. It's been so difficult for the Swedish team to beat Kovalik, but when you put up something that tempting, you sell that backhand the way he did, the goalie, even the best of them, are going to bite on that. A beautiful move rewarded with a huge goal for Sweden to tie up the aggregate score.
Andreas Brink, the netminder for Team Sweden, picking up a secondary assist on that goal as well. So add a point to the stat sheet for the goaltender as he now makes his first save of the game, because shots are now 10-2 in favor of Sweden. Here comes Lund with Johansson centering feed. A great save made by Kovalik, getting across the blue paint to make the stop and make sure that this did not suddenly become a massive 3-goal swing in favor of Sweden.
Yeah, and we're starting to see now where the lack of offense for Slovakia is really hurting them. Sweden has had all of the attacking time, and it just doesn't allow for Slovakia to really have much of a counterattack or much of a response. You only have 2 shots, and we're almost halfway through this game. They've got to discover some sort of offensive opportunity to give themselves a chance. It's great that they've been solid on the defensive end. It's even better that their goaltender has been able to step up. But if you do not have the goals to pair with it, it can really easily be all for naught. They have got to find their way. By the way, quick stat, that assist from Brink, first goalie assist from anyone in Division A so far this tournament.
Love to see it. Always nice to see the goalie get on the stat sheet with a point on the offensive end, as here comes Sweden trying to get another goal here quick, but Kiska in that passing lane read it beautifully and made sure that that wasn't connected, as we are now past the halfway point of game number 2. 2-1 was the final in favor of Slovakia in game 1. 2-1 is the advantage for Sweden in game number 2, but Slovakia with their first real established zone time here offensively, as Jurassic puts it on net, but Brink kicks it aside and makes their second save of this game. Johansson in the offensive end, leading the rush, centered for Lund, shot on goal turned aside, as Sweden continues with the offense and the big shot numbers. They had 8 shots on goal in period number 1, only 3 so far in period number 2, but that's still a pace for about 5, the way that things have gone in this one, and I'm sure that they would take it with 1 goal in each frame. Lund with a huge check, as we see a Slovakian player get knocked into the bench, and here comes a rush in the other direction. Lund, Jurassic was chasing from the bench, but Kovalik makes that save on a shot from right around or beneath the goal line, centered in front. Kovalik again with the save and covers up for the whistle. Sweden a few chances and shots on goal there in a very short stretch.
Yeah, and it's just Sweden continuing to do what they've done so well throughout this game, and that is just attack, attack, attack. Look at that save, though, again by Brink. We talked about Slovakia needing to find offense, easily their best opportunity since that opening goal. And Andreas Brink, who has been such a key cog to the Swedish team. We maybe haven't talked about him as much just because the offense has been the story for Sweden all tournament long. But Andreas Brink, he has been stellar in this tournament, and that's a key save right there for his group, with Slovakia trying to get their lead back in the aggregate.
Shots are 13-3 in favor of Sweden, but I will bring your attention to the face-offs 1 column there, or row. It is 8-2 in favor of Slovakia. So all of the offense that Sweden has managed, and they have lost 80% of the face-offs so far. That one also going Slovakia's way, as Jurassic moves it out and now into the offensive zone. Scooped it up, kept it away from Sven Sander momentarily, but a nice body check, and Sven Sander will lead the rush for Team Sweden. Potmel trying to get away from a couple of attacking players in the defensive zone for Slovakia, but Slovakia able to grab possession and move things out. Jurassic has the goal in this game for Slovakia, trying to create some more offense, and he does! Centered and scored, and it is 2-2 in this game as Svetko comes away with the goal.
Well, the timeout called by Slovakia must have done them wonders, as they go right down the other end and find their way to a score. And it's just always so interesting to see how Slovakia, with how they are defensively, it gives them opportunities on the counterattack. They may not establish the offensive zone like Sweden. They may not establish the offensive zone like some of those other Group A teams have typically been able to do. But when they do get that counterattack, it starts from their defense. And when they're able to capitalize, it leads to chances like that. A huge goal to get them back in front.
It wasn't with 4 seconds left like Sweden's in the late first, but it was with 4 minutes left. And now it is 2-2 in this game, and 4-3 Slovakia in the aggregate. Johansson tried to back in front of the net and get that on goal, but it is denied. And now a rush opportunity for Slovakia. Thrown on goal, Brink kicks it to the corner. And now Sweden, as we're in the final minute of period number 2. It is even. It was even after 1. It's currently even late in the second. Sven Sander and Sweden trying to change that, but down low, Svetlana scoops up the puck and will move it out. Slovakia will get the last opportunity of period number 2 if they're able to recover the puck, but they don't as they dump it in. They will take that 2-2 draw going into the final period, as it is Slovakia getting the late equalizer after Johansson got a beautiful goal to even things up in the aggregate earlier in the period.
And I know it's just the 1 goal advantage, Drew, but things feel just a little bit scarier now for the Swedes, doesn't it? down by 1. Slovakia got that last goal, and not only that, but they've gotten 2 goals and only 4 shots. Imagine if they're able to find their offensive game a little bit further. And, you know, this next goal is going to be beyond critical, because it could be the goal that either gives Sweden a little bit more life, or it could be the one that gives us the shock of the World Cup's history so far, with Slovakia pulling off an upset. And you kind of look at the stats, you would think this game would be more than 2-2. 14 shots for Sweden, just 5 for Slovakia. 7 minutes and 40 seconds of time on attack for the Swedes. A little bit under half of that for the Slovakian side, but yet, again, the goaltending and the defensive efforts for Slovakia has been the story. They've been able to slow Sweden down, and I think you're seeing that from the lack of one-timer opportunities. This is a Sweden team that's been able to generate a lot of those throughout this tournament, and they'd have to pivot away from it. You don't even see them really going for it now. They're going for really close, in-tight shots, trying to get rebounds, and Slovakia has completely made them change their offensive game.
Slovakia again winning a faceoff. That one to open up period number 3, a crucial one for both of these teams. In the offensive end, Jurasi in the corner will try to find a passing lane or opportunity, but Sweden is there with a couple of players defending and getting things going, separating them from the puck. And now Johansson up for Lund. Lund in the offensive end, towards the corner, tried to center, but that puck ends up behind the net, and Dimitrova will scoop up for Slovakia. That one ends up in front of the net, and Lund got the shot away and on goal, but Kovalik with a huge stop. Sven Sander in the corner up top for Potmill. Across for Kerhead, and now Johansson as Kerhead tried to go towards the slot but could not get open. Sven Sander for Kerhead. Spins it towards the center, but well read. 3 defenders in the low slot for Slovakia, preventing that pass from connecting. Lund back in the offensive end. Long shot gets turned aside, and full pressure again activated for Sweden as Slovakia will move the puck out of their zone, and they will just dump it in deep, just making sure that Slovakia is in good positioning defensively. Lund gets away from a huge hit. Sven Sander's shot was blocked towards the corner, and now Slovakia trying to again get possession of it and get it out. They are unable to. Lund with possession just inside the blue line. Sven Sander and Johansson now. Cross ice for Potmill, long shot, and it's in as Kovalik could not get across the blue paint in time, and it is now 3-2 in favor of Sweden.
Oh, and that's going to be one that, as great as Kovalik has been all series long, he's going to want to have back. Just a little bit slow, getting to that one-timer, and it wasn't even necessarily the fastest one-time shot in the world. It was very flat, stayed on the ground, was not tipped. Kovalik just simply could not get to it in time. Those are the saves that you need your goalie to be able to make, but it's hard to blame him because he's been so good throughout the series.
Sweden back on top, and a quick one-time shot by Lund is denied. That is a huge save to prevent this from becoming a 4-2 game here, as Slovakia now needing their offense to convert one more time, but they're unable to get possession in the offensive end, and now they have taken a penalty. Sweden will enter the offensive zone on the delayed penalty. It's Lund up for Potmill. Try to chip it in, but it's Svitana scooping things up, touching the puck for the whistle, and we have a tripping call against Slovakia, the first power play opportunity we're going to see for either team in this doubleheader.
What a back and forth this has been, Drew. 1 minute it looks like Sweden has the advantage, and Slovakia takes it back, and now Sweden looks like they might have it again. They get that goal, and now they get a power play opportunity. And if I'm Slovakia, this is where things start to feel a little bit scary. You no longer have that 1-goal advantage, and now you're down a man. We have yet to see them in this series have to face this.
Sweden controlling off the faceoff. Potmill for Sven Sander. 5-on-4 power play chance for Sweden. Potmill steps in, gets it to Johansson, and a huge save by Kovalik. Johansson had an opening but could not get it close enough to that post on his side, and Kovalik makes another massive stop.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it looked like there was a little bit of room on that top right corner, but he just was not able to get that lifted up to that part of the net. And again, Kovalik, he's just been phenomenal, right? He's made the saves when he has needed to. And Slovakia, I know that was an unfortunate goal for them to allow, but they're going to have to stay focused and try to get one more goal. It's all going to start with this penalty kill. Can they hold on? That's going to be the big question.
And you saw a little highlight montage of Johansson, 2 goals and the primary assist on what is the go-ahead goal for game number 2. Slovakia wins the faceoff in the defensive zone, but unable to clear. Potmill with possession, trying to set things up. It's Johansson. Svensson now, top of the circle and pinching towards the dot. Cross-ice pass for Potmill. That shot never got all the way through. Lund's did, but is denied and sent into the stands with 47 seconds left on the power play, just beyond the halfway point of this third regulation period.
I just can't get over the performance we've seen from Kovalik so far, Drew. I mean, this is one of the better goaltending performances I think that we have seen in the 2 years of this tournament, considering the opposition, considering the circumstances and everything that's weighing on this period. You couldn't ask for much more.
Juresi had the puck momentarily, but unable to clear. Svensson with it. Now Potmill down low. Johansson blocked by dMaJuH. Johansson gets it back to Potmill, gets in the slot, takes the shot and scores, and it's 4-2 in the game. And for the first time in this doubleheader, Sweden has the lead in the aggregate.
And you just couldn't help but to feel like it was a matter of time, especially when Sweden got that power play opportunity. Slovakia's strength has been the defense, having all 5 in front, and Kovalik being there to be able to clean anything else up. But they had that space, they had that shot on net, and Kovalik, just a little bit of a move over that left side, opened up that short side shot for Potmill to be able to take advantage and put it in.
Kiska gets the puck on goal very quickly for Slovakia, as now the offense is the most important part of this for Slovakia. They are down 4-2 in this game. More importantly, they trail by 1 in the aggregate. Svensson pinching in for Sweden, as Sweden now creating space and taking some time. The clock is on their side, but dMaJuH with the steal will move things up. Juresi in the offensive end hands it up for Kiska, gets it in deep, but it's Sweden that scoops it up. Potmill, who has back-to-back goals here in the third period, that has been a massive swing in favor of Sweden. 5.5 to play. dMaJuH scoops it up in the defensive end and trying to start things out for Slovakia. Svetko and Kiska now in the offensive zone, separated from the puck, but gets it right back. Up top for dMaJuH. Svetana, long shot. Save made by Brink, and the whistle is blown with 4:27 to go in regulation.
And something to remember, Slovakia used their pause and their timeout earlier, so they will not have one available to them. If I'm Sweden, I think you want to try to just do what you can to limit Slovakia's opportunities in the offensive zone. They've been stellar at that so far, but this is a big opportunity for Slovakia. Offensive zone faceoff. And remember, Kiska has gotten the better of Kerhead on the draw so far.
Goes for the tie-up, gets it, but Lund ends up with possession and gets it out of the zone for Sweden. Here comes Kerhead on dMaJuH, one-on-one. That puck ends up in the corner, well defended by dMaJuH and the Slovakian defense. Here comes Svetko to Svetana, back and forth with possession, but Svensson ends up with the takeaway. Under 3 minutes to go in period number 3. Potmill with 2 goals. Johansson with 2 goals in this game for Sweden, as Sweden has taken the lead in the aggregate. It's 4-2 in this game. One down low. Kovalik with a huge stop to make sure that this game is still within reach in the final 90 seconds. Juresi in the offensive zone, separated from the puck, and it's Potmill. Long pass up for Lund. Lund with Johansson, down low, shot, and he scores! And Anton Lund makes it 3 in a row for Sweden in the third period, and may have just put this one out of reach.
That may have just killed the potential upset right there. A huge goal from Anton Lund, who over the years has established himself as somebody that can score big goals in big spots. None bigger than that one right there to give them a 2-goal advantage. And with the lack of offense we've seen from Slovakia, this is looking quite dim for them to be able to keep in this one.
They're going to need multiple goals in the final real-time 60 minutes just to be able to tie the aggregate. And here comes Johansson in the offensive end for Team Sweden, circling with it. Gives it to Lund down low, centered for Kerhead. That puck goes on net, but Kovalik will cover. Hands it, tried for Kiska, but Johansson was there, takes the shot, and is denied. Needing the aggressiveness is Slovakia here with 30 seconds left, but they cannot afford to give up another one. They really need possession back here. It's Johansson, the offensive end for Sweden. Potmill with it, separated from it. Long pass up just out of reach of Juresi, and that is going to go for an icing with 18 seconds left in a 5-2 Sweden lead. That was 2-2 after 1, or after 2 periods of play, I should say.
And remember, Drew, once upon a time, the aggregate score was 3-1 Slovakia. So Sweden has really had to flip a switch to get themselves in this position. And now they're just 18 seconds away from moving on.
Johansson with it, and now Sweden will be happy to just possess the puck in the offensive zone. It is Pop-Mel with it, counting down the seconds. Jurasi with the takedown, so it's going to actually be a power play for Sweden to end this game, as Sweden is on top and uncatchable with the amount of time that is left against the 6th seed Slovakia. But an amazing effort for the first 100 minutes of this game. Just a third period by Sweden that was completely unmatchable by what Slovakia had done, as we will see now another power play chance just for a few seconds here to close things out for Team Sweden. The tie-up, the puck ends up in the slot. Svensander to Johansson looking for the hat trick, puts it on goal, but a save made at the horn. And that is going to do it. Sweden, the first team to advance, but Slovakia really put up a massive effort in this doubleheader, gave them a bigger scare than the final score of game 2 or the aggregate would suggest.
Absolutely. I mean, in this third period, you have to remember Slovakia was up by 1. They were up by 1 in the aggregate heading into period number 3, 1 goal, and they're in a position to potentially pull off the upset. But Sweden able to, again, just kind of flip a switch. And you really just hated for Slovakia. They executed so well on what they like to do. And I mean, we saw just a world-class performance from Kovalik. Absolutely phenomenal. Really up until about the midway point of that third period. That first goal that they allowed in that period, I mean, just kind of unfortunate. Couldn't really get to that one-timer in time. The second one, that's probably the one he's going to want to have back, giving up too much of that short side, kind of skating a little bit too far to the left, and that gave Sweden that 1 goal lead. And then the last one just being a breakaway, not a whole lot you can do about that. But, you know, the final result, you cannot take anything away from Slovakia. They proved that they can hang with these guys up in that big boy group, up in Group A. We're just a little bit short today. And give Sweden a lot of credit. I know there's going to be a lot of people that will probably be down on Sweden and say, oh, they should have beat this team by 5 or 6 or 7 goals. All that matters is that you win, man. This does not say anything about Sweden. I think that they performed about as well as you possibly could. Sometimes you just run into a stalemate. You run into a really hot goaltender and a very stout defense that arguably has been the best defensive group in the tournament all cup long. That's tough to get past. This is the quarterfinals for a reason. Sweden got the job done, did what they needed to do. They escaped, but they got out, and that's what ultimately matters.
They did advance in a massive third period, 11 shots on goal, 3 goals scored by Sweden, including a power play goal in that period. And they outshot Slovakia 11-2 in that second period. Just a really great performance by the Swedish offense to make sure they were just relentless. And we even saw, we did see it in game 1 too, where Slovakia was able to defend it and prevent it from ending up in the back of the net. But that Sweden offense was very good all day. They just never were able to finally break through Kovalik and get that big marker. That 4 seconds left in the first period goal by Johansson. You pointed out at the time, you said, hey, if this ends up going Sweden's way, that's something to look at heavily, and that is something to focus on. And I agree with you, because there's a huge difference between it being a 2-goal edge for Slovakia in the aggregate with 20 minutes down, and it's still being a 1-goal game, because that even second period going into the third, it was a very close game and Sweden knew what they had to do. And basically that power play put them over the top.
Yeah, I think that goal was really what kind of flipped the momentum in the favor of Sweden from that point forward. If you go into that first period down, I think you're kind of feeling a little bit of the pressure, right? You're like, oh man, this is starting to feel a little bit real now. This reality kind of sets in of where you are, and give Sweden some credit, because I think really to begin the third period, they had to face that just a little bit, but they were still able to find their way forward. And, you know, again, I feel like there's going to be a lot of people that are kind of down on Sweden because Slovakia is a team that's not in that top 4, so to speak, but that is a really good Slovakia team. They showed it in the group stage. They showed it here again today. I think this is less about Sweden and more about what Slovakia was able to do despite falling just a little bit short.
Our next matchup is going to be a team that Sweden played most recently prior to this tournament, which is Finland, the 4 seed, going up against Norway, the 5 seed. And so we've got, this is the closest one. This is the one where it's the 4 seed, the bottom seed from Group A, against the best team from Group 3, who went 5-0-0-1 during group play. Norway was a dominant team during group play. They were tied for the fewest goals against in all of Division A. We just saw what giving up only 9 goals in 6 games could look like against a team in Sweden. And now we have a similar team. It's been getting similar goaltending in Norway, trying to see what they could do against Finland in this matchup. And it's very interesting to see what how these teams are going to match up. And I would think for Norway, the goal is going to be something similar to what you just saw Slovakia do, which is take as much advantage as you can of game 1 and then be able to play that defensive game in game 2.
Yeah, and I think that Slovakia comparison, Drew, is very interesting because Norway had the same exact goals against average as Slovakia, 1.5. And they're going to be going up against a Finland team that, in terms of goal scoring, 2.67 goals for per game. That was by far the lowest in Group A. And one of the lower numbers actually was bottom half out of anyone in Division A. So it's a Finland team that had not really been able to find their offensive stride, going up against a team in Norway that has been very strong defensively, but I think it's a bit better than Slovakia was offensively. So this one kind of feels like it has a similar tone, but the defensive side a little bit stronger offensively, the other side a little bit weaker offensively from what we have seen. So it would not shock me if you saw similar shades of what we just saw from Sweden and Slovakia in this next matchup between Finland and Norway.
And as we take a look at what we've got as far as the lineups go for this game, I will point out that for Finland, since they were outscored 15-3 by Canada, they have a goal differential of 0 in their 4 games since. They were outscored by only 2 goals against Team USA, and they outscored Sweden by a total of 2 goals in that doubleheader. As we see a lineup here with a mix of players who have been there for every single game, and about half the lineup that's only seen a couple of games worth of action so far.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be very interesting because they stick with the 2 wingers in Virtanen and Lehtinen on the left and right side. But look at that left D spot there, Drew. Tuukka Ryypäläinen back in the lineup, hasn't played since that Canada series earlier on last week. There's been a lot of talk about the Finnish lineup, whether, the Finns got the right group together and how much this is going to work. This is going to be very interesting because the last time the Ryypäläinen and Boltila were together, we saw Canada put up 15 goals between 2 games. So that's going to be the storyline I'm looking out for. Is Finland going to have it together defensively? Because this lineup, though very talented, very offensively focused. So that's going to be something to really kind of focus on throughout these next 2 games here for Team Finland.
And we talked about the defense, the goaltending when it comes to Norway, and we've seen some good performances. We've seen a bit of a spread out as we take a look at their lineup for this game. A similar where about 4 of these players, I believe, have been there for every single game that they've played so far in this tournament, including their goaltender in Ervik, who has made the same numbers of goals allowed as we just saw for Kovalik in group play with 1 fewer shot faced. That is how similar Slovakia and Norway have been defensively in the group stages. Is the goals against is the exact same, and the shots faced is off by 1 for the tournament.
Yeah, and it will be interesting just because no Matthias Andre in the lineup. He is the lone guy missing, and he is the captain of this Norwegian team. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that maybe could change a few things. But again, this is a Norway team that is very good offensively. And something else to remember, Norway and Finland play on the same server. So there's not going to be much of a difference in that. That's going to be something else that we have not got to see a whole lot in these quarterfinal games. This is the one series where the server and the home ice advantage won't make as much of a difference. So you could argue whether that's an advantage or a disadvantage towards Norway or Finland, but nevertheless, this is a Norwegian team. Defense and goaltending always tends to carry. We saw it there with Slovakia just now. I know it got ugly in the 3rd period, but this is a team that is good defensively, has very good goaltending, and is a bit better offensively than the team we just saw Sweden knock off. So a few interesting tidbits there, and I'm going to be very fascinated to see how Norway looks here heading up against a Sweden team that once again is very offensively focused with the way that lineup is constructed.
It's going to be an interesting matchup. We had a great one to open up the broadcast here with Sweden advancing past Slovakia thanks to a huge third period in game number 2. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here with Finland and Norway, as the teams should be finding their way into the matchup screen here very shortly. So we've done one matchup on one side of the bracket. We're moving to the other side of the bracket. We've got the US and Germany coming up after that, followed by Canada and Czechia to close out the quarterfinals this morning for me here on the west coast of the United States, or afternoon for you if you're on the east coast of the United States, or evening if you're joining us from Europe or elsewhere. We really appreciate you joining us here for the eHockey World Cup 2026 quarterfinals. Drew Goldfarb, Brandon Bigsby with you here on the broadcast call. So when you mentioned that the server is not going to be quite as dramatic, home versus away, when we're talking about this matchup versus basically any of the others, the one that we've seen, and especially the two that we're going to see coming up later on today, what are you looking for if you're Norway in the early stages? What are you looking for if you're Finland in the early stages? What does your ideal first period look like if you're either of those teams?
Yeah, I mean, starting out with Norway, I think they are going to try to, despite there not being much of a server difference on home ice, I think they are going to try to look towards a similar page out of Slovakia's book. Keep this game one close. You are the underdog. That's not going to change despite the server difference. Keep this close. You've seen this Finland team struggle a bit offensively. This hasn't been the Finland team in the past that can put up 10 goals, and it's not because they aren't capable. We just haven't really seen it so far from them throughout this tournament, despite the lineup changes, despite the talent that this team has. I mean, I'm going back and looking at all the games right now, Drew. 3 goals, 0 goals, 3 goals, 3 goals, 4 goals, 3 goals. So 3 has kind of been that common threshold, and when they don't hit 3, it's more like 1 or none. So if you're this team in Norway, I think you like seeing that because you've been a very capable defensive team. The question is, will they have the offense to go with it? And if I'm Finland, I think that the big thing for them is trying to settle in. Again, this is a new group of wingers with a new left D with them behind them. How quickly can they gel together as a group? How quickly can they settle in? And can they not allow Norway to kind of control the game early on and force them out of their play style? It feels like Finland has kind of gotten off these slow starts and they haven't been able to really pick back up from there in some of these games they have struggled in. They've got to avoid that here today because, look, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if there is a team that can pull off an upset, it is Norway. They have that defense. They have that goaltending. And again, I think they have a little bit more offensive upside than some of those other higher seeds that these Group A teams are going to be facing off against. So Finland is going to have to be on their toes. They cannot afford an off performance today. They have to be able to figure out here today, because if they don't, their run is over. There's no second chances.
Are you expecting this matchup in the aggregate to be similar, higher, or lower scoring than Sweden versus Slovakia? Because we did see that first game was quite low scoring at 2-1, and now the aggregate in total ended up being 6-4. So are you expecting over, under, or right around that 10-goal mark in total?
I could see it being a little bit over just because, again, you do not have that server difference in games 1 and 2. So both teams are going to be playing in a consistent kind of level from both games. And I think that opens up the offensive creativity, especially for a team like Finland that is so talented on the offensive end. I think that for Sweden, they had a lot of opportunities. They had a lot of chances, but the goaltending was just so stout, and they did have that server difference in game 1. Otherwise, they probably do put up a few more goals. So I could see this getting to be a little bit higher than that first series that we saw, but hey, with the goaltending that we have seen and the defensive efforts we have seen throughout this tournament, I wouldn't be shocked if I was wrong on that.
It will be Finland in white, Norway in red. A nice handstand being done, and then I appreciate the, is that an Obafemi walkout that I'm seeing there? Anyway.
I think it is. The
ruler.
So
I think that's closer to Conor McGregor and Vince McMahon walkout, but it is Finland in white going up. It is Norway in red going down, and we are underway. This is a 2-game aggregate quarterfinal matchup between the 4 and the 5. As Norway will move things out. This is Reda, but lost possession. Leighton rather, across ice. Ruplainen now with possession and trying to reset. And Finland taking the time to get all 5 players set in the defensive end before moving it out, and now D2D in the offensive end. Leighton for Pultla. Pultla has space, is being given space, and takes the opportunity to make a couple quick passes, and that shot is turned aside. The first save of the game goes to Norway, and a big opportunity for Finland early as they are back on top on the offensive opportunity there. Leighton tried to push it on net, does get the shot on, but we now have an offside and a whistle about 4.5 minutes in. So a couple quick opportunities for Finland's offense here, but Norway, Ervik, out there to make the saves early.
And exactly the start I think that you want if you are Finland, firing offensively, getting the momentum going. Again, a team that has not necessarily been consistent offensively, no better way to get it going than to have 2 really quick opportunities. Make it 3 now.
Yeah, that one created that full pressure in the offensive zone, but was more of like a pass in the way that it was crafted to go on net. 4 shots on goal now for Finland to the 0 for Norway, as we are 6.5 minutes gone by in period number 1, and Finland again moving upwards on the screen and into the offensive end. Leighton the cross ice pass. That one does not end up resulting in a shot on goal, but a quick steal on the turnover, centering feed, and there is goal number 1 of the game. Finland capitalizing on a lot of offensive chances early. Leighton picking up the goal to open things up.
Yeah, and I want to go back and see that one because it looked like that was a pass attempt on a cross crease, and it just kind of led to a goal unintentionally. So, you know, Leighton maybe not playing for the shot, instead was playing for the pass, but it found the back of the net all the same, and Finland gets the exact start they needed.
That centering feed from Pultla does not end up in a shot on goal. Norway trying to counter with some offense of their own, but well defended, as Finland again able to just exit the zone within seconds of the puck entering their own end. Pin against the boards, and now a chance here. But Norway, again, unable to connect on the pass, cannot create offensive zone chances, cannot have that possession in the offensive end, as Finland turns it back into their offensive side. Ruplainen down low, Kemppainen, that one put on goal and turned aside. 5 shots on goal in the first 11 minutes of this game for Finland, as they have had basically every single opportunity that there has been so far. They have controlled the speed and style of play, as the D2D pass now is down low. Virtanen with possession, or Virtanen rather, excuse me. Ruplainen now up top for Pultala. Chance here, just constant presence and pressure from Finland. That one ends up on goal and is covered for the whistle. The 5th save off the 6th shot for Ervik. Marcus Ervik has been tested repeatedly in the early goings.
Yeah, I mean, Norway, they have got to help them out a bit in front of them. They just have not had much of any pressure, any off of the zone time. Here's a chance here for them now.
A chance that cross ice pass went through the blue paint, but ends up harmlessly along the boards, and Ruplainen will scoop things up and start out in the other direction, as, yeah, that was the best chance Norway has had so far, but could not turn it into a shot on goal just yet. They went for that cross ice, cross crease pass, but could not connect on it. Here's an opportunity. Norway in the offensive end, but well defended, as the puck is now pinned up against the boards and quickly moved out. Finland now with an odd man rush, perhaps 3-on-2. Pultala has it, backhander on goal. That one turned aside, scoops it back up. Pultala tried to center. Leighton could not get the shot on goal, as Norway's defense managed to block that one. Can they get into the offensive end? They have to dump it in, and it will end up being scooped up by Finland. Norway has to find a way to get possession of the puck in the offensive end, because Finland has just been relentless in the offensive zone and so quick to recover possession once they have lost it, once Norway tries to move things out into their half of the ice.
Yeah, this feels like a Finland team that's making a bit of a statement. All the talk about their lineups and can they recover defensively. And this is a Norway team, and again, very capable on the offensive end, and they have had literally nothing so far to show for it in the first period.
Ruplainen tried to find Pultala, but now perhaps a last-second chance for a shot, but it ends up wide, as Forthen was unable to have the time. Only had a couple of seconds when he grabbed possession alone in neutral ice, could not put it on goal. That period all Finland across the board. And that is a really interesting animation with the way that the player head just, and we get to see
there it is again.
a second time. Yeah. Does that count as 17 hits? Because that's how many times I think that the forehead animation ends up going off of the side of the boards there.
Yeah, I would wonder if you maybe get like 1 hit per knock on the head. There might have to be a couple of concussion screenings after, make sure he clears protocol. There's a whole process. This is a safe game that we want to play here, but you know, kind of looking more towards what we have seen on the ice. It was very quick there, but Norway has to find something offensively. No shots on net, barely over a minute's worth of time on attack, and Finland has just really dominated the game. They've not allowed Norway to get really much of anything going. 4 minutes and 11 seconds in the offensive zone, 7 shots. So not only are they controlling the possession, Drew, but they're also earning their way to generally good opportunities in the process. That is a dangerous pairing. Norway is going to have to find some adjustments here fast.
Yeah, the shots on goal 7-0. I feel like the good opportunities, the dangerous chances were probably something like 4-1 in that one. And Norway unable to convert with a shot on goal on the one rush that they did have as we are underway in period number 2, game 1 of 2 of this quarterfinal matchup between Norway and Finland, the 5 seed and the 4 seed respectively. Holtila in the offensive end up top for Ropalainen, across for Virtanen, and that one goes on goal and is turned aside. Holtila with possession, given a little bit of space by the Norway defense. Cross-ice pass and a goal just like that. Virtanen putting it in the back of the net for the goal, and it is now 2-0.
Yeah, my take earlier about this potentially being where the upset could happen, not aging too well right now at the way Finland and Norway are both playing. I mean, you look at that cross-ice pass, and something that is so fun about this Finland team is that connection between Virtanen and Laitinen, it goes a long way back. Those two have played together. They've won European championships together. They have chemistry that is as good as any other duo in this tournament. And they showed it there right on that play.
Now up to 9 shots on goal and 2 goals scored. There's the first of the game by Norway, as now they have possession. A long shot redirected in front by Forthen, and that one denied. Remes finally tested for the first time, and very quickly Norway turns their first shot of the game into a really great scoring opportunity and a second shot on goal.
Yeah, that was interesting. It looked like a tip originally, but kind of turned into 2 shots in one for Remes to have to be there to stop.
Norway now trying to move things out of their own zone. They do. It's an opportunity skating one-on-one. That shot is blockered aside by Remes into the corner, but Norway scoops it up, gets the puck back to the slot, but could not convert it into another shot. But they do have that full pressure having been activated, at least momentarily. And now that they're back in the offensive end, Norway may have found a little bit of their offensive presence here. That long shot by Johansson turned aside by Remes, and now moving with the puck. Quick shots in rapid fire succession, but now up to 5 saves is the Finnish netminder. Virtanen in the offensive zone, pushed away from the puck, but Finland will recover and keep it. Holtila spins it down low for Kemppainen, now in the corner, trying to get away from Johansson. Kemppainen doing some great skating there and trades places with Holtila, who now has it down low in the corner, trying to center himself. Virtanen scoops up the loose puck. Up top for Ropalainen, and now Kemppainen. Moving down towards the corner, circling with it, given a little bit of space, and now Holtila with possession. That centering feed. Finland trying to get that great shot opportunity, but they are unable to get one on that rush despite the presence. Forthen leaves it back up top for Johansson. Long shot blocked by Laitinen, and now picked up in the corner. Finland will steal it back away, try to clear, but unable to. An opportunity here off of the turnover for Norway. Centering feed intercepted. Holtila, good read of that one against Rita to make sure that that pass did not connect. That centering feed also did not connect, but Finland now back to having that offensive zone presence, still with the 2-0 lead. Johansson doing a good job of blocking the centering opportunity. Finland right back at it though, and an opportunity here if Virtanen could chase it down, cannot, and Norway will move things out. Rita in the offensive end, separated from the puck. It is I believe, a delayed penalty coming, and yes, a power play chance for Norway on the tripping call for Holtila, who will go to the box for 2 minutes.
And this might be what the doctor ordered for Norway. You see, they're starting to find a little bit of a comfort level. They're getting some offense going. They've gotten some shots on net. They've slowed Finland down a bit offensively, but sometimes you just need that little bit of a boost, right? You need that extra push to kind of get things going. Maybe them having the man advantage could be what they need, but I feel like, Drew, this is one they're going to have to capitalize on.
They will possess the puck in the offensive end to start out this power play. Quick pass, but Forthen's shot is blocked. Ruplainen, and now trying to move away, basically killing some time, and then a cross crease pass in the defensive end, which can be dangerous, but wasn't in that case, as Finland gets into the offensive end while short-handed. Chance, but they will separate, and it is Norway with possession. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a good point, Drew, but Norway didn't really try to pressure them to make it dangerous, and that was crazy to me.
And there's danger turned into a goal. Norway has gotten on the board with their first goal of the game. It is Forthen cutting the lead in half.
Yeah, we said that's exactly what Norway needed, that they had to capitalize on this opportunity, and it really kind of came in a bit of a hurry, right? They go on the other end on the rush after Finland was killing off some time, and they're able to find a really good chance right in front of Remes, and he just was not able to stop. Now, all of a sudden, things seem to have calmed down a bit for Norway, and it's exactly what they had to have happen in a hurry. Because remember, despite Norway losing right now on home ice, there's no server difference between these two teams. So this isn't necessarily as dire of a situation as it would be for some of the higher-seeded teams in the other matchups.
Very good point. Shots on goal now 9-6. Still favoring Finland, but heavily favoring Norway in the second period, where it is now 6-2 in favor of the Norwegian team here in this middle frame of game number one. Lehtinen down low gets that puck towards the blue paint, does not register as a shot on goal, but still a good scoring opportunity for Finland as we're now in the final 30 seconds. Johansson, long pass to the D-to-D pass, or long shot rather, as it ends up on goal, and Remes will cover up for the whistle with under 10 to go.
And now you start to wonder if maybe Finland needs to kind of start thinking about making some adjustments as well. Just a pair of shots in this period, and it's really been all Norway so far in the second, despite the Finns still being up one.
Another chance for Norway off of the offensive zone draw, but it will not result in another shot on goal. And after being outshot 7-0 in period number one, Norway has outshot Finland 7-2 in period number two. They have cut the lead down to one goal after each team managed to put one in the back of the net in that second period.
What's that old expression that Michael Scott from The Office said? Oh, how the tables turn, or oh, how the turntables.
Oh, how the turntables.
Yeah, oh, how the turntables for Norway. They are able to find their way to somehow kind of flipping the script and getting the same exact volume that we saw Finland get in period number one. It led to the same amount of goals as well. Really, the only difference is that Finland was able to find one goal on one of those two shots here in the second period, and Norway wasn't able to do the same earlier on in the first. So I think things have kind of gotten more in control now. From what we saw in that first 20 minutes, you kind of were thinking, oh boy, this one could get kind of ugly. Now all of a sudden, Norway, they've gotten to their comfort level. There was maybe some jitters to start out. Finland was on the attack, had all the momentum on their side, and now that's kind of leveled out there. So give the Norwegians a lot of credit for kind of weathering the storm. Now the question is, can they drive their way past that and maybe tie this game up at 2 apiece to make this really interesting?
And since you quoted Michael Scott, I'll quote Michael Scott, another one of his famous quotes, which is, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, according to Wayne Gretzky. And they were outshot 7-0 in the first period, could not score without a shot on goal. They did manage to outshoot Finland 7-2 in the second. They did score on one of those 7. So Michael Scott and Wayne Gretzky have both been proven correct with that old expression, as well, as we have an offside instantly to start the third period.
I wouldn't doubt Michael Scott anyways. He's a pretty smart fellow, I would say.
And actually a really good hockey player. A very good skater, as was demonstrated in a couple of episodes with that. Actually, I think that's Steve Carell, just actually a good hockey player. But anyway, here comes Finland with the first real chance of period number 3, put off the side of the net. Another opportunity down low, but no shot registered, as it is Norway moving things out. Chance in the center by Forthen, but that shot ends up going wide by Durenga. And now Finland with possession will try to move things out and towards their offensive end. 2-1 lead for Finland. Their score was even 1-1 in the second, but Finland had the only goal in the first. They had the only shots in the first. So it is a 2-1 game here in game number 1 of this doubleheader in the quarterfinals between Finland and Norway. Finland scoops it up in the corner. Now a couple passes, or one pass rather, down low, as anticipating. Potola, D-to-D pass to Ruopalainen, and now Virtanen hands it over to Kampainen. Banked around the boards. Potola will scoop things up. Finland with a chance up top for Ruopalainen. Trying to move away from the pressure that Norway is applying. Unable to get a shot is Finland here in this opportunity. A well-defended play by Norway so far, as the puck ends up going all the way back into the Finnish zone. And that's something I think we're seeing a little bit more pressure from Norway when Finland has possession in the offensive end than we saw in the early stages.
Yeah, and that's been a big shift compared to period number 1. We really didn't see pressure of any kind from Norway, and now all of a sudden they've kind of found their way.
Finland does get a couple of quick shots on goal here, the first 2 for them of this period. Norway has 1 so far in the third frame, but unable to get another one, as Finland will do an offensive rush here. Huge hit by Durango on that, but a couple of shot opportunities, and covering up for the whistle is Erwick, because Finland just kept going, a little bit relentlessness on that offensive chance, regardless of what hits they may have been taking.
Yeah, and I think Finland needs a little bit of that, right? You only get 2 shots there in that second period after dominating the first. I think you need to have a little bit of that relentlessness. Keep on, putting that puck on net, peppering the goalie, and seeing if maybe something can break its way through. I think that's a good strategy for them, and it's something that they probably need to continue to do as they try to extend this lead past 1.
And for Norway, I would think that that pressure that you've got in the offense, when you're playing defense and Finland is in the offensive zone, you've got to not just allow Finland to kind of move if they're along the boards. You've got to provide a little bit of pressure. You still have to make sure they don't get the puck into those high danger scoring chance areas in the low to mid slot, but you've got to give that pressure that they have been doing so well in the last 20 minutes of game time, 30 minutes of game time, to make sure that they're not generating a ton of shots on goal, because they have 5 shots on goal so far halfway through the first period, and there's a 6th as it is turned aside by Erwick. So now Norway trying to counterpunch here with an opportunity. It's Rita getting it in deep, but it will be Finland scooping things up and moving things out. Potola skating in with Laitinen, centering feed off that spin move as it ends up on goal but turned aside. Virtanen with possession. Ruopalainen up top, pinching down low, trying to center, but well read and defended by Norway as the puck is sent back to neutral ice, even though Finland will maintain possession. Offside is the stoppage for Finland entering the zone with about 6.5 left to play here. We take a look at one of the highlights of this game so far.
Yeah, Drew, something that's been so fascinating to me about this game has really just been the back and forth of really dominance from both sides. Like, we have not really seen just both teams on an equal playing field. It's either been one side's been significantly better than the other, or vice versa. It's not often that we feel like we've seen that in this tournament.
A very, very good point, as we're down nearing 5 minutes left to go here in regulation time. A 2-1 Finland lead in game 1 of this doubleheader. Finland trying to find an opportunity to maybe center it or maybe take a decent shot chance. Kampainen in the corners. Norway is again defending and preventing the puck from getting into those danger areas, and they do force a turnover as Rage was there for the interception. Now quickly rushing the other way, maybe trying to set up, but went for the shot instead, and Laitinen did a great job of blocking that shot. There's a puck sent in deep cross ice into the corner. Kampainen scoops up, tried for the backhander on goal, but turned aside. Shots now 16-8 in favor of Finland. Potola being given a lot of space here, and now with full pressure for Team Finland. That puck is centered and poked in. That is now a 3-1 lead as Laitinen scoops up the goal, his second of the game.
And the second time that we've seen Finland kind of have a goal to where they just are able to just squeak that past Erwick, despite it not being a calculated play that they were just specifically going towards. But hey, they got it in the right area of the ice. Laitinen was right there to just kind of push that one in, and Erwick unfortunately just was not able to get all of that puck.
Heinen and Poltala with the assists on that one, making it 3-1 in favor of Finland. Here comes Norway in the final real-time 60 minutes, or 60 seconds rather. Rita with the chance, one-time feed, Forthin picking up his second goal of the game, cuts the lead back to 1.
And that's significant because remember, once again, these series, they are decided based on aggregate scoring. So even if Norway is not able to tie this game in the third period, that's still one less goal they would have to come back from. And it would mean that they would only have to win by 1 to push it into an overtime in game number 2. So that is a huge goal, even if they aren't able to come back. But 48 seconds, they might not be done. We'll have to wait and see, Drew.
Shots on goal now 17-9, despite Finland winning in the first period 7-0. So that has been much closer ever since. 10-9, the shots on goal still slightly favoring Finland since the end of the first period. But 30 seconds remaining in the third of game number 1 before we'll be halfway through this aggregate 2-game contest. But that a costly turnover perhaps, as Finland able to scoop up a loose puck after 2 Norwegian players collided. Lehtinen tried to center that one, but well defended by Duranga. And now Norway with an opportunity, maybe one last chance here to try to tie things up before the end of regulation. Forthin, both goals. 14 Norway unable to center the puck. This one maybe one last chance. Long shot ends up wide in the corner. Finland picks up the win in game 1 by a score of 3-2, but so much closer at the end of the game than what we saw after 20 minutes, where we were thinking this one could get out of hand.
Yeah, and I know obviously Finland going to be happy they got the win. Norway are going to be disappointed that they didn't, but I think that if you are Norway, you don't feel too bad because once again, these two teams play on the same server, so it doesn't really matter as much that you lost on home ice. With the way Norway was able to kind of find their game in the second period and in parts of the third, I think you feel like you can still have a chance. And Drew, let's remember that goal there late in the third period of this one, because that feels like one that could play a pretty big role and could maybe kind of be a cloud over the head of Finland depending on how this game 2 starts out, because we went from a 3-1 advantage to 3-2 if you're Finland, and all of a sudden Norway a little bit closer to being into it compared to what they could have been. This is the exact same deficit that we just saw Sweden come back from in the last series. So that makes things very interesting. The question is going to be, can Norway find consistency in their game? It was a bit on and off. I think you could say the same thing about Finland, but I think theirs was a little more on than it was off. Norway needs to find some consistency, especially on the offensive end. You look at those stats, 17 minutes of time on attack for the Finns and 17 shots to go along with that. Norway is going to have to cut that, I mean, pretty much in half if they want to have a chance here of coming back in this series in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tricky one. That first goal, it ended up going off of the Norway player and in. But yeah, the first period, if you're Norway and you're going into game 2 of this doubleheader, you cannot have another period like that first period. Being outshot 7-0, obviously you're not going to score if you get 0 shots on goal, though we did actually see in one of the previous games that we've called where there was a puck that ended up in the back of the net without it technically being a shot on goal. So technically, but in reality, for the most part, you are not going to be able to score if you don't shoot. Getting outshot 7-0 in the first period is something where Norway, at the very least, did not have a massive deficit that they had to overcome. But you cannot afford to have any period like that, even if it only results in losing 1 towards the aggregate in it. You cannot afford to have another period like that first period going up against Finland, because you're already down. And that is just, I mean, that's literally the difference, was that first period. If you take that out, it was a 2-2 game. And that's the, sitting here 2-2 versus sitting here 3-2. Obviously, that's going to be a pretty big difference between the two. But I think that Norway played their best when they had a little more aggression than I think we saw, especially in the first period. It was defensively. There was a number of times that I saw it start to creep back in the third, where they were giving Finland's players who were playing either the defensive positions or that were along the boards, they were giving them space. They were absolutely cutting off those centering feed opportunities, but they were giving Finland time. And giving them time allows for there to be a crack to show to create that pass and create that lane And that for me is the one thing that when when Norway was able to counter and were able to play at their best, which was that second period, it was when they were the most aggressive without puck. And I'm not saying that you've got to be in a position where you're going to be going all out and you're going to, leave players uncovered or leave the low slot uncovered, but that little bit of added pressure, forcing a decision to be made by Finland, is what created some of the opportunities that we saw for Norway in what I think we would agree would be their best period, which was the second.
Yeah, and you mentioned something, Drew. I think that's so true and so interesting. If I'm Norway, the way I'm seeing it is if we didn't have that bad first period, this game is going to overtime right now, or we potentially win it. If I'm Finland, on the other hand, I'm thinking, well, we outplayed these guys for 2 to 3 periods and there wasn't a doubt about it. So I think the framing, it can kind of vary depending on which sides you're on here, because if you're Norway, you saw that you can play with these guys. You saw that you can outplay them for a sustained period of time. While if you're Finland, you probably feel like you dominated the game based on what all of the final numbers were. So I think that's going to be very fascinating going into this game too, is just because both these two teams, despite Finland getting the result and despite them having an overwhelming advantage in statistics, I think both sides have genuine, honest reason to feel like they can come into this game too and potentially win or dominate it. So it's going to be very fun to see what happens. I think the first goal of this game is going to tell us a lot about which direction, however, that's going to go. So do not be surprised if Norway plays especially aggressive here to start out this first period.
It is Finland in the dark blue going up on your screen. It is Norway in the white and royal blue going down on your screen here for game number 2. And just to finish up your thought, basically you could write the headline in either direction to make it look good for either of those teams. So we'll see what happens here in the early stages of game number 2. Poltola trying to center does, but it ends up going to Norway, and it's intercepted and moved out by Rage. And a quick goal just like that. Wow, what a start for Norway, getting a quick goal 2.5 minutes in.
Well, that didn't take very long, did it? All of a sudden, we talk about Norway and how they could have some reasons for optimism and that the first goal was going to be so big for either side, and it took them not even 3 full minutes to get that first goal. And that's going to be big because, like we said, remember, this is a Finland team that we have seen them give up big runs of goals in this tournament. Now, granted, it was against teams like the United States and Canada, but it's something that we have seen, and we specifically saw it with this defensive pairing. So this could be some cause for concern if you're a Finnish fan.
It is now tied in the aggregate at 3-3 with 1 shot on goal registered so far in this game. Finland with the offensive zone chance, trying to center, but again, intercepted, well read by Reda, and now moved in the other direction. But is still with possession, spins away from the attacker, hands it over to a teammate, now Rage with it. At the point, long shot taken. That one never made it through and never got quite to the middle of the circle. And Finland will regain possession and move out and now into the offensive end. Virtanen, quick for Kampainen. That one on goal will be the first shot of the game for Finland, but it is covered up by Ervik.
Yeah, and I think for Finland, this is what they need to see. Get back in the offensive zone, try to get to some of that dominance that you saw in the first period of game 1 and parts of the third period in game 1 as well, but they weren't able to establish it long, as you saw Norway got them out of the zone immediately.
Finland back in the zone. Quick shot is shouldered aside by the Norwegian goaltender and now moved out by Norway into the offensive end. Quick opportunity here. Rita trying to put it on goal. Puts it off the side of the net, now looking for that wraparound chance, just holding possession beneath the goal line and trying to find a teammate or some way to get that puck moved towards the net. Does complete a pass, another one, and that one ends up on goal and loose in the blue paint, but scooped up by Finland and moved out of the zone. Now a quick rush opportunity the other way, but Forthen back checking, gets there to prevent it from being a quick rush and a shot. Shots are 2-2 so far in this game. 1-0 in favor of Norway. There's a long shot on goal. Rebound opportunity, and the puck will end up along the boards and cleared out by Reda, but only back to neutral ice. And now an offside will get us a whistle with 8:39 to go in the first. So Finland getting a couple of opportunities, unable to convert on it. Norway had their first opportunity. This one, though, testing Remis, ended up being just barely. It's a good thing that he's as tall as he is, because I think an inch or two shorter and that pad would not have gotten there.
Yeah, and something that you've typically seen throughout the years with goalies in the NHL community, they do like to go with those taller builds, never much shorter than 6'3", a lot of them going as tall as 6'5", so that definitely helped them on that one to keep that puck from going past them.
Finland blocked a shot and now is rushing in the other direction. Potola tried to center, but that one was well read by Reda, and now an opportunity for Finland as they're trying to create something here and create some space. Kampainen pinching in, quickly thrown on the side of the net as they now have full pressure yet again. Potola up top with some space. Quick feed to Leitinen, who snapped the stick and will have to retreat to the bench to get a new one, as it is Norway moving out and sending the puck all the way in deep. And they don't get an offensive pressure out of it, but they do manage to clear the zone and get a reset. Rage with it from their own zone. This is Norway moving out with it, now down in for Forthen, trying to center that one, but it was well read and blocked by Finland, as Ruotsalainen will now move things out. That bank pass ends up off the mark and will go for an icing, though, with 3:36 to go in the first. So Norway, a 1-0 lead here in this period, in this game, and an offensive zone draw is coming.
Yeah, only 2 shots on that, but again, it doesn't really matter as much when you do have that 1-goal lead and you're trying to find your way to winning this thing. So I think if you're Norway, you still have to feel pretty good about where things stand, and even more importantly, you really haven't allowed Finland to take over momentum at all. So give them a lot of credit for what they've been able to do. They've been able to kind of humble this Finnish offense, for lack of a better term, when they were playing with so much confidence in that game 1.
Very different first period from the first period in game 1, especially. Leitinen now in the offensive end for Ruotsalainen. D-to-D pass. That one banks off a couple of players for Norway, but it's scooped back up by Finland. Looking for that shot on goal as the puck bounces around again in the slot, but now finally exits the zone. And here comes Norway with an opportunity. Forthen backing in, try to go with the backhander, and that puck ends up on net, but Remes will cover with 1:02 to go. Second save of this game for the Finnish netminder.
Another offensive zone draw coming up for the Norwegians as well, which is pretty huge for them. Again, they're keeping Finland outside that offensive zone and not allowing them to really continue to get that established pressure like we were seeing from them in that first game.
Faceoff does go to Norway. So final minute of this period and a chance perhaps to try and extend the lead. That puck was sent into the slot, went off of a Finnish player and on net. So a huge opportunity for Norway, despite it not actually being a shot, at least not for them, as that puck will be sent all the way down. It would be icing, but the period has come to a close. Norway on top 1-0. Rita with the goal in this game to put Norway on top for the first time in this doubleheader.
Yeah, and I think that's the exact first period that Norway wanted to have. They get that early goal, and they've been able to keep Finland from responding with one of their own. Now the next step is, can they find a way to get in front for the first time in this series? And I think if you're Finland, you kind of have to, you aren't concerned necessarily, but you do kind of have to wonder what you need to do to find your offensive game again. Things were flowing so easily for them, and especially that first period of game 1, and I think in parts of that third period too, where they were able to just find shot after shot after shot after shot, and it was this constant pressure that Norway had to kind of try to, relent against. And now all of a sudden things have kind of balanced out a little bit. Sure, Finland has had some time on attack, but it just doesn't feel like it has been as dangerous as what it was earlier on during that first game. So Finland, though they are still in a solid position, I think definitely are searching for a few answers to get back to closer to the way things were earlier on in this series.
Yeah, and that is the third period out of 4 where Finland has outshot Norway so far. So I don't know how big of a correction you necessarily have to get. You do have to find a way, though, to get through how Norway is defending you in order to get those bigger opportunities on goal that they have had, because they have had a couple of chances, just unable to convert so far here in game number 2, as the second period faceoff goes to Norway to start things off, but they will reset in the neutral zone and see if they can enter the zone. They do onside. They dump it in, though, and Finland will scoop things up and move things out. So the first pressure of this second period will go Finland's way, and a quick shot from Kampainen, but that one is turned aside. The first real opportunity of this period, and one of a few big opportunities for Finland in this game, but now a rush in the other direction. Rita, that one is blocked towards the corner. Forthen trying to get it back to him. And that pass, though, ends up off the mark and will go all the way down the ice, where Norway will have to reset from their own end. All 5 skaters moving out with it. The puck poked away by the Finnish defense, though very well done to prevent that rush from entering the zone and establishing things. Finland again allowing the puck into the zone, but not set up in the zone. They get it in deep, but Norway now, it's their turn to play some defense and make sure the puck does not get set up in their end. Rage ends up sending that one in a little bit, but Finland gets it out of the zone. Kemppainen over for Virtanen, and now Poltala in the corner. Tried to center, but Rita was there and manages to get it out of the zone. We'll circle with it to create a little bit of space and slow down the pace a little bit. Only 1 shot on goal so far in this period with over 7 minutes gone by, as Norway again happy to reset in neutral ice and wait until they get a favorable zone entry.
Much different feel than what we've seen throughout any period in this series so far. Kind of a defensive stalemate in a chess match compared to the others.
Kemppainen was going for that centering feed, but blocked by a defender for Norway. And now finally setting up in the zone with that sharp angle shot, and a goal is Lehtinen.
That is about as good as it gets right there if you are Finland. I mean, you said it, Drew. A sharp angle. He is pretty much right on that line by where the posts are, and he somehow was able to just squeak that one through and find his way past Ervik Lehtinen. He is a sniper. He has been for years, and he shows that ability on that play. That's exactly what the Finns needed as they go back up here in this game.
A huge goal for Finland on their 6th shot of the game, but with some pressure was Norway. Does not result in a goal or even a shot on goal. Here's Kemppainen centering feed, and Lehtinen now has back-to-back in a matter of moments.
It happens quickly, doesn't it? How fast the game can turn on its head. We were talking about how Finland were going to have to find some adjustments to the way they were getting, or not even the way that they were getting opportunities, but just the chances that they were getting. They were trying to force things through the middle constantly, and it just wasn't there. Well, their first goal, they go to the outside, and then right there, they do it on the counterattack, and that opened up that chance for them in the middle for Lehtinen to be able to put that one through. It's those little adjustments that separate the good from the great. Finland showing off some of that greatness that we all knew was there, and they just haven't shown consistently. Huge advantage for them now.
And even bigger as Virtanen will score again. That is another sharp angle shot that ends up in the back of the net. And this one suddenly all Finland with their best period we have seen to date.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same shot pretty much that we saw from Lehtinen just a moment ago, but this time on the left-hand side with Virtanen right there on that line towards the left post, and he's able to put it through. That's something that Norway has to be seeing, and they've got to have that covered after the first time. They don't, and it leads to another goal for the Finns, who may not be done again.
3 goals on the first 4 shots of the period for Finland, and they now are up to 5 shots in the first 12 minutes of the second period. They had 4 shots on goal in the first period entirely, and here's another big chance. Kemppainen on the breakaway, goes to the backhand and turned aside. A big save by Ervik to just make sure that he stops the bleeding a little bit, and now we've got a rush from the other direction. Perhaps a 2-on-2. Forthen tried to center. That one was in a dangerous spot, but did not end up connecting with its intended target. Ropalainen backs into the slot, quick forehand shot, and that one is turned aside. Another big save is made. And a power play is coming, as Lehtinen will be headed to the box. So a very necessary power play chance for Norway if they're going to get back into this. They're down 3-1 in this game. They lost game 1 by a score of 3-2. You've got to cut into the deficit, and you need to do it quickly. A huge chance for them here.
Yeah, and I don't even think it's just a huge chance, but I think this is a must score. They have to get this power play goal if they want a shot at coming back in this thing. The deficit is quite wide now in the aggregate, and they don't have a whole lot of time. They have to take advantage of this man advantage here with a goal.
Finland nearly with a good scoring chance while shorthanded, but here comes the rush And the power play is finally set up. Johansson, that quick shot ends up being turned aside, and the puck does not exit the zone. So Rita with the centering feed. That one poked out of the zone, well defended by Finland, and they are happy to let at least 3 of their players sit back. Actually, there's all 4, as Ropalainen was back with the goaltender and a little off screen for us there for a second. But here comes the rush, centering feed, but Durango puts it wide of the net, and the power play chance is now over. But we are still with an opportunity on the one-timer, and that one hit the post. That close to cutting the lead to 3-2, and it was just barely off the mark. A bad break for Norway as they had the goaltender beat, and now the rush in the other direction is Lehtinen puts it on goal, and now the puck finally back to neutral ice. But wow, what a chance for Norway at the end of that power play.
Yeah, that ping wasn't just the sound of the puck not going in, but it felt like Norway's chance at getting themselves back into the series, at least in terms of momentum, just being denied by that post. That is a crusher if you're the Norwegians.
Maybe one last chance before the end of the period as it is put on net. But what a second period by Finland with 3 goals, including a pair by this man right here, Lehtinen.
I mean, just vintage Lehtinen, isn't it? Just always being able to find that big goal. Both him and Virtanen on that other side wing. I mean, those two have really been the story, haven't they, Drew? They've been able to step up. They've been able to find opportunities, and they've been the main ones going in and finding those goals for the Finns throughout this entire series. And for Norway, I mean, how drastically did things just change for them? They went from being tied in the aggregate to now finding themselves down by multiple goals in just 20 minutes to try to make it all up. That's why that puck hitting off the post feels so significant, because that could have just been one less for them to have to chase down in the next 20 minutes. Now you don't have that. Now you have to try to find your way back from 3 down rather than just 2. 2 feels possible. 3 feels a little improbable, but we'll see what they can do.
Shots on goal in that period were 10-3 in favor of Finland. There's only been 1 period of the 5 we've seen so far where Norway has managed to outshoot Finland. There have been 0 periods, or I should say the first period of this game is the only one where Norway has outscored Finland so far. So they are going to need a lot of offense. Basically everything that we've seen of them so far, again, but condensed into the final 20. And they've got to prevent Finland from coming back on it, because here it is a 3-2 game in game number 1 in favor of Finland. It is now a 6-3 edge with 20 minutes left to play. So this is the time for Norway. This needs to be as aggressive as they can be. But here comes Kampainen, centering feed, was looking for Virtanen, and that one turned aside at the start of the 3rd period. Poltola with possession circling with it. Delayed penalty, I believe, is what that translates to, is yes, indeed, 6 skaters now on the ice for Finland as they have the opportunity. That shot ends up being knocked down, and it will be a power play chance for Finland, which is a very tough start to the 3rd period for Norway, because what was already a mountain to climb has just gotten a little bit steeper.
Yeah, and really it's 2 less minutes that you're going to have to be able to be aggressive and establish pressure to try to claw your way back into this game. This is contrary to what Norway needed in terms of their comeback effort, because not only do you now have to try to kill off this penalty, but you give Finland time to just kind of relax, get their offense set up, and potentially find another goal to really put this thing out of reach.
Big steal by Virtanen. That cross-ice pass was turned aside on the shot. So a big chance for Finland, but a huge save by Ervik to start off this penalty kill at another stop, and a whistle is gotten by the Norwegian netminder.
And I want to go back and look at that formation, that setup that Finland had in the offensive zone just then. You saw Ropalainen, he was kind of set up as the center a little bit, kind of just camping around that middle of the slot area, kind of a 4-1 look offensively. As you see, they set it up here again as Kampainen goes back to cover.
Kampainen just basically quarterbacking from the top, but that puck being moved down low. Ooh, a dangerous pass by Norway, went through the crease, and Finland scoops the possession back up. Quick one-time shot by Virtanen is denied. 18 shots on goal now for Finland. And there another sharp angle shot. Lehtinen completes the hat trick with the power play goal.
I mean, I just, for Norway, I just don't get how you don't have that covered at this point. I know it is a 5-on-4, but Finland has gotten them on that same exact one-timer from that odd angle 3 times now. I mean, you have to be looking out for that. And I know that there was somebody in the passing lane, but you feel like you want a body on a body in that situation. Force them to try to look for another angled shot that isn't that same one that you've been scored on twice. And Finland doing exactly what they needed to do to capitalize on that power play.
Finland may have this one out of reach, especially as they have offensive zone possession yet again, but there is still time. It is a big hill to climb for Norway. Ropalainen in the offensive end trying to make that even larger as he circles in the corner and circles away from a couple of attackers, but managed to get the centering pass done, but just not completed, as Norway now in the offensive end. Duranga, I believe, may have just hit another post for Norway. Long shot kicked aside by Remes, and now it is Finland just like that exiting the zone. Lehtinen already with the hat trick, has Polkila with him. Quick feed, glove save made by Ervik, and then hand it off as Norway cannot afford to even wait for the whistle and take a defensive zone faceoff. They have to be aggressive, and they are, being outshot 20-7 right now in this game, and more importantly, being outscored by 3 in the game and 4 in the aggregate. 2-on-1, 3-on-1 chance for Finland. Backhand pass to the center, but Ropalainen's shot does not get its way through. Rita for Forthen. Backing in, centering feed, was looking for Duranga, but that one was intercepted after being very well read and offside against Norway with 10:05 to go in the third.
Yeah, now it's starting to feel like a distant dream for Norway, down as many as they are, being down 4 in the aggregate, just 10 minutes to go in this third period. I mean, it is going to take a Sweden versus Canada level comeback for them to find their way back into the series. And with the way that Finland's been able to lock things down defensively and control the game with their offense, it's going to be an uphill battle for the Norwegians to get that type of run.
Still just one shot on goal in the third period for Norway. They are going to need a lot more in the second half of this frame if they want to make this one competitive in this final score in the aggregate and in game number 2, as Rage will dump it in. Rita chasing it down, gets it in the corner, spins it on goal, turned aside by Remes. Not a very dangerous chance, but still a save having to be made by the Finnish goaltender. There's an opportunity in the other direction for Finland as the rebound is poked wide. Virtanen knocked off the puck by Forthen. Rage with possession, trying to start things in the other direction, but a couple of forecheckers for Finland keeping the pressure on, and again, Norway unable to get anything established in the offensive end. Virtanen gets it in deep. Johansson will chase it down for Norway with 5 minutes left, and you can see Finland's formation as they're sending 3 deep back, just making sure that if Norway gets the puck in, that they're unable to connect. And just like that, because the puck was in center towards the slot, but could not result in a shot on goal, as Norway again will try to set here with 3.5 minutes to play. Duranga separated from the puck by Lehtinen. Kampainen gets it to Lehtinen, and now Poltila in the offensive zone. Poltila moves with it, tried to center for Kampainen, but he was tied up in front of the net. Ropalainen, bank pass, Virtanen, and now Kampainen centering it off the goaltender. That puck is still loose and sent on goal and turned aside. Virtanen with possession, a quick shot, and I believe, was that tipped in front? No, that is another goal, and the second of the game, I believe, for Virtanen.
Yeah, and I can see why you thought it was tipped in front, just because there was so much traffic where Virtanen had put that shot on. It kind of squeaked in between the 5-hole of Ervik. I mean, you saw Kimpainen was there. You saw a couple of other bodies in front of the Norwegian defender, so maybe it could have potentially hit off of one of them. And then, but again, Virtanen just putting that shot on net and finding his way through to get another goal for the Finns. And if there were any doubts, that one right there definitely put him to rest.
5-1 in this game and 5 consecutive goals scored by Finland. We are a long way removed from this being a 1-0 Norway lead after the first period. Shots on goal since then are 20-5 in favor of Finland. The score since then, 5-0 in favor of Finland, who now with another big save by Remes in the defensive zone just to try and keep this advantage as it is. But we are in the final 40 seconds of this game, and Finland is on their way to the semifinals and advancing against a Norwegian team that threatened for a little bit. They kept it very close in game number 1, despite having a sluggish start to that game in a first period where they did not have a shot on goal. They had a great start to game number 2, but what an effort by Finland turning things up in the second and third periods and just making sure there would be no doubt in the closing minute as far as which of these teams would be advancing.
Yeah, give the credit to Norway, because they have fought in this series. And, you know, we thought early on in the first period of that first game that things were potentially going to take a turn for the worst and really be ugly the whole way through. But Norway made things, I mean, really interesting for about 60 minutes from that second period of game one through the first period of this game. But it felt like Finland, they just kind of took over once again. They got that big run that they needed. Norway never was able to stop it or find a response to it. And the Finns, who have had a lot of noise surrounding them throughout this tournament, got the response that I think that they really, really needed, just to show that they are still the force that a lot of people thought they would be heading into this tournament.
And lighted him with another opportunity, and Ruoppalainen, but a huge save made by Ervik, who is making sure to keep those numbers as good as possible. But yeah, the first period for game one, the second and third periods here of game number two, as we are at the final horn. We're actually going to have one more penalty called here, but 27-9 are the final shots on goal in this game. And when you look at the statistics and you look at the way that the gameplay went, period number one of game one, period number two, and period number three of game number two were all Finland. And the first period of game number two was basically Norway was the only one who was able to convert and kind of capitalize on things with that. So it's kind of a tale of two games, but there's a little bit of that separation, because neither game saw either team have all three periods in complete control. This first period for Norway was great, and it seemed to just where something was awoken for Finland after going to the dressing room after that first period down 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what was so, I guess, kind of not shocking, but sudden about it, is that Finland looked like they were going to have to really try to make some adjustments, because Norway was mainly kind of controlling the game in the first period. They got Finland out of their element. They weren't allowing them those easy, quick opportunities. And really, there wasn't anything specific that happened that really triggered it. It just kind of happened after that second period started, and Finland was just able to get right back to where they were in parts of that game number one. And give Finland a lot of credit, because I think a lot of that begins with their defense. Remember, Drew, we came into this series, we said, hey, we know this is a very good Finnish team, but it is a lineup that is not played as sick so far in this tournament. It is also a lineup that is very offense heavy. I think they did a very good job throughout most of the series of not really allowing Norway to get comfortable offensively and not giving them easy opportunities. Again, there's been a lot of noise, a lot of criticism around Finland, especially some of the defensemen on Finland. The criticism has to be as loud as the credit, and Finland deserves a lot of credit for the performance they put up. I mean, you just saw the stats there. I mean, dominance really from that second period on. It showed in the stats.
Yeah, and only 3 shots on goal allowed in each of the 3 periods by that Finland defense. So Norway was just able to convert on one of the shots in that first. Just really interesting offensively for Finland, that those super ultra sharp angle shots where it's basically one skate on the side of the goal line, beneath the goal line almost, for 3 separate goals that they managed to get in game number 2. And we're crediting Norway's defense in the first period, or in the first game rather, where they were able to limit, for the most part, the pucks going cross ice, those pucks getting centered to the low slot, and keeping Finland from doing what they were trying to do. And a big credit to Finland's offense, they pivoted heavily in the way that they were trying to generate shots from where they were trying to generate shots. They saw what was available to them, and they managed to get 3 goals scored from within a toenail of the goal line, and which was not their strategy in the early goings, but they managed to find what was being left available to them and converted, and they move on with an 8-3 decision in the aggregate over the 5 seed Norway. So a lot of credit to the Finland offense as well for being able to change their approach and get things going to get those goals on the board.
Yeah, and you know, I used this phrase earlier on in the Sweden-Slovakia series, and I think it is arguably even more fitting with what we just saw from Finland. great teams are separated from good teams because they know how to adjust and how to execute those adjustments. Finland had everything working. They were able to play the way they wanted to play. They were able to do what they normally do early on in the series. But then Norway adjusted their defense a little bit. They weren't allowing Finland to get to the middle. They weren't allowing them to get those opportunities in front. You had Erdovic, who was making save after save after save. I don't even think we've gotten to really talk about him enough, despite Norway being on the losing factor, how good he was in this series. So Finland, they looked at the defensive structure. They looked at the way the game and the series was going with Norway being able to tie things up. And they said, all right, we're playing well. We're going to have to change something up. We're going to have to adjust the way we're attacking this thing. And that's exactly what they did by trying to kind of outstretch that Norway defense to the outside and forcing them to say, hey, you want to clog up the middle? That's fine. We'll go to the area of the ice that is open where we can still find a way to score. They did that, and Norway was never really able to figure out a remedy for that offensive attack that Finland decided to swap to. So that felt like the difference in the series, at least for me, and for Finland, a well-deserved advancement in the semifinals. And again, I think it just goes to show you what this team is capable of when they do have everything clicking on all cylinders.
Absolutely. And one more point on Marcus Ervik. He faced 77 shots on goal in the 6 games within group play. Today, in this doubleheader, he faced 44 shots on goal, which is about 2/3 of what he had faced through 6 games. So he did step up and make saves when he needed to. He kept things close for basically 80, almost 100 minutes of this doubleheader. That second period, it just opened up offensively for Finland with 10 shots on goal and then 13 more in the third. So I do want to give a little tip of the cap to Marcus Ervik for the way that he played in this one. Finland's advancing as the 4 seed. Sweden's advanced already as the 3 seed. We've got Team USA as the 1, taking on Germany as the 8, Team Canada as the 2, taking on Czechia as the 7 seed. Those games are coming up here in just a little bit, but we are going to step aside just to have a very brief, we're going to call this like a coffee break, because here for us in North America, it is basically lunchtime or a very late lunchtime if you're in Brandon's time zone. So we're going to step aside here just for a few minutes, and then we're going to come back because we have got 2 more doubleheaders. It is the North American teams against European teams. So we could see a big difference in the home and away matchups for those 2. Those are coming up here in just a few minutes on the eHockey World Cup 2026. Welcome back to the eHockey World Cup 2026. I am Drew Goldfarb, joined by Brandon Bigsby. We are halfway through the quarterfinals, and Brandon, we had some exciting matchups to open up the quarterfinals here in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, two series that were close or relatively close throughout most of it. Obviously, that thriller between Slovakia and Sweden earlier on, where we thought we were maybe going to have an upset with Slovakia leading in the third period of game two, but Sweden going on that charge. I mean, what was it, 4 unanswered goals that they found their way to move forward. And then, as we just saw, Finland just taking over that third period of game two as well against Norway. So, very different flavors of matchups, but two matchups that were really entertaining nevertheless, with two of the top four making their way into the semifinals once again.
And what we were talking about too was the excitement that both provided, because both of them were close until the very late stages. Sweden, Slovakia only decided by 2 goals in total in aggregate. Finland pulling away from Norway with the way that they were able to perform in the second and third periods, 5 goals across the last 2 periods of game 2. And that is literally the difference. It was tied entering the second period of game 2 between Finland and Norway in the aggregate, with a 1-0 lead in the game for Norway. So we've got 2 more games coming up. We've got Germany and the United States. We've got Canada and Czechia still to come. So hopefully we're going to see things that are as exciting here in the second half as we saw before our quick little coffee break there.
Yeah, and I mean, it's big shoes to fill, but I think it's shoes that can be filled, right? You have a USA team who's the number 1 seed, the favorite potentially coming in with the way they ended their run in the group stages against Germany, who has a lot of talent, maybe slept on, maybe a little bit underseeded, but is the 8 seed just because of the product of how hard it is to make it into that top 8. And then you have Canada, who started out the group stage just roaring, looked like the clear-cut favorite above anyone else, kind of slid a little bit towards the end against a Czechia team that I think might have been one of the more underrated stories coming out of that Division A outside of that top 4. So 2 really fun matchups, again, for different reasons. And interestingly enough, Drew, NA versus EU for both of these matchups as well. Another storyline that always is really fun to follow.
And that's going to be especially interesting for our first matchup here between the United States and Germany, because the USA, winless on the European server in the 2 games that they've played so far. They were outscored 11-2 in those games. So we were talking about going into our first game, where that game 1 is important for Slovakia, who is at home against Sweden, to be able to make sure that they had a little bit of cushion or do something to make sure that they were not trying to chase when they had to go on the road. For Germany, that is going to be very, very critical because of what the United States has done playing on a North American server compared with what they have done playing on that European server. So we could take a look at the teams that we've got going head-to-head here, the lineups that we've got for the 8 seed in Germany, who will be our hosts, showing us their screens for the broadcast here, as we're seeing a couple of substitutions here. And interestingly to me, no one on this team that I believe has played all 6 games yet.
Yeah, that's correct. And it's something that is going to be fun to watch, because these are 2 teams that probably have had the most rotation in terms of their lineups throughout this tournament. Germany, as you mentioned, have played pretty much everyone at least once, have not had a lot of consistency within their lineup. And you're kind of seeing that once again here. Very few guys that have really gotten more than 4 games played. So it's going to be very fun to see how quickly these guys can gel together, especially against a team in the United States that has a much different play style than what they're used to facing off against on the European side.
And we'll take a look at what the United States is sending out as far as their lineup for this game. And yeah, I mentioned winless on the European server, outscored 11-2, but a lot of offense for the 3 players who are on here. Only a combined 12 games for these forwards so far across the 3 of them, but they have combined for 11 goals in those 12 games. So, and Eric Fisher, last time we saw him, he was playing some defense as well. So the United States has done, even the players who are here who have played 6 games like Fisher, haven't all been at this same position.
Yeah, they've done a little bit of everything. And if I'm correct, this is the exact same lineup that we saw from them in the Canada series, with Hendry and Fisher being together on the wings, Verderame being in between them at center, and then Gunish and Gaynor, that defensive pairing that has been stout for them pretty much all cup long with Harlow in between the pipes. So this is a lineup that, despite a lot of the changes and the swaps, has at least a little bit of familiarity with one another. And I think has been the most impressive, not even on the offensive side, but defensive. They were able to take away Canada's game offensively, I mean, surprisingly well. So going to be very interesting to see if that group can continue that momentum going up against a team in Germany that, unlike Canada, they are not familiar with, have not played against this German side. So going to be very, very fun to see how quickly they adapt, especially with their history considering the games just a couple of days ago.
As a comparison to the Canada lineup, because I did just pull up my game notes for that one, Gaynor did not play in that one. Josh Fuss was the center.
Gotcha.
So Hendry is on left wing like there. Verderame now moves from right wing to center. Eric Fischer was the left defenseman for that game and is now playing on the right wing. So it's Gunnish and Gaynor instead of Gunnish and Fischer, but Fuss is subbing out for Gaynor for this game. I do believe Gaynor played in the other Team USA game that we were able to call together against Finland, which, no, actually, Gaynor wasn't in that one. Anyway, I've got all of my printed stacked notes because I'm still going to go very old school in front of me here. But it is interesting to see with all the shuffling that does happen. There is familiarity with these players, but always curious to see when you have players who are just kind of moving position to position when it comes to game. Just it's been fascinating looking at the way the United States has done their lineups, just to see, even when you've got 4 out of 5 the same or 5 out of 5 the same, that no one is in the same position or fewer in the same position as they were the previous time. Verderame was a wing, now is playing center. Fischer was playing defense against Canada, now is playing on the wing. So just kind of curious the way that decision-making goes to have those like constant manipulation. Maybe it gives a different look for Germany. If the U.S. is comfortable with it, they get to kind of play around with things and give their opposition less tape to watch, I guess, if they're going to be playing slightly different in slightly different positions.
Yeah, that's why you kind of have to forgive me if, things did get swapped up, because a lot of these names, they've been the ones in the lineup, but they've been playing different positions than what they were. So you might have 5 of the same players, but one that was playing defense is now playing wing, and one that was playing center is now playing defense. And I mean, we've pretty much seen every swap other than the goalie stepping up and playing skater. So it just kind of goes to show you how versatile this United States roster is. And what I'm very interested to see is just how Germany is able to handle that, because I'm going back and I'm kind of looking through notes. Germany was one of the only teams to have a negative goal differential to make it into the playoffs. The other team was Finland, and that obviously is much different because Finland was in Group A. They had the one blowout loss against Canada in Game 2 of their series. With Germany, it was a little bit more consistent. So I'm very interested to see how Germany is going to be able to handle this United States team. It feels like the home ice advantage in this series is going to be more important than any of the others because of that. Because Germany has been a little bit streakier, has not had the consistent run of form that you would typically like to see from a playoff team. How they handle that is going to be so fun to watch, especially in this Game 1.
Yeah, very important, critical to the way that this doubleheader is going to go, to see what Germany is able to do, because we've seen the United States' offense, what they were able to do against Canada. We've seen what they've been able to do in the games that they have played against European teams on their home server. But because undefeated on the North American server, they've outscored their opponents 20-7 across 4 games. That is 2 against Canada and 1 against each of Finland and Sweden. 20-7. So Germany has to make sure that they are in a position to withstand the American offense when it switches to being played on the North American server. And yeah, very curious about that goal differential, that -4 that they had during the group stages. Finland obviously being behind them, but all 4 from their division made it. So someone had to be the one that had the minus goal differential in that group. So if you are Germany, you're going to have that home game first. You're going up against the number 1 seed. You've got the -4 goal differential on the stat sheet going in, from group play. What does your ideal first period look like? Obviously, aside from, outscoring the U.S. 75-0, what is your goal for the first period against the U.S.?
I think it's got to be attack. Be as aggressive as you possibly can be if you are Germany, because again, that goal differential is important, but you also know how dominant that the United States has been on the North American server. And for Germany, that is going to be a significant disadvantage. What makes Germany so interesting is that when they do play teams like Sweden and like Finland, they kind of already have to play at a bit of a disadvantage because they aren't on the same server. The Germans have their own different server that they play on. This is going to be something that is a little bit different, though, because the United States server is that tenfold. So if I'm Germany, I want to be as aggressive as possible. Take a few chances if you have to. You are the underdog. What do you have to lose? No one is expecting you to come in and win this series. The United States is the #1 seed. Come in with a chip on your shoulder. Go out, take a few chances. You have to take risks to beat a team that, quite honestly, would be seen as a bit more talented than you, and that you is the heavy favorite to potentially not just win this series, but to win the entire gold. So if I'm Germany, I want the aggression from start to finish. I want to make the United States feel as uncomfortable as possible, not just because of the connection, but because of the team that they're playing against on the other side.
You can see Team Germany will be wearing the black jerseys. Team USA thankfully switched to the white jerseys momentarily. It looked like they were wearing the navy blue, but they did change it. So yeah, a big sigh of relief for that one. This is game 1 of 2. We are past the halfway point of the quarterfinals here. This is our 3rd series as we are underway, and Team USA will begin with possession. That is Gunnish with the long pass up for Verderame, but that was intercepted by Griesbaum and now moved up. This is Weingart in the offensive end. Back to Griesbaum. And now Hammerly up for the defenseman who is pinching in a little bit. That's Casemeyer. Hammerly behind the net, banks it around for Casemeyer. Up top for Schmitz. Thought he was going to exit the zone, didn't, but did just to make sure. Did not want to go offside, and Germany will re-enter. Casemeyer, separated from the puck, will retreat. It's Verderame with possession, getting into the offensive end, but offside is the United States with 17:03 to go.
And something that I'm very interested to see, Drew, on the United States side is what does the pressure look like from them? Are they going to commit to more of a defensive style? And that's something that we've kind of seen from some of the NA teams when they have to play on this EU server. They're not as aggressive. They like to just hone in to try to limit the damage of goal scoring on the other end. Or do they stick to their own game and try to be aggressive to attack offensively?
Hendry was trying to drive in from the sideboards to go on net, but could not get the shot away. Griesbaum with possession tried to spin it back on goal, but Gunnish was there to block it. Schmitz from the point down low for Griesbaum. Cross-ice feed for Hammerly. Well read and defended by Gunnish, and now here comes Hendry. Hendry was looking for Verderame, but it was well read and intercepted by Weingart, and now we have just trading possession between these two teams as Verderame hands to Fischer, but he was just barely offside.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like often in this tournament where we have seen 6.5 minutes and neither team has gotten a shot registered on net or even a shot attempt really so far. It's been a very slow, steady going game, and I think that, like I mentioned, this plays into the hands of the United States. This is exactly what they want to see. They don't want Germany to get out ahead.
Well, there's the first shot on goal of the game. It's from Griesbaum, and that one is turned aside and covered by Harlow for a whistle. So Germany does get the first shot on goal of the game, but it is a save made by the United States. So Verderame on the left of his goaltender Harlow, tie up off the draw. Hammerly scoops it up, try to get it back for Weingart, but that one ends up scooting to the corner. Schmitz D to Casemeyer. Now Hammerly up top for Schmitz. Long shot. He scores. Germany is on top with some beautiful offensive zone passing. They take the lead that they needed to do if they're going to hang with the 1 seed in this matchup.
Yeah, and Schmitz, he's been somebody who has shown to be a dangerous man at that right point. He's scored a goal in this tournament so far already. Actually had a goal earlier on in their regional matchup. So it's interesting to see how much space he had. Everyone for the United States kind of just crumpled down right in front of the net. And they gave Schmitz all of the room in the world. He could have shot, he could have skated, he could have made a sandwich before getting that shot off, and he still would have had room to work. Germany with the exact start that they needed here early on this first period.
Hammerly and Casemeyer with the assists on that goal, as it is 1-0 in favor of Germany. 2-0 in shots on goal in favor of Germany, but it was really good zone presence. And as you said, the U.S. was kind of collapsed in, and Germany read it and took advantage with a long shot. Tried to center there for Hammerly to get the third shot of the game, but unable to connect on the pass was Germany. Team USA, Fischer with that shot, but I think that went off the side of the net. May have clipped the post as it ends up all the way back in the Team USA side. So they will restart. This is Gunnish now handing it over to Gaynor. Gunnish backing away from Rajbaum and now pinned by Hammerly, but Hammerly will steal the puck away and make that pass on ahead. Skating in one-on-one, maybe two-on-two, but the pass ends up along the boards and Team USA moves in the other direction. Verderame hands to Hendry. That quick shot is on the side of the net. May have gotten the goaltender to cheat off of the post, but could not get the sharp angle shot on. Gunnish with it. Long pass ahead was looking for Fischer, but Kasemeyer was there for the intercept. As Germany now will chip it in and give chase. Verderame there for Team USA. Up for Gaynor. And now moving ahead is the defenseman Gaynor. Hendry now Fischer, cross-ice feed, trying to center it, but that one intercepted by the German defense. Jeremy Gaynor with possession.
Not a single shot on him. Not often we've seen that from them. It goes to show the defense that Germany's been playing, and maybe some of those opposite server struggles kind of showing themselves too.
Shots just 2-0, more than 16 minutes gone by. It's now 3-0 as Kasemeyer got another long shot on goal from the point, and then a huge hit on Fischer. Separated him from the puck, but Gunnish does scoop it up for Team USA as they will set up from their own zone with all 5 skaters starting inside their own blue line. Unable to cross into the German end with possession, though, as we now have just 2 minutes left in the first period. Rajbaum long shot. That one kicked aside by Josh Harlow. And it's Fischer with possession for Team USA, trying to get at least one shot on goal here in this period. But Schmitz with a great poke check of Verderame. That starts the puck in the other direction. Hammerly forced wide by Gunnish, who scoops it up and makes a pass up for Gaynor. Now Verderame, 3-on-2 rush for Team USA. Fischer for Hendry. That shot is blocked by Weingart, who got back. But now Gaynor with the intercept for Verderame right in front. Great read by the German goaltender, Crathen, to cover up with just 1 second left, because that centering feed found an American forward all alone in front.
I was just about to say that there, Drew. And Verderame, he sold it so well. Acted as if he was going to go all the way to that right post. Kind of stops on a dime. Would have been easy for Creighton to have kept going with him, but he read that stop, got the quick shot, and was able to stay right in position to make that save. That is a high-level save from a high-level goaltender in Creighton that is very difficult to stop. A little bit of deception, a little bit of mind games, but Creighton was right there with Verderame, what he was thinking.
An incredible finish, because we've seen some last-minute goals scored in this tournament. We've seen one scored with just 4 seconds left earlier on. That puck was frozen with less than 1 second left. The scoreboard actually showed it as 0.0, and then it ran down from 0.9 after the faceoff. But a great effort there by the German netminder, the first time that he was challenged in this game, and it was a big one. But Germany up 1-0 after one period of play, which we talked about it going into this game. That's exactly what they needed to do. They outshot the United States 4-1. They got the first goal on the board. They're taking advantage of that server, perhaps, or at the very least, they're making sure the United States can't counter the home ice advantage for Germany.
Yeah, and I think realistically, if you are the Germans, you don't want to change too much. You're still going to have to be aggressive, though. I mean, it's great that you are up by 1, but 1 goal, you got to feel like that's not going to be enough of a difference going into the American server, because the Germans are going to have to face the same thing that the United States are facing right now in this contest. It's one of those things to where you want to put up as many goals on home ice as you can, is get another look there at that one-timer. Again, I'm kind of surprised to see how much space that Schmitz had up at that right point. The United States just didn't really cover it. He was able to get the goal because of it.
It is a long shot, but got good speed on it, got it well placed, and hit the back of the net. 1-0 Germany at the start of the second period, as the United States needing more than just one shot, although the one they had was a very good one at the very end of period number 1. Germany with a steal in their own zone, now dumping and chasing in the offensive end is Germany, but Team USA will scoop things up. It's Gunnish starting it out. Long pass up for Verderame. Now Hendry back for Verderame. That puck ends up rolling through the blue paint and wide of the net. Fischer with the steal right in front, takes the shot, but that one is deflected wide into the corner. Kasemeyer for Hammerly. On the rush. Spins, slows down. Kasemeyer with possession. Now Schmitz for Greichbaum. And Schmitz yet again. From the circle, Hammerly with the backhander on goal, turned aside, and Fischer on the rush. This might be a 3-on-1. Eric Fischer well defended by Schmitz as he poked that one to the corner on an odd man rush for Team USA.
That was so impressive from Schmitz. He was on an island there and made that play all on his own.
Schmitz for Griesbaum, and now that puck is put on goal but turned aside by Harlow, and Germany will reset. Kasemeyer at the top of the circle. Hammerly takes the shot. That one blocked to the corner. Griesbaum banks it around the boards to Weingart. Now back to Griesbaum and up top for Schmitz. Schmitz, who had that great defensive play just a minute ago, tried to put it into the slot, but Verderame was there. Kasemeyer with an intercept of his long breakout pass. Schmitz, crushing check by Jeremy Gaynor, and Team USA is now in the offensive end. Fischer left for Hendry, but his centering return pass was intercepted by Kasemeyer. Germany setting up from neutral ice, will chip it in. Griesbaum gets the puck over for Schmitz. Long pass from Kasemeyer. Harlow had to get across the crease a couple times there in rapid fire to make the save and get the whistle.
And the Germans, so impressive. Wouldn't mind a few more shots on net considering the circumstances, but they're able to establish the offensive zone, and they're getting good looks when they are able to get those shot opportunities.
Shots in this period, 2-0 in favor of Germany so far. Griesbaum making it a third for Germany as Harlow makes his third save of the period and sixth of the game so far, just moments shy of the halfway point.
Yeah, and Harlow, he's been one of the really impressive parts of this United States team. A 80.8 save percentage coming into the day. A stellar goaltender who's shown out.
Hammerly got that shot on goal, blocker aside by Harlow. Full pressure now for the German team. Hendry thought he had the steal, and the breakout does receive the long pass, skating in on Kasemeyer. Verderame trailing with him, but Kasemeyer with the steal pokes it off of Hendry's stick, and Germany will move in the other direction. A thing that looked like it was going to be a great opportunity for Team USA, but turns out to be not, as Germany defended it very, very well on what looked twice like it could have been a breakaway or a similar kind of opportunity for the Americans.
And Hendry, he was really low on stamina on that play as well, and I don't think he really had enough of it to where he could have done what he would have liked to have done offensively. A nice job, though, from Germany capitalizing on that.
Fischer had a great chance on the feed for Verderame, but a big save is made by Crathen as the German netminder has been challenged with 2 shots on goal, 1 in each period, but they have each been very well placed and difficult shots to stop for a goaltender.
Yeah, and I think that if you're the U.S., that's exactly what you want to see. If you're not going to have an ample amount of shots on that, then you at least want the ones that you do get to be high danger and difficult for the goaltender to stop. So even though the Americans are really not fighting a whole lot in terms of volume, the quality has definitely been there. And sometimes you prefer quality over quantity depending on how the game is.
Fischer got to Verderame, and it was right in front of the net, but unable to connect with Hendry on that one. So another whistle gotten by the German goaltender. No shot on goal registered on that, but a little bit of a threat from Team USA as they will now have an offensive zone try, and they have been good in the faceoff circle so far in this game. Verderame does not win that one. It was cleanly won back by Weingart, and now it's Griesbaum in the offensive zone for Germany. Schmitz for Kasemeyer, back to Schmitz, D-to-D passing. Schmitz pinching in for Griesbaum, a huge save made by Harlow as Griesbaum moved right across the low slot with possession. Hammerly takes the shot, blockered aside by Harlow. And now Team USA with an odd man rush the other way. Fischer has Hendry, gets it over to him, but Schmitz with the intercept and the blocked shot in the low slot on that one-time feed during the 2-on-1. Fischer right back at it on the rush. Bumped off of the puck, and it's Griesbaum with it as Germany moves it on ahead. Hammerly enters the zone onside. He'll take possession, hand it to Weingart, who's now pinching down is Griesbaum. Turnover, now Fischer moving the other direction. Fischer has Hendry with him, but gets taken down by Schmitz. And it is Germany looking for that home run pass, but that one a little off the mark. And an icing will give Team USA an offensive zone draw with 1 minute and 1 second to go in the first.
And Drew, I know you can feel it being on the play-by-play, but the pace of this game all of a sudden really starting to pick up. A lot of back and forth there on those few possessions. And how about that first-class save there from Josh Harlow? Absolutely stellar. One that the United States definitely going to love to have in their back pocket as they keep this at a one-goal game.
Germany having to reset and get back on side. Kasemeyer gets in low. Final real-time 10 seconds as the puck was sent into the slot and may have bounced off of Harlow, but it was not a shot on goal. The second period will come to an end. The score remains 1-0 in favor of Germany, as the German team with a lot of offensive chances can't get another one through on Harlow, but Team USA did have a few opportunities of their own in that middle period.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're the U.S., I think, again, this game is going exactly how you ideally would like it to. Sure, you might be down 1-0, but it is just a one-goal game. And we have heard from, all sides on the EU in a matchup that when you are the road team, your biggest goal, just keep it close. Keep it close for us, and then we can try to take things over on our home server when we get that opportunity. That's why these lower-seeded teams like to be on the road first, because it's only a one-goal game, and you have that advantage in your back pocket for game number 2. So far, even though things look ugly statistically for the United States, really, this is going exactly to plan for them. They expected this game to not necessarily be pretty. Germany doing what they need to do, but is it going to be enough with them going on the road later on? A big third period coming up. Can the U.S. hold on, or can Germany kind of outstretch things here a little bit?
Shots in the first period were 4-1 in favor of Germany, with that goal coming from Schmitz in that period. In the second, shots on goal 6-1 in favor of Germany, but no more goals were added. Team USA with the first rush of the third period. As Fischer tried to center it, it ended up going on goal and is sent out back into play by Germany. Here's Germany on the rush. Griesbaum knocked down and separated from the puck, but gets it back on a nice steal. Kasemeyer gets it down low, was looking for Hammerly, but intercepted by Gunnish. And now Team USA rushing in with all 5-on-5 as it's set back up top for Verderame. Long shot there by Gaynor, turned aside by Crathen. Schmitz in the offensive zone for Germany, separated from the puck, but gets it right back. Schmitz with a bit of space, circling away with it. Griesbaum and now Weingart, and now thinking about getting it back, but Gunnish with the intercept and the pass intended for Hammerly. 3-on-2 rush if Team USA hurries. It's Hendry from the slot, separated from the puck. Knocked off of it, very well defended by Germany, as the German team now moving the puck out. The first shot of this period, the only shot of this period so far, belongs to Team USA as we get an offside whistle just over 5 minutes elapsed.
Yeah, and kind of surprising to see Germany not get more opportunities with how good they looked in the first 2 periods in terms of volume. But give the United States a lot of credit doing what they need to do so far defensively. Again, just keeping to that plan of trying to keep this score and keep this goal differential as minimal as possible.
Verderame up for Fischer as Team USA trying to see if they can find the equalizer. Back for Verderame, and then Hendry quickly, but turned aside by Crathen, as Team USA already has as many shots in the third as they had in the first 2 periods combined. That centering feed was intercepted. Very good read by the German defense there, and now perhaps a rush the other way, but Gaynor able to tip it away. Stolen back by Germany. And now a loose puck scooped up by Griesbaum as they will start up a possession. Schmitz, top of the circle, top of the slot, takes the shot. That one turned aside to the corner. Hendry exiting for Team USA.
Yeah, they're looking for that tip of Hammerly. He was camped out right in front trying to get the deflection.
Gunnish from the point, try to maybe get it over to Gaynor, but Hammerly was there to make sure the puck exited the zone. Hendry re-enters. That puck was centered dangerously. Kasemeyer did play that. It almost went on goal, but he managed to hold possession. And now Germany in the offensive zone on the attack. Schmitz for Griesbaum. Bottom of the circle, and Gaynor does a great job of just making that body check and sending the puck out. It will not go for an icing as Kasemeyer played it just before the goal line. Hendry with the block pass on that long opportunity, but unable to grab possession of it. So Germany does get it into the offensive zone, losing possession there. Verderame for Gaynor. Gaynor moving in with it, looking for that cross-ice feed, but had it blocked, did get possession back, and then was knocked down and made sure that Germany did get possession. Final 7 minutes of the third. Schmitz cross-ice feed, and Germany makes it a 2-0 game on a huge goal from Hammerly here late in the third.
And boy, did Germany need that one. Any goals they can get, they will happily take it. It kind of came on the counterattack in a hurry. They got through the neutral zone, clean as a whistle. Nice quick passing to make it happen. And how about Nicholas Schmitz, by the way? He's the one that made that play, stepping up from right D, moving his way forward, and hitting his man in Hammerly over on the opposite side for that pass. That is 2 points now for Schmitz, who has been really an offensive catalyst for Germany so far in this game.
As the first goal, had the primary assist on the second one just now. It is 2-0. So the U.S. did get 2 quick shots in the third period, matching their previous total for the game. But now Germany, with 3 shots in the third period, has their second goal of the contest. Schmitz knocked off the puck by Fischer. Hammerly to Weingart. Behind the net, looking to circle for the backhand wraparound and turned aside. And Team USA is going to get a power play chance after an interference call against Griesbach.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm kind of trying to see where that potentially happened, and yeah, it was just them kind of battling for position. I think Griesbach was maybe trying to see if that puck was going to come his way, was jamming up at that right stick, and since it didn't, ended up leading to a hitting, pushing animation and interference away from the puck. So big opportunity here for the United States. Still looking to get themselves on the board. If they can cut this lead down to 1, could do them some favors in game 2.
USA with the face-stuff win with the man advantage here. Just over 4 minutes left. That long shot got deflected wide. Verderame down low for Fischer, and that one is turned aside. Gainer with possession on the power play. It's Verderame down low. Hendry with the great move and tucks into the back of the net for the power play goal.
Oh, and that is what the United States does so well. These quick setup passes to open their way into space. And there are a few players that are better at recognizing open space and filling that hole than Hendry. I mean, you see, he just kind of takes advantage and slips behind the defense. Germany never even saw it coming, and he finds his way to get that passing lane, take that puck, and put it in past Creighton. A beautiful play there from the Americans.
Verderame and Gainer on the assist as Hendry now leading the charge yet again, looking for the equalizer, and it's Eric Fischer on the doorstep with the one-time goal.
And all of the work done by the Germans over the last 52 minutes being completely erased and undone by the long-time dynamic duo of Hendry and Fischer. Fischer being the captain of this team, no surprise to see him step up, but man, oh man, I mean, Drew, if you were Germany, this has got to be a gut punch. Just 3 minutes to go. They were up by 2 just a couple of minutes ago, and now all of that completely wiped out.
Germany will see if they can get one back here. 2 minutes to go in regulation. Griesbach was looking for Hammerly in front, but intercepted by Gunnish, and Team USA is moving it out. That pass off the mark ends up being a dump in, but Germany will scoop things up, and we are entering the final real-time 60 seconds of regulation time. Verderame scoops up a loose puck, trying to exit the zone, and does. Up for Hendry, trying to split the defense, but Kasemeyer was there for the intercept and the takeaway. Weingart in the offensive end banks it around the boards. That'll end up going to Kasemeyer, the defenseman pinching in. 40 seconds left. Centering feed was looking for Hammerly, but Verderame was there. Verderame, now Hendry for Fischer, with Verderame in the low slot. Fischer just tried to punch it in himself and turned aside. A huge save made by Creighton as Germany does get the puck all the way down to the other end of the ice with 22 seconds remaining here in the third. Shots on goal in this period, only 3 for Germany. That's the lowest total they've had in any period in this game. 6 for the United States. Final 10 seconds. Hendry, long shot deflected wide by Fischer. Schmitz will get it up, has a couple players to choose from, makes that pass off the mark, and it will be scooped up, and regulation time comes to an end with the score tied 2-2 between the United States and Germany. A huge third period by Team USA, capped off by this beautiful goal from Eric Fischer.
Yeah, and that is, I mean, genuinely massive for the United States to go from being down 2-0 with under 5 minutes to go. You know, obviously not too shabby considering that they had the home ice advantage for game 2, but to turn that into a draw here for this game 1 is huge. I mean, really, really big for the Americans to flip this game on its head like that. And that has got to be such a crushing blow for Germany, knowing you had that lead, you at least had a little bit of cushion going into the game 2, And now you are in quite the hole, really, having to play on the North American server and not having any advantage coming into that game whatsoever.
Yeah, and a great third period by the United States. They were limited to just one shot in the first, one shot in the second, and got about a half dozen shots on goal. They did in the third. 13-8 total shots on goal in favor of Germany, but in the first two, it was 10-2. The score was 1-0 in favor of Germany. That third period, a massive swing. 6-3, the shots on goal in favor of Team USA. 2-1, the goals favoring Team USA, ending it with that 2-2. And now if you're Germany, you're going on the road, you have to win. You have to win on the North American server. You have to beat the United States for their home game. That is a very tough order. So, but if they can get a first period even remotely like the first period of that game that they had on home ice, it may not be 4-1 shots on goal in favor of Germany now that it will be a road game. But if you can get one on the board and make sure that you've got a little bit, you get that first lead, I feel like that is going to kind of be the biggest thing that we're going to see here in the second half of this doubleheader, the second of this series, which is who is going to score first. Because I think there's a big difference between if you're Germany and being up 3-2 at some point in aggregate or being down 3-2 on the road. I think that's massive.
Yeah, I completely agree with that sentiment. And it's why the 2 goals late are so big, because think about how much bigger the goal would be if Germany could have held on to that 2-0 lead. I mean, that is massive for the United States to be able to cut that down. And for Germany, it now feels like a situation to where you kind of have to do the improbable, right? The United States have not lost a game on the North American server. Germany is a team that, as we mentioned, has been very up and down, one of the few teams of a negative goal differential to make the playoffs. I mean, if they are able to pull this off, you have to feel like it would be one of the more improbable, stunning results that we have seen in the short history of this tournament. Can Germany pull it off? That is going to be the question. And if they can get that first goal, like you mentioned, Drew, I think it feeds into the belief that they can indeed do it.
It's going to be a really interesting thing to see how that first period goes, because Team USA turned things up in the third. They were their best offensively in the third period. They were their best defensively, I believe, in the third period of that game. And now carrying it over. If you're a believer in momentum, it's got to be on the American side with this because of the way that that first game finished. Germany started it well enough. They held the United States to a single shot in each of the first 2 periods. So they know that they are capable of hanging with the United States. They tied. If this was still the group stages, being tied 2-2 with a team like the United States going into the end of regulation would be great if you are Germany. That's, hey, next goal wins. We are going to get 1 or 2 standings points out of this. That's amazing. That doesn't happen here. That is, you have to now win. That is the only thing. Whichever team wins game 2 will advance to face Finland in the semifinals of this tournament. And I think this is breaking ground when I say that's a pretty big deal to be able to advance to face Finland. I think that's it's pretty major. I know, hot take, but that's what I'm going to stand by.
I think I agree with you on that one. And it's so interesting just because this is a Germany team that, again, as we mentioned, comes in and came in as such a significant underdog. And I think you could say, okay, well, Germany, they kind of did what they needed to do. At least they didn't lose on their home server. But if you want to talk about the realism of what are the odds of them being able to go into the North American server and beat the United States straight up, that is where things do get a little bit hairy. Now, does it mean that it can't happen? No. I mean, Germany can come in, they can play the game of their lives, and they could come in and win this game. You never know. That is what makes this tournament so interesting and so fascinating, is that you have the best talents from each respective country facing off against one another. These are the best players that the country of Germany has to offer. And if they can come together and figure it out and execute at the highest possible level for 60 minutes of in-game action, they could pull it off. But it's going to be an extremely tall task. the task will equal what it would mean for Germany to move on to the semifinals. It is going to be extremely difficult for them to do. But like you mentioned, Drew, it would be a groundbreaking, history-making performance if Germany is able to somehow pull it off. The question is, can they actually go in and do it?
It's going to be a very interesting thing to see. We've got about 30 seconds before this game gets underway, and I'm sure that Team USA, as the home team, will be switching from their white jersey to their navy blue jersey, because Team Germany is showing in their white jersey. We've got 15 seconds before we have a white v white matchup here. So
please, for us,
yep. I'm a professional. I'm prepared to do whatever I got to do, and it might be calling a game between 12 players that are all wearing white jerseys. So, although we now have one player that is left, so I think that they may be disconnecting, reconnecting, and getting that squared away. Yeah, it's what's funny with that. Just as a random aside, is I feel like most teams like to play with the dark jersey. Like when we nearly had one the other night where it was like they started and then they realized during warmups and had to exit out and restart. Both teams were trying to do the dark jersey. And in that situation, both teams were trying to do the white jersey, which is an interesting, I feel like that's a rarity to see. Because I feel like most teams are like, oh, no, I like, yeah. Canada, they love the black jersey or the red jersey. Germany, the black jersey. Sweden's the only one that kind of is a bit of an exception to that rule because they don't have a white or a super dark jersey. It's royal blue or it's bright yellow. So you can kind of be fine regardless if it's royal blue versus navy blue or black. Yeah, but random aside on jersey stuff. I saw a couple of NHL jersey leaks earlier today. Yeah,
we all love jersey stuff. Who doesn't love a good uniform?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to my Florida Panthers had their hometown remix jersey that may have leaked the other day, and it is bright pink and very interesting looking. Yeah, a little bit.
Kind of Vice City tribute. I like that.
Yep. Now my hope has to be that the Panthers play the Golden Knights late in the season in Vegas, so this way I can get the jersey before attending that game. But that is neither here nor there. We've got Team USA and Germany tied at 2. I don't think that of all of the predictions that could have been made, that I would have expected it to be a 2-2 game coming out of game 1. Because if Germany found success, I figured it would have needed to be 2-1 or 3-1 or something like that. And if the United States was going to score multiple goals, I think I would have expected it to be slightly higher scoring because clearly they kind of found a way through. So 2-2 is, I feel like, a very interesting result to have seen from game 1 on the German server.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see that too. And I mean, you see all of the scores so far throughout our broadcast today. That was the second lowest scoring game that we've seen. Game 1 between Sweden and Slovakia was 2-1, so 3 total goals. This game saw 4. Every other game, I mean, 5 goals, 6 goals, 7 goals. It's kind of hovered around that range. I wouldn't have thought that this game would have been so low scoring, considering, like you said, the USA got multiple goals. And I would have figured that if they got 2, Germany would have gotten 4 or 5. And it felt like that was kind of what they needed coming into this next game, that they needed to try to find their way to get a bit of a cushion, knowing that they had to go on that North American server for game number 2. They had it, and they had it for most of the game, but just that one little lapse of about 2 or 3 minutes completely washed all of that away. So it just goes to show the importance of being on your game, being at your best at every single phase, because in every series now, Drew, we've seen one quick run of goals that has completely changed the outcome of the series. Sweden in that first period, or in that third period rather, of game 2, Finland in the first period of game 1 and the third period of game 2. And now we just saw it right then from the US getting those 2 goals late in game number 1. How much is that going to make a difference here in the totality of the series between them and Germany?
It's going to be interesting to see which team can get the start going a little bit quicker. Germany had the first goal. They led 1-0 after the first. They led 1-0 after the second, but it was a 2-2 game. Germany in white going up. Team USA in very, very dark navy blue going down. Glad that we have those different jerseys now. As Gainer gets it in for Hendry, centering feed for Gunsch at the top of the slot, gets it back for Hendry, but Schmitz with the intercept, and Germany trying to move things out. Grieshbaum with positioning, but gets separated from the puck as he entered the slot area. And now Hendry quickly moving the other way, tries to back towards the slot, separated from the puck by Kasemeyer, but bMaJuH is there to scoop up the loose puck, centering feed for Hendry. No shot is taken on that one. Again, well defended by the German team. Big hit by Gaynor, and now Gaynor now with possession in the offensive zone, takes the shot, but it's blocked by Schmitz. Fischer banks one off of the side of the net, or maybe the post on that one, as we are still at 0-0 in shots on goal. Just about 4 minutes in, Hammerly centers himself. There's shot number one as Harlow, the first goaltender to be tested in game 2, making the save. Hendry backs towards the slot, gets it to Fischer, huge save, and it's still loose on the doorstep. Schmitz skates it away from danger, as that one was in or around the crease, as Kasemeyer now put it on his own goaltender. Fischer takes the shot, it's blocked. Verderamme's shot is blocked. Germany has as many shots in their own net as Team USA does right now. It's 1-1, Grieshbaum for Schmitz. That shot blocked by Hendry. That was a chaotic 30 seconds or so in the German zone, and maybe some more here as Gaynor circling with it. He's being given space by the German team on defense. Gaynor away from Grieshbaum. Now bMaJuH stepping up down low for Fischer. That shot is saved. Verderame was hunting for the rebound on the doorstep, but Crathen will cover up for the whistle.
And that was the perfect adjective to describe that, Drew. Chaotic. This whole first period so far, despite each side only having a shot on net registered, has been chaotic. I mean, very back and forth, a rapid pace, a much different feel from game number 1, where it felt like it was a little more slow going and Germany was kind of able to control the pace at their leisure. The United States are kind of doing that now on their home ice. I think the server difference has a lot to do with that. It plays into their game.
Fischer got a quick shot after the steal by Verderame, and now Fischer with possession back to Verderame, and now bMaJuH. Full pressure for Team USA. bMaJuH steps in, Verderame on the doorstep, got the backhander on Crathen, who makes his 4th save here less than halfway through the first period.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be a very busy man in this game, and he's going to be, I mean, they're going to have to rely on him, right? They're going to have to rely on that goaltender to make some big stops. With the United States playing the way they are, getting more comfortable the longer this series moves on, and having the home ice to their advantage, goaltending is going to be of the essence for Germany if they want any chance at this.
Germany winning the defensive zone faceoff and gets it out of the zone. Grieshbaum crushed by Gaynor, got the puck in deep, but Team USA with possession quickly now in the offensive zone. Fischer down low for Verderame, well defended by Germany, preventing him from getting a shot on goal. Fischer gets the shot on goal. That was a small angle right in front of Crathen to his left, and who is now up to 5 saves in this game. Team USA testing him early, testing him often in this one so far. Fischer tried to center, was looking for Hendry, but there were a couple of German defenders in between as the pass did not connect. Battle for the puck along the boards. It's going to be taken by Team USA. Up top for Gaynor, D to bMaJuH, stepping up, circling back. Now Gaynor with it, moving away from Grieshbaum, trying to create a lane, gets it for Fischer. That shot ricocheted in front on goal, and a save is made by Crathen. Opportunity for Fischer in front of Verderame, and he scores! Team USA relentless offensively, finally converting for the first goal of the game.
Relentless offensively, but I think this all starts from relentlessness defensively. Germany has not reacted well at all to the increased forecheck efforts of the United States in this game too. You can tell they're more comfortable doing that now that they're on their own server. Germany hasn't been able to adapt to that just yet. It caused the turnover, kept them hemmed in their own zone, and the United States was able to find their way forward with a goal because of that pressure.
Another opportunity for Team USA as the puck's in the low slot, and Hendry on the doorstep knocks it home. I believe in Lucas Hendry.
Don't we all? Don't we all? Say his name and he appears. It just feels like Hendry, again, he's one of those guys. He always finds himself at the right place at the right time. Sometimes it's because he puts himself in that position, like we saw in that first goal in game 1. And other times, it's just because he's right there when he needs to be, and the puck just happens to fall right over to him to get that pass from Fischer. So he's just one of those guys. He's always reliable, in the United States has to be feeling really good about where they stand. An early 2-goal lead and all of the shot momentum in their favor.
Fischer, his second primary assist of the game. He had 1 goal in game number 1, and now Hendry down low, make it 2. He's having his version of a WrestleMania moment right now.
Yeah, he really is. And, I mean, it's too bad that for the animations, they don't have that kind of turnaround that he does. But, man, I mean, what more can we say about Lucas Hendry and the way that he has been able to impact the games that he has been in for the United States? I mean, we saw it a few nights ago, and we're seeing it again here in this game. He got that first goal in game number 1, and now he gets a pair in game 2. Germany's in trouble. They've got to find a way to stop this momentum the United States has, down by 3 now in the aggregate score.
And now they're down by 4. Hendry with the natural hat trick. Wow, what a performance.
And I mean, he's done this in about 5 minutes of in-game time. I mean, just phenomenal what Lucas Hendry's been able to do. And if I'm correct, it has been Eric Fischer who has had the primary assist on 2 of those 3 Hendry goals. So again, the long-standing duo, there are a few just, pairs of players that have more chemistry in the world than Hendry and Fischer do. They have played together pretty much for the majority of their careers. You're seeing that chemistry flourish right now on the biggest stage.
Hendry has 4 goals and 2 assists. He has been part of all 6 goals scored by Team USA so far. The shots on goal in this period, 10-1. Germany trying to get a little bit back here to close out the first period. Griesbaum centering for Weingart. Big save made by Harlow to keep him and his team ahead by 4 with just under a minute to go.
Yeah, this feels like desperate times call for desperate measures for the Germans. They've just got to try to put anything on net they can to try to get a few past Harlow, because a 4-goal deficit against a team like the United States that's been so good in their own end and has it rolling offensively the way they do, a very bad situation to be in if you are the German side.
Final 10 seconds, Hammerly skating in, centering feed for Griesbaum, and that one sent on goal, but Harlow makes the save, hands it off, was aiming for Hendry. Hammerly got a shot on goal just ahead of the buzzer. A dangerous playing of the puck by Josh Harlow turns into a great scoring chance by Germany, but the score remains 4-0 Team USA after 1.
Yeah, it has been the man on your screen, Lucas Hendry, who has really led the charge alongside Eric Fischer. Again, those two just, I mean, they're a treat to watch whenever they are out on the ice together, especially being on those two opposite side wings. But I mean, it just goes to show again, Drew, how important that last game, the last few minutes really was. I mean, Germany finds themselves down 4 in the aggregate. If they could have held on to that 2-0 lead, or maybe even, padded onto it, you don't feel as bad about where they stand. You can maybe find a couple of goals. If the U.S. were able to do it and get 2, 3, 4 goals in a matter of a couple of minutes, and if you're Germany, you have to at least tell yourself that you can do that. They've had 4 shots in 50 seconds, so when they've been in the offensive zone, they've gotten chances, and relatively dangerous ones. The problem is they just not have been there enough, and being down 4-0 now in this game and being down 6-2 in the aggregate, it just does not fare well for where they stand. So the USA, I mean, they're just going to want to keep doing everything they're doing, because there is very little that has not gone right for them here in this opening 20 minutes.
Time on the attack, 5 minutes, 5 seconds for Team USA, 50 seconds for Team Germany in that opening period. Shots on goal, 10-4 in favor of Team USA. Goals on the board, 4-0 in favor of the United States, and they will have the first offensive zone possession of period number 2. Gainer thought about taking the shot, gets it back over for Gunnish, circling away with it and getting it over for Hendry, but Schmitz read the pass, made the intercept, and moves it out. Verderame, though, with the interception of his own just outside the blue line. Hendry up for Gainer, down low for Hendry, back for Gainer again. Great puck movement by Team USA results in that shot on goal, the first of the second period. Gunnish had it poked away by Hammerly, and they will have to retreat and pick things back up from the neutral zone.
You can just visibly see the confidence that the Americans are playing with right now. Just the way they're moving that puck, the way things are flowing on the cycle. You can just see they are clicking on all cylinders.
Hendry centered for Fischer. That shot was forced wide by Weingart. And now Hendry down low trying to get it for Verderame in front. Steal for Fischer, handed it over for Hendry, but he could not corral the pass. Gainer with it, top of the slot, intercepted by Hammerly, and now moving it out is Team Germany. Jeremy Gainer, though, with a big body check, and now Schmitz and Weingart trying to reset and get things going for Germany. They're in the offensive end. That long shot never made it even to the circle. Fischer with a great block. Here comes Gunnish along the boards. Centers for Fischer, hand to Hendry. Hammerly takes the puck away, and Germany is moving, perhaps trying to split the D was Weingart, but Gunnish was there to force the takeaway along with Gaynor. Team USA entering the zone from neutral ice. Fischer with it, centering feed for Jeremy Gaynor, who is pinching in. But Crathen made the save on that cross-ice pass. Here's Hendry again, takes the shot, turned aside. He had a man, he opted for the shot instead, and it ends up not going in the back of the net. Full pressure is on for Team USA yet again. It's Fischer with possession at the bottom of the circle, centering for Hendry, but Griesbaum made the intercept. Hand it back for Fischer. Verderame, that shot is kicked aside by Crathen. Gaynor had it, lost it, and it's now Hammerly finally exiting the zone for Team USA, but hands it to Fischer on the breakaway. Great poke check by Crathen to keep it a 4-0 game and not allow Team USA a 5th goal.
That was huge there from Crathen. He's done everything he can in his power as he makes another save there with the glove. He has done everything in his might to keep Germany at least somewhat alive in this game and in this series, but I just cannot say enough about the U.S. and the pressure that they have been able to continuously sustain on the German defense and goaltending. It has just been chance after chance after chance. Unrelenting is the only way to describe it.
Shots on goal in this period, 5-0 in favor of Team USA. Verderame and Weingart square off for the faceoff. It goes to the Americans. Hendry tried to drop the knee and snipe it from the bottom of the circle, but that shot was blocked. Here's Hendry up for Gaynor, now to Gunnish. Top of the slot, moving around, trading places with Gaynor. Losing possession momentarily, but getting it back is Gunnish. Stepping up and takes the shot wide of the German net. Gaynor centers for Verderame. Fischer's shot ends up whistling wide and hitting off the glass. Hendry separated from the puck. Verderame there for the United States. Centered for Gunnish off the post with the shot. Nearly made it 5-0, and here comes Team Germany. They need some offense. That's their first shot on goal of the period. It took 14.5 minutes of game time, and now a rush for Team USA the other way. Fischer dancing through the defense, got it centered, but could not connect with a teammate. He had 2 in the low slot. Hammerly in the offensive end, knocked away from the puck by Gunnish, and Team USA starts from their own end. Verderame gets it inside the offensive zone, and now chipped in deep. That puck goes off the boards and up for Gunnish. Backing away from Griesbaum. Down low for Fischer on the wraparound backhander, and he scores. Eric Fischer is on the board with his 2nd goal of the day and 1st of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, again, just that dynamic duo of Hendry and Fischer. They've led the charge as you see Fischer just able to get that puck a quick wraparound. As great as Crathen has been, just not able to slide over to that right post in time. When you have that much pressure for that long, you don't really allow any shots on the other end, you're going to get rewarded after a matter of time. And that's exactly what happened with the States there on that play.
Fischer taken down, and that's going to be a penalty on Team Germany with 2:22 to go in the 2nd period. It is a trip against Nicholas Schmitz.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the Germans, things just starting to really unravel. It felt like they have ever since the latter stages of the 3rd period in Game 1. It's been all United States ever since. I mean, Drew, I'm counting it all up. 7-0 ever since 5 minutes to go in the 3rd period of Game 1. It's been all Americans from that point on, and the Germans just have not had any response to it.
Hendry with the puck off the draw, hands to Gunnish. Gunnish with a lot of time and space, hands to Hendry. Down low for Gaynor, and he takes that sharp angle shot, scores a power play goal for Jeremy Gaynor.
Yeah, I mean, now the United States, they're just adding and piling it on and getting everyone involved in the party with Gaynor finding his way to a goal. And it's just so impressive to see what the United States have been able to do in this game. And I mentioned it again, another point for Lucas Hendry. That's 6 points now, 3 goals, 3 assists. He has been in on every single score for the United States in this game.
Also had a goal and an assist in the 2-2 draw in game number 1. So he now has a hand in all 8 goals scored by Team USA in this contest. Half of them goals, half of them assists. As we're down to the final 5 seconds of period number 2, Hendry with it, cross-ice feed for Fischer. That shot went well wide, and so the 2nd period comes to an end. It is now a 6-0 lead for Team USA as the offense has just started like a faucet or a waterfall and has just been pouring on and on in game 2.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Germany, that faucet seems to be broken to where the handle fell off and they can't seem to put it back on because the United States are just flowing and flowing and flowing, and it's overwhelmed the Germany defense and goaltending. So it's one of those things, right? You know how talented this United States group is, and they're showing you that through what they've been able to do. I mean, this is up there probably, I think, with what Canada did with Finland. Maybe not to the same extent just because of how close Finland and Canada are supposed to be, but in terms of the actual play that we're seeing on the ice, the actual ability and the actual production, in my opinion, this has been arguably the most impressive performance so far that we've seen from any of our teams in the World Cup of 2026.
It's been a big one for the United States here after earning the draw in game number 1 with a pair of third-period goals. They now have a 6-goal advantage in the game, a 6-goal advantage in the aggregate, and 12 more shots than Germany does in this game. Hendry leading the charge for Team USA here to open up the third. Spins it around the boards, up for Gaynor. Now to Gunnish, top of the slot, moving around with possession. Backs it in, try to get it down low from Verderame, but was intercepted by Casemeyer. Casemeyer centers Hammerly now with this shot. That one was looking like a bit of a shot pass for Grieshbaum, but it does result in a shot on goal. No way to beat the goaltender Josh Harlow just yet, as we have an offside stoppage early in the third.
Yeah, and only 6 shots that Harlow has had to face, but I mean, give Germany some credit. The little time that they have been able to get into the offensive zone, they've been able to capitalize and test them just a little bit. So Harlow has had to stay on his toes and stay alert. Every time, though, he has been there ready to answer the call.
Team USA with a massive lead here in game number 2. This is the third matchup of 4 that we're going to have for you here in the eHockey World Cup 2026 quarterfinals. We will still see Team Canada, number 2 seed in the tournament, facing the 7 seed Czechia. That is coming up in just a little while. Team USA 18 minutes away from punching their ticket. 2-on-1 chance. Jeremy Gaynor with a spin move and a big save made by Crathen. Thought that was going to be a highlight reel goal, but Crathen with a great job in the blue paint, making the save on that shot.
Yeah, but one thing I will say about that shot, Drew, is that is shot number 18 for the United States. The Americans have now officially tripled the shot total of the Germans in this game, 18-6 in favor of the red, white, and blue. So even though Crathen got the best of Gaynor on that play, it was a beautiful move there to get that spin, to create the space. Thought that was going to be one that we were going to see on TikTok here in the future. Nevertheless, Crathen save, it still kind of gives the United States something to hang their hat on, the fact that they've been able to pull off that sort of shot production.
Shots are 18-6, as you mentioned. Goals are 6-0. Team USA as many goals in this game as Germany has shots so far. And here comes Hendry trying to add to it. Feed for Fischer. That shot ended up not making it all the way through. There were a lot of bodies in between Fischer and the net. 16 minutes to go as Fischer leads the charge. Spin for Hendry, and what a huge save by Crathen. That was an outstanding opportunity again by the dynamic duo for Team USA as Jeremy Gaynor's shot is blocked by Schmitz, but Crathen doing what he can to try and limit the damage to whatever he can hold the Team USA to. But this game being 6-0, Germany just unable to get anything going in the other end as Team USA once again on the attack. It's Hendry, he managed to get it on goal, and it goes in. Hendry, his 4th goal of the game, his 5th goal of the aggregate. Lucas Hendry has been outstanding, and that puck just somehow had eyes and found its way into the back of the net.
Yeah, and get another look at it, and looks like he kind of just had one more sweep of the puck there as it rested on that blue line, just for good measure to make sure he found his 4th goal of the game. In American terms, a touchdown for the United States, putting up their 7th score of the game. And I mean, again, just so impressive what Hendry's been able to do.
The extra point was good to make it 7-0 here in favor of Team USA with 12.5 still to play. Hammerly trying to get in the offensive end for Germany, but here comes Fischer moving in and taken down by Schmitz. That is going to be another penalty, and it's actually a penalty shot for Team USA. They were 1 for 1 with the man advantage in this game, but they are now being handed a penalty shot on that trip. Interesting ruling to make that a penalty shot, but here comes Eric Fischer, the captain, looking to see if he can put an exclamation point on things with a penalty shot goal. Skating in, going very slowly on the netminder, winds up and fires a slap shot from close range. That one is denied by Crathen from very in close. And I know that from a beer league perspective, that is not the kind of shot that you want to see if you're a goaltender facing a penalty shot or in a shootout at the end of the day. But a big save made by Crathen on that play all the same. Gunnish gets it down low for Hendry, pushed into the blue paint, but away from the blue paint by the German defense. And now Hammerly leading the rush 2-on-1 with Grieshbaum, but well defended by that one, which is Gunnish. And Team USA back in the offensive end as Fisher chases it to the corner and gets it along. That one was centered. Hendry, long shot, tipped a couple times in front and turned aside by Crathen. Weingart up for Hammerly, and now Casemeyer knocked down and separated from the puck. Fisher has possession. The puck is loose in the slot. Battled for it. Verderame to Fisher, and he's got his second of the game. Team USA continues to pour it on as the two-point conversion is good.
Yeah, I mean, Eric Fisher, once again, we've talked about both him and Hendry ad nauseum and how high impact of players that they are. And I mean, for that one, it was really just him kind of battling through along with Verderame, who kept possession of that puck. Fisher able to kind of squeak his way behind the defense, be there for that pass, and put it in so quickly that Crathen wasn't able to do a whole lot about it.
Interestingly, that is the first goal of the game or of the day for Team USA that did not see Lucas Hendry pick up a point on it. Verderame, the only assist on that tally. There's Gunnish circling at the top of the face-off circle. That one spun on goal from there and turned aside as Team Germany trying to get it out but can't. Verderame steps in. Hendry with possession, gets it right back after it fell off of his stick momentarily. He'll move to the top of the face-off circle with it. Turns it over to Casemeyer, who will exit the zone. Try to anyway, as it's Schmitz who finally gets it out and across the red line. But Verderame with the steal. Fisher now down low, try to pass it across the ice for Gunnish, who is chipping in and sprinting in from the defensive position. Fisher a sharp angle shot, and the puck goes on net. Here's Fisher again with full pressure for Team USA. Fisher just moving around with it on top of that full pressure marker. Hendry winds and fires. He delayed that shot, and it was turned aside by Crathen. Hendry again a steal. Schmitz for Grieshbaum. They finally bank it off the boards and clear the zone. That will go all the way down as Team USA will start things back. It's Gaynor entering the zone with it. Moves away from an attacker. Now spinning in the corner. Back up top, Fisher cross ice. That shot goes wide. Shots 28-6 in favor of Team USA as Lucas Hendry put it on net, but it's turned aside. Verderame for Fisher winds up, thinks better of it, stops and loses possession as Team Germany finally with possession crosses into the offensive zone in the final minute. Schmitz tried to get that pass connected on goal, but it wouldn't go. Hendry with a breakaway chance. Lucas Hendry denied by the toe of Crathen. Fisher also denied on his shooting opportunity. Verderame in front tried to spin it over to Hendry, but that pass was intercepted, and now maybe a 2-on-3 rush for Germany. Centered off of Gunnish, went on net, but Harlow kept it out despite it not being a shot. Grieshbaum in front, and Harlow dives across the crease to make the save and keep the 8-0 score intact with 31 seconds to go.
The amount of acrobatic saves we've seen from the U.S. goaltenders throughout this tournament between Harlow and Crossy could be a highlight reel of its own, and I don't think many have been better than that one right there. I mean, just a matter of inches away from passing his glove, making it past that red line and getting Germany on the board, and Harlow just in the split second of time able to make that save and get there.
Tie up on the faceoff. Grieshbaum steps up, centering feed, and the shutout is no more as Germany finally breaks through late in the third with their first goal of game number 2. It is going to Hammerly.
Well, I don't feel bad because we didn't say the actual word shutout, Drew, so that one's not on us. But give Germany some love. They needed to get on the board at least once. You hate to see any team in their run by getting shut out in the final game, especially when it is such a wide margin. So good for Germany to get one in there with 28 seconds left.
An 8-1 game, shots on goal. Team USA in complete control there. It's 30-7 is the current tally with the final 15 seconds still to come. Fisher for Gaynor. They're just going to move it around. They tried to center it, but that puck intercepted. It will leave the zone. Gaynor trying to get it right back in. It's Lucas Hendry with 7 seconds. Tried to center. Intercepted by Casemeyer. Team USA is moving on to the semifinals with domination over Team Germany, 8-1 in Game 2 to earn that 10-3 victory in the aggregate. Team USA, the #1 seed, advancing.
And 31 shots on net in the process. I mean, you said it, Drew. Dominance at its very finest from the USA. Exactly what they set out to do. Exactly what I think they would tell you they expected to do on their home server. I mean, just impressive. If I'm correct, that is the most shots that we have seen from any game in this tournament, at least on the Division A side of things. So just stellar to see what the U.S. was able to pull off against a Germany team that gave a very valiant effort, especially in that Game 1. We're up 2-0. Unfortunately, had that kind of late spell to where they let themselves go a bit, but I don't know if it would have mattered much based on what the United States was able to do in the second game. They put all doubt to rest. A dominant performance, a dominant win, and now a very fun matchup going up against Finland coming up here in the semifinals tomorrow.
I was going through all of my notes, and the highest shot total that I have on record is Team USA had 28 in a 7-3 win over Finland during the group stage. And so you mentioned Finland. There you go. So the 28 was their mark. It is now above 30 for what they were able to do in this game, knocking Germany out. And, credit to Germany for hanging with the United States in that first game. The server switch just immediately switched something on for Team USA. Shots were 10-4 in the first with 4 goals for Team USA. Shots were 7-1 in the second with 2 more goals for Team USA. Shots were 14-2 in the third with the score going 2-1 in favor of Team USA in that period. So the United States still winless on the European server because of the 2-2 tie in Game 1. But the domination playing on the North American server continues with them outscoring their opponents 28-8 across 5 games played on the North American server. So if you are Finland and you are going to be going first and you're going to have that home game first in the semifinals, something that you need to keep in mind because the United States just continues to build off of the success that they found when they are on their own server.
And that's what makes getting that #1 seed so valuable, doesn't it, Drew? The U.S., remember, they were at the 3rd seed once upon a time in this group, but with the way that the Finland-Sweden matchup went, and in the USA taking all 6 points away from Canada, that vaulted them up to first. And how big is that now? Because they do have that home ice advantage and can choose to be at home for the second game of that series. If it didn't happen that way, they would have been forced to go first, and things could look very different for them. So it just goes to show you that even though all 4 teams in Group A make the playoffs, they still are fighting for something, because if they see each other in the semifinals or the finals, you want to have your choice on whether you want to be at home first or if you want to be at home last. And for the United States, I think they would definitely choose to do it in the final games, considering how much better they have been on their own server compared to the opposite team server. So a big advantage there, and a great point that you made. But again, I'm just still wrapping my head around the amount of goals that we just saw from them in this game. 8 in total with 31 shots. We have not often seen performances like that in this tournament.
The United States had more goals in that game than Germany managed shots on goal, with 8 goals for Team USA, 7 total shots for Germany. Their run comes to an end in the quarterfinals. We have seen the favorite go across in all 3, but if you look at the bottom of your screen here, you can see the way the scores have gone. It's not like these have not been close going into the second half of the doubleheader. We have seen the teams pull away in the second half of the doubleheader at some point, but 6-4 Sweden over Slovakia, 8-3 Finland over Norway. That was a 3-2 game after 1. Team USA 10-3 over Germany was tied 2-2 coming into game number 2. Team USA has advanced. One more underdog with a chance at upsetting one of the Group A teams. It is the 7-seed Czechia going up against the 2-seed Canada. And we're going to see some lineup changes again for Canada when we get to those rosters, that we're going to go through. As you see here in the playoffs, the winner of this matchup will face the 3-seed Sweden in the semifinals, with a date in the best of 4 championship against the winner of number 1 USA and number 4 Finland, awaiting whoever can come out of this side of the bracket. So an exciting matchup coming up here in just a few minutes there, Brandon.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you kind of compare these two teams. After Canada had such a roaring start, remember that first series against Finland? They outscored them 15-3. Well, what if I told you that their final goal differential in the group stage was only 6? They lost their last 3 games, and a couple of those were pretty convincing losses. So this is the Canadian team that I think is going to want to come in and have a bit of a point to prove that they still are the kings of this tournament. You still are going to have to go through them to take that crown, to get them off of their throne. And for Czechia, a 4 goal differential. So you're only talking about a difference of 2. Now, obviously, 2 very different groups, Canada playing against the USA, Sweden, and Finland. But Czechia, they had to play against a Slovakia team that we saw earlier give Sweden all that they could handle. Latvia, a team that a lot of people were very high on going into this tournament and were a playoff team a year ago. So Czechia, I would argue, came out of probably the most competitive group outside of that Group A. So this is going to be very interesting to see where this goes. And I'm also very interested to see how much Czechia will be able to take advantage of the home serve. We saw Slovakia was able to do it earlier, Germany not so much. Can Czechia do that for their own advantage? Because Canada, they did get a win on the Finnish server, but ever since then, it's been a little bit more, tough sledding for them, kind of similarly to what we talked about with the USA.
Everybody who is in the lineup today for Czechia will have played in every single game in the group stage. They were the highest scoring team not from group number 1. As you take a look at the lineup here, a combined 21 goals amongst their forwards, plus another one from Radkovic coming from the blue line.
Yeah, and that's such a good point, Drew, because this is a Czechia team that can score. They're a very good goal scoring team with that 3.67 goals for per game. If you want a comparison, that is the exact goals for per game that the United States had. The only problem is that Canada had a 4.67. So defense is going to be of the utmost importance for this team. They allowed 3 goals per game on the nose. So they're going to have to find the way to kind of slow things down and lock up this Canadian offense as much as they possibly can. We know that the offense is going to be there. Can they get the defense and goaltending to pair with it?
On the Canadian side, we're going to see a number of lineup changes in this one, especially if you're looking at the top of your screen, the defense, the goaltending. None of those 3 were playing in the group stages. And so a big change after dropping 3 straight games to close out the group stage, with Filiatro, Dumoulin, and Guerin taking up those 3 defensive spots.
Yeah, so kind of interesting to see that back 3 so much different for Canada. And no surprise to see Dumoulin in. He didn't play at all in the group stage, finally gets himself into the lineup here come playoff time, the captain of this team, and then Filiatro over on his opposite side. So a different looking Canada team on the back end in goaltending, something that we have not seen so far from them, as they had a pretty consistent lineup for the most part from their defense, and the same goalie with Vrasico back there. But I think that makes things more interesting. It just kind of adds in another element to this series against a Czechia squad that, like we said, has that goal scoring ability. So how different is it going to look for Canada? That's going to be the big question. I can't wait to see.
Canada looking to bounce back. As we mentioned, they've lost 3 straight games. They've only won 2 in regulation time. Those were their first 2 games when they were playing Finland in that one. So an overtime victory after that big lead was just lost in the closing minutes against Sweden, a road loss against Sweden, and then being swept by the United States. So Canada may come out charging in this game despite playing on the visiting server for game number 1. That's at least my expectations. So if you are Czechia, what are you looking to do here in period number 1 to make sure that Canada doesn't get back into the rhythm that we know they're capable of?
Yeah, I think for the Czechs, it's going to be very interesting because you saw it a little bit earlier on the kind of dual screen that we have with the scores on the bottom. All of the game 1s have been close for these higher seeded teams. It's been 1 goal games. We saw a draw in there as well. So I think Czechia, they're gonna feel pretty good about game one being on their home server. The question is either A, can they get a big enough of a gap in game one to where if it is a little bit more lopsided in game two, it won't matter as much? Or can in game two they find a way to keep it a bit closer? It has been 3 goals, 4 goals, and then we just saw with the USA and Germany 7 goals that have been the difference. So Czechia is going to have to either take significant advantage of this home ice, or they're going to have to find their way in game number two to keep things a bit closer than what they have. But again, this is a Czechia team that is very good offensively. They can find their way to goals. It's a matter of can they slow Canada down enough to where that goal scoring can really flourish and start a show for them.
Tremblay was doing a trust fall. The goaltender, Horos, for Czechia was doing pull-ups off of a floating hockey stick. That means everyone is ready. It is Czechia wearing the red going up on your screen. It is Canada in the white and black going down on your screen, and with possession to start, although they would be offside, and they are, as Mac touches the puck in the offensive end.
Yeah, and I think that a quick start, we talk about it all the time. It's going to be so important, I think, for this Czechian side. They have to try to get things going early. You do not want Canada to get their momentum flowing on the offensive end, because when they get that confidence going, it's a completely different looking team.
Dumoulin's long shot was blocked in the slot, and here comes Czechia trying to reset from their own end. Radkovic up for Heisman, and now Dumoulin with possession for Canada. Filiatro up for Boily, but intercepted, and now let's see what Czechia can do here. Well, they can go offside. 17-14 to go in the first period. Each team has had an offside in the early stages as we're still waiting for our first shot on goal.
Yeah, and it's one of those things to where you feel like there's probably going to be a bit of a feel-out period, because these are two teams that have not played each other before. Remember, Czechia did not make the playoffs last season, so this is a new matchup for them. It's a new matchup for the Canadian side as well, so it's not surprising to kind of see these two teams trying to kind of get their feet wet and figure out what they like to do, and maybe for Czechia, an opportunity for them with a power play maybe coming up.
With the delayed penalty, Czechia getting the shot on goal. Glove save made by Guerin, and that will bring us to the stoppage after our first shot of the game. Filiatro will be sitting to for tripping on a zone entry right there.
Yeah, and not at all what Canada wants to see, especially considering they do have the server disadvantage. Again, similarly to the United States in that first game, their goal is going to be to try to minimize the damage in this game one, but giving up penalties and making mistakes like that makes that job just a little bit harder, giving Czechia that man advantage to try to capitalize on.
Canada did win the defensive zone face-off, so Czechia will have to reset from their own end, but Boily intercepts a pass and sends it all the way down into the Czech zone. Long pass was out of reach, and Ethan Mack with the intercept. Tremblay will dump it in, and yet again, we're now halfway through this power play for Czechia, and 0 shots recorded on it. Mensik down low for Juska. Centering feed was looking for Wenzel. Radkovic in the corner, spinning away from an attacker. Wenzel up top. Mensik and back again, and Tremblay with the stop. The block in front. Heisman, though, with it, gets a shot on goal, and Guerin was forced to cover up. 15 seconds still remaining on the Czech power play.
Yeah, and I mean, I like that possession there for Czechia. They got a couple of opportunities, and they were pretty close in tight to Guerin, so that's really what you want to look for. You want to try to get that in that high-danger area to see if you can get something that finds way through.
Big turnover as we're back to 5-on-5, 6v6. Heisman put it off the side of the net. That puck ends up floating towards the goal, and now a breakout pass for Boily with Tremblay with possession now. Left back for Filiatro, straight out of the box, gets it for Boily, and that shot is turned aside. Horos had to leap across the paint to prevent what would have been the trend of the day, a sharp angle goal, had that one not been stopped.
Yeah, it looked like shades of Finland on that play. They had that exact same goal from both sides of the ice in their series earlier on, and you see Canada maybe taking a page out of their book. It's been successful so far today, something that the Czechian defense is going to have to try to watch out for. This is a team that, again, great at goal scoring, but did have the tendency to allow some goals during their group play.
Heisman with the poke check and knocking the puck away briefly on the forecheck, but it is Dumoulin moving it out for Canada, intercepted by Wenzel, centered for Radkovic, but Boily was there, so separating him from the puck. Boily throws it on goal. It was not offside. Tremblay did touch up before the puck reached the netminder. So Mensik up for Heisman, and Wenzel could not take it away from Dumoulin. Here comes Boily with Tremblay. Boily tried to backhand it on goal, but Juska managed to block it. And here's Tremblay for Ethan Mack. That shot went just wide. He got Horos to lean the way he wanted him to, but he couldn't get the shot on goal. Wenzel on the other end denied on his shot as the Canadian defense is playing strong, and each team now with 2 shots on goal. Juska for Heisman, down low for Mensik. That one intercepted by Mack, banked off the boards, and Boily gets it back to Mack and out of the zone. Tremblay losing possession just as he crossed the offensive blue line.
This game could just be a matter of inches. Canada thought they had the goal to break things open with Mack, and that shot just went a little bit outside of that open space in the netting to give them that 1-goal lead. It just goes to show how minimal the margins can be sometimes.
Mack in the corner gets it down low, now banked around the boards to Filiatro. Filiatro, long shot, goes to Tremblay. Boily and in front, Ethan Mack gets on the board first for Canada, breaking the scoreless tie.
And that's exactly what Canada wants to see, being on the road and getting that opening goal. And it's even bigger considering that we just saw the Czechs. They had that power play. That would have been a grand opportunity for them to find their way to score first. But Canada steps up defensively. They get on the attack right after, get a few shots on net, a few shots that were close to on net and could have been dangerous had they gotten there. And they're finally able to break through with a goal to start it out.
Wenzel nearly had a great opportunity for Czechia, but that one moved out by Canada. Here's Boily trying to back through Radkovic. Centering feed was intercepted by Mensik, and Czechia now moving into the offensive end with some numbers, but Filiatro was there for the steal, hands it right back to Radkovic. Circling on the faceoff dot, cross ice for Mensik, well read and defended by Dumoulin. Canada with the long breakout pass. It's Tremblay Radkovic with the intercept on the feed that was intended for Boily. Mensik gets it into the offensive zone, hands to Heisman, but knocked away from his stick. Trying to get back from Dumoulin was Heisman, but now Filiatro exits the zone with under a minute to go in the first period. Boily down low, Radkovic forces the puck wide and into the corner, and now with 20 seconds left, it's Czechia with the breakout pass for Wenzel. Radkovic unable to handle it. Boily gives to Dumoulin. The first period has just moments left, and Dumoulin gives to Filiatro, and Tremblay looking for the backhander at the horn. It wouldn't have counted, I don't believe, if it had gone in, but Ethan Mack's shot did, and it did go in. It's 1-0 Canada after 1.
Yeah, and again, that is just such a huge opening goal for the Canadians to be able to find that one, especially after it looked like Czechia might have had an opportunity to get that first goal. And Ethan Mack at that center position, he has been one of the consistent pieces of a Canada team that we've seen make a few changes here and there, but he played all 6 games. He had 8 goals and 7 assists in those 6 games that he played in the group stages, so he's shown that ability to be able to step up and put the puck in the back of the net. He does so there at a big spot, and it's no surprise whatsoever. Now, the interesting question is, how does Czechia respond to this? Because obviously, that Canada, they kind of have the disadvantage, but I don't think Czechia has really been able to take advantage of it in the way they probably would like to. You saw the stats, very even between the two. Not what you want to see if you were a team with a significant advantage on your home server.
Absolutely, and yeah, 1-0 Canada is about as good as the Canadians would have liked for this game to go in the first period. Shots were just 3-2 in favor of Canada, so that's probably, if you're Czechia trying to come back in this game, that is probably your focus. You've got to be more in the offensive zone. You've got to be out shooting Canada on this server. 3-2, a game that is 9-6, shots on goal in favor of Canada. In game 2, totally acceptable if you're Czechia, but if you are Czechia and you're at home in game 1, it's got to be heavily in the other direction as Mensik centered for Heisman, and they score on their first shot of the period. That is exactly what they needed. This game is tied as Heisman picks up the first marker for Czechia.
That is exactly what the Czechs needed in response, and quickly as well. I just mentioned it, that you would expect more from them on their home server, considering they have the advantage. We didn't see much of that capitalization in the first period. In the second, not even 1 minute in, and they find a goal right off of that opening faceoff.
Wenzel leading the rush yet again, now trying to build off of it is Czechia, but there's a breakout pass for bMaJuH. Skating in with Tremblay 2-on-2. He'll hold up, gets it to Tremblay. Big save is made by the netminder Horos. Mensik up for Wenzel. Czechia trying to go back in the other direction. Each team with a shot on goal in this period. Heisman, that shot was blocked. Centering feed intercepted by Tremblay as Canada now moving into the offensive zone. It's bMaJuH, gets it down low for Tremblay. Beautiful little no-look backhand pass towards the slot. Banked around and goes to Horos, who covers for the whistle.
Yeah, and it feels like now Canada is just trying to focus on finding a response. I know that Czechia had that quick chance for a goal on the other end, but I don't think they really have to change a whole lot. They played so well in that first period, and the goal happened pretty quickly for the Czechs, right? It's not like it happened on a sustained drive to where you've lost momentum. Canada just has to stay calm, keep playing your game and doing what you do best.
bMaJuH right off the draw gets the shot, but it ends up being turned aside, trying to go short side on Horos, who I'm also now noticing is a left-handed goaltender. The stick is in the left hand, the glove is on the right, which is an interesting layout for a goalie of any kind, be it virtual or otherwise, as bMaJuH leads the charge 3-on-2 for Team Canada. Quick feed of Tremblay, that shot to the far side, which is Horos' glove side, and turned away. That has to impact the way, if you're Canada, that you have to think about your shots. Glove versus blocker, switching sides. As Mensik gets into the slot, but Ethan Mack blocks it away towards the side boards. And now Tremblay with bMaJuH, 2-on-1 opportunity for Canada. In on Radkovic, quick shot, and he scores. He faked the pass, took the shot, gets it in the back of the net, and then is now walking with his stick like a cane.
Well, hey, man, I mean, when you are able to score as much as Tremblay has been able to score throughout this tournament, I think you can do whatever you want with your stick. And you see how he got that opportunity, just kind of sells that pass enough to get Horos out of position to open up that backhand shot for the score. And again, it's just the versatility of the Canadians offensively. They have so many options, so many ways that they can beat you. They can do it in the cycle. They can do it on the odd-man rush. That's how they got it done on that one to get the goal to go back up one.
And that was an unassisted goal, and he went short side on what is, or there was another opportunity for Canada. I wanted to interrupt myself just in case, as bMaJuH gets it up top for Filiatro, and Canada threatening yet again. Now with 9 shots on goal, already 6 in this period for the Canadians, and we're not even halfway through the second. Dumoulin poked away from Mensik. Tremblay's shot was blocked by Juska, and Czechia now finally moving it out. And finishing my thought, that last goal was scored on the short side, and it is the blocker side that is now screen left. So that I wonder and curious if that played a factor in the decision to not complete the pass, but to instead try and roof it and get it over the pad of the goaltender. bMaJuH down low for Tremblay, and he scores. It's now back-to-back, and it is 3-1. And yeah, you're back. You're carrying some offensive load here. Be a little easy on yourself.
Yeah, man, I mean, you gotta kind of watch yourself, you know, you gotta be healthy all the way through. And Tremblay, again, he didn't even play all of the games for Canada in that first group stage, and he had 18 points in the 4 that he did play. That was tied for the team lead with bMaJuH, who had 18 and 6. So again, he has been one of the best players throughout this entire tournament. He's showing why right now. And for Canada, 11 shots on net, 4 for Czechia on their own server. That has got to be a shell shock for the Czechs, who probably thought they were going to have that advantage help them out a bit.
Wenzel centered it, and that one ended up going on net, but not off a Czech stick, so not a shot on goal, as the puck is now in the Czech zone. Juska up for Mensik, and now Radkovic enters the offensive zone onside with possession. Down low, cross-ice pass, and Czechia gets one back as they pick up the goal. It is Mensik picking up the marker.
And that was a much needed answer for the Czechs at the perfect time, right when it looked like Canada was maybe starting to pull away. You go down the other end, you get a very good opportunity. Look at the way he's just able to squeeze that pass through the Canadian defense. Perfectly placed, perfectly timed. Nothing that you can do about that more times than not as a goaltender if you're Gerdon. A huge goal for Czechia to keep themselves in it.
Radkovic and Juska with the assists on that one makes it a 3-2 game. So it is now a much different game than it felt like a couple of minutes ago. Czechia back on the board. This is their home server. They've got a period and a quarter left. to see what they could do. Wenzel hands over for a Heisman, and that one poked aside by Guérin. Shots now 11-6 in favor of Team Canada. This 3-2 game as Tremblay gets crushed into the boards and separated from the puck. Wenzel in the offensive zone. Nice little move around Filiatro, tried to center for a Heisman, but that puck is sent out. Radkovic intercepting the home run pass that was targeting Tremblay, who has 2 of the goals, both of them in this period for Team Canada. Mensik backing towards the slot. His shot ends up deflecting wide and behind the net. Kicks it across to Heisman, and now back. It's Wenzel with possession, looking for Mensik, but just out of reach as Radkovic picks it up, keeps it in the zone. Mensik down low, has Heisman, takes the shot instead, short side. Turned aside by Guérin. Full pressure is on for Czechia as we get a whistle and a paused game here. 3-2 in favor of Canada. 4 total goals, 2 aside so far in the second.
Yeah, and how about a little bit of, inside information? We just saw Dumoulin in the chat, who was actually playing in this game for Canada. He said that his ping is 95. We just saw it there for a second for Czechia, who is streaming on that side, 11 ping. So you kind of get a true look and idea of the difference of what these two teams are playing on. That changes reaction time. It just forces the game to kind of flow a little bit differently for you. And I think that is what makes this so impressive, what Canada is able to do right now. But give Czechia their credit. You can see them starting to find their offensive rhythm a little bit. They're getting shots on. They're applying more pressure. Canada's not able to find things as easily on the other end. So I think both of these teams playing at a really high level right now. It's been really fun to watch over this past period.
High up off the draw, Czechia will get possession momentarily, but they have lost it. Final real-time 10 seconds of the period. Boyle in, circles down low. Filiatro, Dumoulin, 4 seconds and 3, centered for Ethan Mack, down for Tremblay. That shot was blocked. Canada using every last one of those seconds to pick out their ideal shot on goal. Couldn't get it all the way through, but Tremblay, 2 goals in the period, keeps Canada up. Now a 3-2 lead for the Canadians.
Yeah, again, give the Czechs some credit because they've gotten their game going a bit, but if you're Canada, this is going about as well as I think you could have possibly asked for. You're on the road server. You have that disadvantage that you're fighting against, and yet here you are up 3-2. It is not often that we see a team fight through and win a game on the EU server when it is a group that is from North America. So for them, I think that they are loving the way this is going, and for Czechia, it's still a little bit of work to do, right? Obviously, you like that you're starting to play better. You like that you've been able to slow Canada down. But in terms of the overall series in itself, this has to feel like a disappointing performance being down by 1. And you see the stats, very even between the two. That is a loss for Czechia and a win for Canada.
Absolutely. Shots on goal in that period, 8-6 in favor of Canada. The goals were even, 2 aside. But to your point, Czechia does not want to be going into the game 2 on the North American server just close or tied. They need a big third period here, offensively and defensively in this one. They managed to get a couple back. They managed to make sure that the deficit going into the third period was no different than it was going into the second period, but they need to outperform Canada offensively in this frame. They were outshot by 1 in the first and outscored by 1 in the first. They were outshot by 2 in the second. Their score was even with Canada in the second. It's an old cliche, but you've got to win the period if you're Czechia, because you need to have at least a tie, but ideally a lead, if you're going to have a chance on the North American server against Team Canada, as they send it all the way back into their own end. And Czechia is there. It's Wenzel getting first to the puck, up from Mensik, off of Boyley's stick, but Radkovic is there to pick up possession with a little bit of space, takes the shot. Mack and Heisman in the way as the puck never got all the way through. Here comes Tremblay. Moving in, cross ice for Boyle, back down for Tremblay. A big save made by Horos on that opportunity, as now Radkovic in the offensive end for Czechia. Moving with it around the boards in the corner. Thinking about banking it up for Mensik, and now Juska cross ice was looking for Radkovic, but Filiatro was there for the intercept. Heisman centering feed, the game is tied. Czechia on the board to open up the period. Mensik with his second.
And exactly the way Czechia wanted to start out. Second straight period, by the way, they've been able to find a goal 5 minutes into it. Really impressive, the response that they've been able to have when it could have been easy for them to get down on themselves and allow Canada to completely not only take over the game, but take over the series. So the Czechs, with the exact response that you would hope to see out of them, again, still a lot of work to do, but to tie this thing up at 3-3, it does mean something. They may not be done.
Wenzel with the quick shot, but blockered aside by Guerin, and now a breakout for Team Canada. Tremblay with Mac and Boily. Back for Mac. Looked for Boily. He may have had more of a lane than he thought when he threw that pass, trying to get it down low for Tremblay, but it was intercepted by the Czech defense. And now Wenzel in the offensive zone gets it down low for Mensik. Pushed towards the side of the net, but not on goal. Guerin reaching around there to try to find it wherever it was. Does cover up and get the whistle. We have seen an animation from that, a very similar play where the puck ended up going through or across the goal line in this tournament so far. So a big gain in that regards to make sure that they got a not an unfavorable, let's just say, animation off that save.
Yeah, and it's so interesting sometimes how those animations can work out. You think you're in the right position, you think you're going to be able to make that stop, and just the animation does not go in your favor and doesn't agree with you. But regardless, again, give Czechia a lot of credit. They were down 3-1 not that long ago, had just 3 or 4 shots on net compared to Canada having 9, 10, or 11. And all of a sudden, it's been all Czechia getting the time on attack, getting the shots on net, and this game has looked a lot more like what I think many thought it would look like in the first period.
Shots are 4-0 Czechia here in the third period. But Canada with their first real chance as Boily gets one on goal, gets his own rebound, and now handed to Mac, but Heisman with a great poke check to force the puck towards the wall. Mensik circling with it, trying to find some space. A big forecheck from Canada on this one, but now a big breakout pass for Czechia. Mensik, cross ice for Wenzel. Huge save made by Guerin to keep this game even. Dumoulin exits the zone, thinks better of it, circling back, wants all 5 players in or around the blue line, and now Boily entering the offensive zone after receiving the pass, gets it to Mac, but that one forced to the corner. Tremblay gets it up top, but splits the D and exits the zone. With 9 minutes to go here in the third, Wenzel blocks the breakout pass from Filiatro and now chases it down in the corner, try to get it to Heisman, but Filiatro had recovered and made sure that that pass would not connect. Puck behind the Czech net right now with under 8 minutes to go in regulation time. Juska, long bank pass up for Wenzel. It connects, moves in. Filiatro with good positioning, knocks it away, but the cross-ice feed for Mensik. He had position, couldn't get the shot away. Juska pinned to the boards, gets it down for Mensik. 6.5 to go in the period. Tried to just force it on goal, but Guerin is there. Covers up for the whistle with 6:27 left in the third. The Czechs now with a 2-shot advantage. The score remains tied at 3.
Yeah, and now we're kind of getting to the point where time really starting to dwindle down, and then the next goal could very well be the difference maker and the winner, not just in this game, but in the series with just 6:27 to go. So don't be surprised if you see both teams try to kind of focus on minimizing mistakes and not allowing that quick opportunity to go to the other side.
To your point, Canada just dumping it in, not even really giving too much chase as Czechia now starts in the offensive zone. That one was centered for Mensik and turned aside. A huge stop by Guerin. Radkovic, cross ice for Juska. That shot was a long one, got on goal. Guerin kicked it aside, and now Canada entering the offensive zone, but only by a moment, or for a moment, as now Heisman in the offensive end gets it back for Juska. Pushed off the puck momentarily, down low for Mensik. Backing towards the slot, thinks better of it, gets it to Wenzel and back for Mensik. Circling the net, centered in front for Heisman, and that shot ends up going wide. Full pressure on for Czechia with 2.5 to play. Mac with the intercept in the slot. Tremblay and Boily. Now a breakout chance for Canada, but a great poke check by the Czech defense. And that forces Canada to retreat to their own zone in the final 100 seconds. Mac up for Boily. Onside, Boily with possession. Down low for Tremblay. He scores and completes the hat trick as Canada takes the lead here late in the third period.
And Tremblay, he might need a chiropractor after this one, the amount of times we've seen that animation. A huge goal, and who else but him to be the one to step up and make the play. We talked about it earlier. this is such a good Canada team in terms of the amount of players that can step up and contribute to putting pucks in the back of the net, but few have been better and few have been more impactful than Charles-Olivier Tremblay. Absolutely phenomenal in only 13 seconds for them, a minute and 13 seconds rather, excuse me, to have to hold on.
4-3 game in the closing real-time minute of Game 1 of this doubleheader. Dumoulin stays onside, gets back into the zone, and now Boyle lost it on the pass. Wenzel, 45 seconds to go, charging up the boards. Keeps possession after being pushed off the puck momentarily by Filiatro. Try to get it in front. Mensik goes up top for Radkovic. Juska down low for Mensik. Final 35 seconds, and Dumoulin with the board pin, but Mensik with possession down low for Heisman. A great stop by Guerin in front. 26 seconds remaining. Can Czechia tie things up? Canada with the takeaway. Filiatro with Boyle and Tremblay with him. Filiatro tried to center himself, but Heisman with great positioning. Boyle scoops up a loose puck with 15 to go. Down low, it's Juska. Long pass up for Wenzel. Final 10 seconds. Can Czechia get a tying goal here in the closing moments? Cross-ice feed for Radkovic, intercepted. Filiatro breakout for Tremblay. Down low, backhand. He scores on the breakaway. And Tremblay, Charles-Olivier Tremblay, with his 4th goal of the game, might be a backbreaker as Canada will win this game 5-3 on road ice.
I don't know if it was intentional, but if it was, I appreciated that backbreaker call. That was phenomenal, sir. But nevertheless, Charles-Olivier Tremblay, he has been taking this team forward in the goal-scoring department. And, you know, for Czechia, you can't help but to wonder, what if they didn't get off to that horrid start that they did in this game? How different things could have gone. And to lose on your own server, I mean, that is one that it's not a death sentence. You still have game number 2, but it sure does feel like one, especially facing off against a team as powerful as Canada. A lot for the Czechs to have to overcome, but the Canadians, one effort for them to step up, put up 5 goals, and win this game despite playing on 95 plus ping on the other side.
A great performance by Team Canada to get those goals. They got 1 in the first to take the lead. They got 2 in the second, but it was matched by Czechia. They end up with 2 in the third compared to just 1 for Czechia to make it a 5-3 edge going into their home ice and bouncing back in the way that they did. They were swept by Team USA. They lost the second matchup against Sweden after blowing a massive multi-goal lead late in that first game against Sweden and winning in overtime. This is the kind of performance that I think Canada kind of needs to just tell everybody, hey, we're still us. That was just the way things ended in the group stage is not who we are. That is who we are. A huge win for Team Canada as Czechia now has a big uphill battle for themselves in Game 2 to just try and get things level at the end of the aggregate first 2 games.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect way to put it, Drew. It's a reminder and it's a statement that Canada has not gone anywhere. They are exactly who everyone thought they were coming into this tournament. And remember, this is a team in Czechia that has a lot of talent. The Czechs are a very good group, especially offensively. We saw them put up 3 goals. That's around what they average. The problem is that they also would give up around 3 goals on average, and it's tough against a team like Canada that is so scary offensively to be able to make up that difference. So obviously still 1 more game to go. We've seen some crazy things happen, but for the Czechs, it is going to be a very tall hill to have to climb going on to the North American server, already being down by 2, and now having to try to find your way, not only winning the game, but winning it by a pretty significant margin to just push it to a Game 3 or to somehow win this series.
And their average game during group play was essentially roughly a 4-3 victory for Czechia, just on average, based off goals for and goals against. So for that one to give up 5, to give up 2 more than you typically do when you have that home ice advantage, to score 1 less than you typically do when you have home ice advantage is a very difficult thing because they need to play their best game of this tournament if they want to advance and prevent this from being chalk, 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 favorite in the first round of this playoff in the quarterfinal, because you can see there, Sweden advances the 3 seed, Finland advances the 4 seed. We just saw the United States advance as the 1, and now Czechia, trying to prevent that 2 seed from advancing, has to outscore Canada by at least 2, if not at least 3, to make sure they win in aggregate in this second game on the North American server, which is not something that teams have been able to do against Canada. Is a multi-goal victory on Canadian ice, other than Team USA, which it's North American ice.
Yeah, and that's what makes this such a significant obstacle for the Czechs to have to climb, is that they have to face off against this team in Canada that is so supremely talented, and they're going to have to do it on the North American server. And it has not been often we've seen the North American teams be able to maybe go in and steal one on the EU server. We've not as often seen the European teams go into the North American server and steal one. So the Czechs are going to have to do something that not many have been able to do. And not only are they going to have to do it, but they're going to have to do it in pretty convincing fashion, because as you mentioned, they need to win by 2 to tie it, need to win by 3 to take the lead or win it on aggregate. So if you're Canada, you are feeling amazing about where you stand right now. You have that home ice advantage. You have that 2-goal cushion. And this right here is exactly why those teams with that lower seeding, 1 through 4, like to be able to select being on the road first, because you know what you have to do and you can play your game based on that. We saw it benefited them earlier. We saw the way it could benefit Sweden earlier on when they were on their home server. They were losing coming into that game and were able to come back. And we saw how it also was able to benefit the USA after tying 2-2 in a dominant game 2 win on the North American server. So I think Canada has to feel very good about where they stand. For Czechia, you just got to do what you can. You are where you are, and you got to find the adjustments where you can find them. And the most important thing, keeping Canada from putting the puck in the back of the net, which is much easier for me to sit here in this chair behind the mic and say it is for anyone to go out there and do it.
Yeah, and when you're looking back at that last game with Canada and Czechia, the first period, Czechia outshot 3-2. Canada was the only one to get on the board. Period 2, the goals were 2-2. Czechia getting 2 goals in a period is a great offensive performance, but they were outshot 8-6, and the score was even through that period. The third period, they outshot Canada 10-3, but were outscored by Canada 2-1. So when we're looking back at the other games that we were talking about going into the second game for Germany, for Norway, for Slovakia, there were individual periods that they had won against the opposition. When you're looking at game 1 here, I don't know if there's a period that you could say that Czechia won outright. They were outshot in the only period that they were even in when it came to goals scored, and the only period that they outshot Canada 10-3, which is great. And you would love to see that twice in this next game here. If they can outscore Canada in 2 out of the 3 periods, awesome. But they couldn't convert, and Canada outscored them despite being outshot in that period. So there isn't quite as much of an easy cut and dry, hey, that one period that you played, if you can replicate that, it's going to be really tough to replicate it 3 times against Canada, not on your home server. But that's usually something I've been trying to point to for that. In this situation for Czechia, this is basically starting from scratch. This is, you have to win all 3 periods. That is your only way through, is that you have to not just hang with Canada for 3 periods. You have to beat Canada in the first period. You have to beat Canada in the second period. You have to beat Canada in the third period, because if they beat you in a single one, the trip is done. It's Canada and Sweden in round 2.
Yeah, and that's the big thing that I think makes this so interesting, is because there is such a slim margin for error now for Czechia to have, because they did lose that game on their own server, and they're playing against the Canada team that does not seem to often make mistakes of their own, right? I mean, they always seem to consistently play the same steady game that we expect from them. It's been very rare where they've had that drop off. I think we saw shades of it against the US, but overall they played rather well. The results just didn't go their way. Really, the only games where I think we saw them truly struggle for a long period of time was in the series against Sweden. So for the Czechs, they're going to have to try to find something in their bag of tricks. They got to find goals. And on top of it, the bigger task, they have to slow Canada down and keep them from getting that offense rolling the way really it has been throughout most of this tournament.
It will be interesting to see what they are able to do. We do have one more game for you. This is the last one of the quarterfinals. We have seen the favorites advance in each of the first three. Canada trying to make it 4 for 4. Czechia needing a big game on a road server in order to change those fortunes around. USA versus Finland. We will have that for you tomorrow. Sweden versus the winner of this matchup. We will have that for you tomorrow. And then a best of 4 in aggregate for the championship. We will have that for you tomorrow. But we need to figure out who our fourth team to advance is. Can Canada hang on to a pretty sizable lead, considering they will be the home team for this one? Or does Czechia have 3 big periods of hockey in them to overcome the deficit, to dig their way back, and find a way out on the other end? It's going to be Canada in the black jerseys. I'm glad to see that we're having that done correctly here. Czechia in the white and red jerseys. And we have got this one. It is a big one. Brandon, final thoughts as we're about 20 seconds away from puck drop.
I mean, again, for Canada, just continue playing your game. You did it on a road server with the ping against you. Imagine what you can do now with a higher comfort level as you continue to play. Well, again, for Czechia, I think you just want to cause chaos. Usually the strategy for the teams that are on the opposite server is to just play defense, minimize the damage. That option is no longer available to you if you are the Czechs. You have to be aggressive. You have to force the issue. You're already down by 2. So what's the difference between losing by 2 and losing by 8? It's losing regardless, and your season is over. So be aggressive, take some chances, take some risks, and see if you can just get something to try to go your way, to claw your way back into the series.
Czechia in white moving up on your screen. Canada in black moving down on your screen. The last game of the quarterfinals is underway. Filiatro with possession, hands to Dumoulin, and now Tremblay. And very quick puck movement for Canada to open this game. But Wenzel picks up a loose puck that was dropped by Boyle and moves it into the offensive end for Czechia. Heisman's trying to center, but Ethan Mack was there for the intercept, and now it's Tremblay, who had a big offensive game in game 1. Centers for Mack. That puck ends up going wide of the net. He had some space, just could not hit it with that shot. Juska and Czechia resetting from their own end. Long breakout pass from Mensik. Holds up as he crosses the blue line. Gets it in for Heisman. Tried to bank it for Wenzel, but Mack was there to intercept it, but he will send it the length of the ice. No icing on that clearance as Juska circles back in his own end and gets it up for Radkovic. And now Mensik gets around one defender. Mensik tried to back into the slot. Very well defended as the puck never made its way to Guerin in goal. Mack with it down low for Boyle. That shot turned aside by Horos, who covers up for the whistle on the first shot of this game. And it goes for Team Canada from a sharp angle, but a big save made.
Yeah, and we've seen those sharp angle shots be very beneficiary to the teams that have shot them. So that was no easy stop there for the Czechs to be able to make.
Filiatro in deep for Ethan Mack. Tried to center, was looking for Boyle in front, but Radkovic there to make the intercept, and he will just skate it the length of the ice. Heisman and now Mensik, the shot on goal as Guerin makes the stop. They're not going to give him credit for a save, but I will. I think that was a shot on goal. Filiatro knocked down and off of the puck by Juska, but a turnover. Loose puck picked up by Tremblay, forced wide by Heisman. Mack loses it to Heisman behind the net, and now it's Wenzel. Maybe trying to skate it, maybe trying to pass it. Finally makes the pass up to Radkovic in the offensive end. Centering feed was looking for Mensik. It could not connect. Juska tried to get it back in deep, but Tremblay with the long breakout pass for Boyle on the breakaway. Forehand, and he scores the goal. It is Francois Xavier Boyle picking up the goal to give Canada a 1-0 lead in this game, and the mountain just got bigger.
Yeah, that was the last thing the Czechia needed to see, was Canada starting things out with the goal. And you know, it kind of reminded me a little bit of that Norway-Finland series earlier in a way, where you had a team going on the road and trying to find their way back. And we saw Norway had a really quick goal to start things out in their favor to knot things up. Czechia really needed the same thing to cut the lead to 1, but that was not good for them. Exactly what Canada wants to see to stretch things out even further.
Wenzel to Mensik in the offensive end, and a quick shot by Heisman is turned aside by Guerin, and now Canada moving it back in as we're past the halfway point of period number 1. Wenzel try to get it up for Mensik, but Filiatro was there to scoop up the loose puck and take it out for Canada. Boily enters the offensive zone, hands to Dumoulin, back for Boily, quick shot, turned aside, rebound, and Boily's got 2 just like that. This is all Canada as the scoring continues from game 1 and rolls over into game 2.
Yeah, that's the perfect way to put it. It has been all Canada so far, and they just keep the good times rolling. If you're a Czech fan, this is exactly what you were afraid of going into this game, was the Canada having that 2-goal advantage, and the way that they were able to play so well on an opposite server, that wasn't only going to carry forward to the next game, but it was going to amplify even further. That is exactly what has happened. 2 goals and just 3 shots and looking for more.
Another 3-on-2 rush, but that one denied by Czechia as they maybe tried one too many passes, did Canada, on that attempt. 3-1 are the shots, 2-0 is the score. 7 minutes to go in period number 1. Boily with both goals gets to Tremblay, was looking for Ethan Mack in the low slot, but read and intercepted and moved out, but turned right back over by Czechia. Mack in the offensive zone, poked off his stick by Mensik, who could not chase it down. Dumoulin will reset from his own end. Moving into the offensive end now is Dumoulin, still with possession of it. Moving away and hands to Mack down low. Tremblay try to get it back to Mack, but intercepted, centering feed, and Boily has a natural hat trick to open up the contest. Throw all of the virtual hats that you've got. It is 3-zip in the game and 8-3 in the aggregate.
Again, there's just such a wide cast of characters for Canada that can punish you, and Boily, he's one of them. We haven't even really called his name all that much today compared to the likes of Ethan Mack or Charles-Olivier Tremblay, but he's another guy who, as we mentioned, had 18 points in the 6 games he played in. He was nothing short of phenomenal, and he once again steps up, puts the puck in the back of the net, and for Canada, they look well on their way to the semifinals and doing it in style.
Wenzel had a really good opportunity, but could not convert on it. Still 4-1 are the shots in favor of Canada. Here's Tremblay in the slot. That one sent on goal and denied as they will move the puck out. Here comes Wenzel, moving with it. Centering feed. Heisman, that shot is denied. Big save made by Guerin, the first time that he's truly been tested in game 2. Tremblay with Dumoulin and Boily. Boily had possession, hands it over to Dumoulin. Now circling behind the net, short side for Boily as he tried to take that sharp angle shot and could not get it to go. Mack down low, Heisman with the intercept, and it will be set up and finally exiting the defensive zone. Here comes Wenzel moving to the offensive end, just banks it off of Guerin. That one nearly went right to Heisman, but Canada now back on offense. Boily moves into the slot. That shot deflects wide to the corner. Filiatro circling with it, sent it for Dumoulin. Banked off the goaltender, and we will have a stoppage at the end of the period. And what a period it was for Boily, picking up a natural hat trick to open up the scoring here in game 2.
Yeah, not too often you see 3 goals in the first 15 minutes of the game alone, but that is exactly what Boily was able to do for the Canadians. And again, it's such an entertaining style to watch as well, what Canada is able to do. Everything is just so free-flowing. The puck is constantly moving. It's fun to watch. It's fun to call, but it is miserable to have to play against, I can imagine. The Czechs, they're having the battle against that right now. And we saw what they were able to do, obviously, in that first game, putting up 5 goals. They are on track right now for 9 in this game at the rate they're going. Could even be more. So this is one of those things that if you are Czechia, you just have to find your way to take it one play, one sequence, one possession at a time, right? You're not going to be able to saw your way back into this all in one play. In Canada playing the way they are, you know, there's only so much you can do, right? So if you are the Czechs, it's just taking it one play at a time and trying to see if you can get some level of momentum. Makes it a little hard, though, when you have a goalie like Guerin that's able to make saves like that one.
Yeah, big stops when tested. Shots on goal in that first period, 6-3 in favor of Team Canada. The goals 3-0 in favor of Team Canada. So a big final 40 minutes. This basically in the second period. I know that the third period we've seen big comebacks before. We've seen big comebacks involving Canada already in this tournament, but you're already down 2-0 in the aggregate before this game. It's not enough to just win it 4-3. You've got to come back and win by multiple goals in this game. Otherwise, Canada is punching their ticket to the semifinals. Tremblay tried to get it over to Mac, but it was knocked away to the side, and now maybe a rush going in the other direction. Radkovic tried to get down low for Heisman. It bounces off of Filiatro's stick, and Mac gets it up to Dumoulin. Tremblay in the offensive zone for Canada. Centering feed, Boyle gets it on goal, but is denied by Horos. A big stop is made to at least keep it to a 3-goal deficit in this contest. Dumoulin backs into the slot, puts it on net, forced on goal, and covered up with 16:32 left. 8 shots now for Canada, 2 in the early goings here of the second period.
Yeah, you saw the Canadians, they were still jamming at that puck because I think Horos, despite making the save, still may have had it a bit loose in between the pads before finally being able to get a hold on it. And you can't help but the feel for Tomas Horos. He's been, I think, fine in this series. There's not really a whole lot that he could do. None of the goals really egregious or on him. It's just Canada has been able to earn their way to such high danger chances that there's not been a whole lot he can do to stop him.
Canada regrouping from their own end. Here comes Tremblay in the offensive zone. Tremblay backs up towards Juska. Can't center it. Good poke check there by the defense that they are facing here. It's 8-4 shots on goal. And now maybe an offensive chance on the other side. Mensick for Wenzel. Tried to center it back for Mensick. And Canada was able to get defensemen in the way to prevent that from being completed. There's Tremblay on the other end. Backhander. And he scores to make it 4-0. Canada turns an opportunity in their defensive end into one in the offensive end, and that makes it a 4-0 game.
And that's a part of Canada's game that we probably don't even talk about enough. Their ability to turn good defense into these offensive opportunities that they so often capitalize on. Now this is a great defensive stop that led to a counterattack on the breakthrough and a 3-on-2 that had Tremblay right there ready to take that puck and put it in on that backhand.
Mac tried to skate it into the zone, but lost possession as he did. And now the puck moving in the opposite direction. Wenzel centers for Mensick with an opportunity. Backhander, and he scores. The 0 is now a 1 as Czechia gets back on the board and is trying to see what they could do offensively in this game.
And again, even if you aren't able to pull off the comeback in the series, that's all you can do is just take it one possession, one goal at a time. It all starts with one, and a really nice move there from Mensick as well, kind of using that body control, using that L2 move to create that bit of space, uses that backhand up top shelf to beat Guerin, who, as we mentioned, has been tested a few times from Czechia, but has just been able to make the save. Wasn't able to that time to get the Czechs back on the board.
Dumoulin enters onside, gets to Boyle. Boyle tried to center. That puck was loose in the blue paint. Horos was on the far side post, but his defense manages to get it out of the zone. And here comes the Czech rush as Heisman will scoop things up with Wenzel trying to work on Filiatro, but the defenseman for Canada managing to get it out of the zone. And here comes Boyle, centering, aimed for Mac, but went off of a Czech stick, and now is a Czech possession. Halfway through this game, 4-1 Canada in the game. It is 9-4 Canada in the aggregate as we are now approaching 9 minutes remaining in the second period. Battle for the puck along the wall. Tremblay banks it up top, but Heisman with the steal, maybe a breakaway. Opportunity, Heisman, backhander, turned aside, Guerin sprawling, another opportunity for Mensick, and big saves made by the Canadian netminder to keep this a 3-goal edge. Tremblay splits the D going the other way. On the forehand, can't get the shot, but does eventually, but it's scooped up by Radkovic and now moved out. Big opportunities on both ends, back to back for the Czechs and the Canadians. Bank pass in deep, Tremblay centers for Mac. Boyle has a chance and a kick save made by Horos. Huge stop on that one. Mensick on the other end, backs away from the defense, feeds Heisman, and the save is made by Guerin. Shots aplenty, back and forth on both sides of the ice. Turnover here, Heisman for Wenzel. Big hit by Filiatro, but Heisman now in possession of the offensive end, can't recover the loose puck as Boyle exits and gets to Dumoulin, and now Tremblay back for Dumoulin. Centering feed for Ethan Mack. That puck is loose in the slot. Who will come away with it? It is going to be Juska. Moving with possession, now up huge, hit by Filiatro again, separating Radkovic from the puck. Filiatro long pass up for Mac, under 2.5 to play here in the second period. Backhand pass for Tremblay, and now Dumoulin up top, maybe going D-to-D, thinks better of it, circles towards the wall. Tremblay gives to Mac down low, spins away, trying to center it for Tremblay or Boily, but it is going in the other direction. Final minute of the second period, and a chance for the Czech team to see if they can cut this lead down to 2 in this game. Filiatro, though, bank pass up for Boily, exiting and now entering the offensive zone. Centered for Dumoulin. Final 10 seconds. Dumoulin with it down low. Final 5 seconds. Filiatro's shot doesn't make it on net. The puck is still loose with 1 second left, and that is the end of period number 2. Goals are one aside in the frame, but the all-important lead in the game and in the aggregate still belongs to Team Canada.
And catch your breath, Drew. That was back and forth action. They weren't trying to give you any sort of rest with the way those two teams were going back and forth. A couple of really nice stops by the two goaltenders in Horos for Czechia and Guerin for Canada. Some nice defensive plays in there mixed in as well that kind of helped them out. You know, I do want to say, because I know we've talked so much about how great Canada has been, I think that Czechia is probably playing the best hockey that we've seen from them so far in this series right now. They've been able to kind of stave off the storm just a little bit, and I think that they've gotten some really good opportunities on the offensive end. They've just been denied by really good goaltending and some timely defensive play. So I know Canada up 4-1. They have a wide margin in the actual aggregate as well, being up 9-4, but I don't think that should take away that Czechia has, I think, played relatively well, considering that, again, they are doing this on what you just saw, 98 ping. So maybe not to the level of what Canada did earlier, obviously, but I think still a pretty solid performance from Czechia that should not go, you know, untouched or unrecognized.
A solid period for them overall. They were even on score 1-1, and they outshot Team Canada 6-5. That is the first period or second period that's happened in, along with the third period of game number 1, which was 10-3. But first time that they've outshot Canada and not been outscored by Canada in a single period. So they will start with possession to open up the third period, but Tremblay with a steal, and now it's Mac for Boily in the offensive end, back for Mac, but Heisman is there for the intercept as Canada trying to see if they can close things out here and advance to the semifinals. Wenzel, quick shot, turned aside by Guerin. Shots 11 for Canada and 9 for Czechia. Boily with the 12th shot of the game for Canada was a big one, but Horos making the save, getting across the ice, and that right-hand glove save, getting the whistle on that play.
Yeah, and it might be a good thing that his glove was on that right side, because Boily had a lot of room. He just was not able to get it past there, that glove of Horos. So we don't see it often that you see a right-gloved goaltender. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. That might have gone to Horos' advantage on that, because otherwise Boily may have been looking at another goal for the Canadians.
Early goings here in the third period. Canada, Czechia, the last two teams squaring off here in the quarterfinal round. The winner will advance. And Canada right now up 3 goals in this game. They did win game 1 by 2 goals, so a big opportunity here for Canada, just trying to play things out in the final 20 minutes. Wenzel flattened by Filiatro, and now Filiatro leading a 3-on-2 rush the other way, backs it in, backhand pass, goes across the ice. Dumoulin pinching in now as the defenseman. Backhand wraparound by Tremblay. Very pretty goal. Second of the game for Tremblay and 6th of the day.
Yeah, we've seen teams attempt that wraparound, but few have been able to execute it as flawlessly as what Tremblay just did right there. And that play, it all started with Dumoulin coming up from that high point, moving his way downward, finding Tremblay behind the net, and you see that wraparound. It was just too fast, too sudden, and too quick for Horos to be able to even get close to being in position to make that stop.
5-1 Canada as Tremblay from Dumoulin and Filiatro on that goal, as Canada now again back on offense. It's Dumoulin with possession, just moving around, trading places with Filiatro, now pinching down low. That backhander ended up going wide as Dumoulin was trying to basically skate on every square foot of ice that there is available to him in the offensive zone. Mac with the steal in the offensive end now, getting it back for Canada. thought about trying some kind of wraparound from behind the net, but the puck is cleared out of the zone, and Filiatro will chase it down in a zone end. Dumoulin enters, gets to Tremblay. Tremblay backs away from the attack. Try to do it again, but Wenzel with the big body check, and now an opportunity on a rush the other way. Mensik tried to center, but Dumoulin was there taking it away as Heisman was crashing the net, looking for the one-time feed in front. Filiatro enters the offensive end, separated from the puck by Wenzel, and now Mensik with possession gets into the offensive end. Great poke check by Dumoulin, preventing an opportunity for a shot or perhaps a one-time pass as they were skating in 2-on-2. Mack hands to Boily, back for Dumoulin, and now back for Boily. Quick shot. That one ricochets off a few people in front and ends up going wide. Boily up top for Dumoulin. Moving around with it. Bank pass for Tremblay down low in the corner. Quick, sharp angle shot taken. Juska gets it up for Mensik, and now Wenzel out of the zone for Radkovic. Filiatro again well defended. Canada just not allowing for there to be any kind of attack in front as Tremblay takes the home run pass. Backhander. The puck is still loose. Boily could not get to it as Canada with a massive breakout pass on that. Now a 2-on-1 the other way. The rebound from Wenzel went just out of the reach of Heisman, and now it's Boily on offense. Centers himself. That shot is kicked aside. Was in a dangerous spot for the rebound, but Radkovic was there to clear it away. Mensik in the offensive zone. 6.5 left to play. Feeds Wenzel. That stop is made by Guerin, and now Filiatro trying to get it out of the zone does by making the pass to Mack. Tremblay hands to Dumoulin. Juska well defended on that rush, and now it's moving the other direction again. We're going end to end, back and forth this entire time as Mack with the long bank pass. Dumoulin gets it up to Tremblay. 2-on-1 with Boily. Tremblay went to the backhand, couldn't get the shot away. He had such a great spin move, but could not turn it into a shot on goal. Here comes Mack with under 4 minutes to play. Boily for Dumoulin and back again, and the shot as Boily gets his 4th of the game. What a play and so much offense. We knew it was going to result in a goal somewhere. It belongs to Canada.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time with the amount of opportunities they had earned themselves. Tremblay nearly had a one-man show effort to get the goal, was just kind of denied on that one despite that pretty spin that you had mentioned. But that's the thing about Canada. One chance many times can lead to another, even when that first one is foiled. And that time it was Boily over on that opposite end with Dumoulin and Mack on the 2 assists to extend this Canadian lead even further. Not that they needed any more help, but hey, they'll take it wherever they can get it.
Boily getting it centered yet again. It ends up rolling on net, but not into the net, importantly. Wenzel just trying to get it in for maybe a little bit more offense to try and change the way that things look optically, but 6-1 Canada in this game. 11-4 Canada in the aggregate as we have reached the final real-time minute of this game and indeed of this quarterfinal round, as Canada is going to be advancing in this tournament. Mensik to Wenzel and back again. A shot and turned aside as the rebound opportunity for Wenzel was sent through the blue paint and wide. The United States will be facing Finland in the semifinals. Canada punching their ticket to face Sweden in the semifinals, a game that was fantastic, a great series in the group stages as Canada again continuing the relentless offensive pursuit here. Boily back for Filiatro. That shot blocked by Wenzel. Heisman might have a breakaway opportunity or at least a one-on-one, but cannot convert with a shot on goal. Canada 6-1 here in game number 2 after a 5-3 road server victory. The Canadians have bounced back from losing 3 straight to close out the group stages to win in aggregate 11-4 and advance, punching their ticket to the semifinal.
Yeah, and I mean exactly, I think, what the Canadians set out to do today. They want to remind everyone they are still, again, the defending champions of this tournament. They earned that gold medal last year for a reason. Most of that team is back here again for this year, and it could have been easy to kind of get a little bit down on Canada considering how their group stage ended, losing 3 in a row. The last win that they had was, you know, one where they were up by 4 and then got pushed to overtime, so a little bit different. But you have a team like Canada that has proven so much. They are so talented. you give a little bit of that grace because no team is going to be perfect. You're going to go through ebbs and flows. And I think that is what we saw from Canada so far. And today, the exact response, I think that not only that they were wanting to see, but I think that they were expecting to see here against a Czechia team that, again, very good, very talented, just did not have enough compared to Canada on the other side.
Yeah, very difficult. We knew it would be after they lost on home ice 5-3. It was going to be an incredible task to try and challenge a team to be able to win on the road, a European team against an American or North American team on a North American server. And Canada just unrelenting in their pursuit of victory. The most goals scored in the quarterfinal round does belong to Canada with 4. The margin of victory of 7 matches the United States against Germany for the largest margin of victory in round 1. And now we are set. We have seen these matchups once before in Group 1, but it is now in the semifinals. The United States against Finland, Canada against Sweden, and that one is going to be very exciting given the way that went in the group stage for both Canada and Sweden. Sweden with the confidence, Canada with the need to correct what happened in that matchup.
Yeah, and I think that if you were to ask for 2 potential semifinals, other than the derbies, obviously, this is what you would have wanted to see. Because as you mentioned, Canada being stunned by Sweden, 4 out of 6 points in that series going in favor of the Swedes. They have a point to prove. While between Finland and the US, I think Finland slowly but surely is starting to find their best hockey. When they played the US, it was with a bit of a changed lineup, and they didn't have Vatu, they didn't have Leitinen. It was a little bit different at that point. This is really going to be interesting because there's just so many storylines surrounding each of these 4 teams against one another. Then the USA, they just keep getting better and better and better and building on everything that they've done from early on to now. There's just so much to kind of look at, and that you can say, well, this is why this team can win. Well, that's why they can lose. So every side has a perspective that I think you can genuinely say, yeah, they're going to make their way to the finals. And I would not have much disagreement with it at all. That is how you know it is a good semifinals. We are going to be in for a treat here tomorrow, Drew. I can't wait for it.
It's going to be a lot of fun. We've got the semifinals and the finals coming your way tomorrow. So make sure you are tuning in. You can see the broadcast time here. Feel free to do your own time conversion from Central European Standard Time, which I honestly don't know what that means for me here in the Pacific time zone of the Western United States, especially with daylight saving and all of that stuff. But we do have the top 4 seeds all advancing, some really great competitive matchups, regardless of what the end scores showed to be as far as that differential. They were very competitive through the first and really most of the second games for most of those matchups. Any players that you might want to highlight here as players of the round? Because I do think that for Canada, Tremblay and Boyle both had 4-goal performances. Tremblay, though, also 2 goals in the second half of that, a number of assists. So I feel like that would be the player that I would highlight from the Canada matchup there. Who would you like to highlight as far as a key player that we got to see here in the quarterfinal?
I think I got to go over to the United States side and pick Lucas Hendry. I mean, he had an assist or the goal on the first 8 scores for the United States earlier on today. And, you know, obviously it was a dominant performance against Germany, but when you have somebody driving you the way that Lucas Hendry, and I think Eric Fisher, someone who could be an honorable mention there as well, the way those two were really able to be the straw that stirs the drink for the United States on the offensive end. Hendry was nothing short of phenomenal. And what was so interesting is that at first coming into the day, we didn't expect him to be in the lineup. He kind of was a late call up into that position, and he stepped up and stepped in admirably well for the U.S. to give them what was a great dominant performance over a German side that I know was hoping to maybe have a chance at an upset. His performance, especially the way he carried through in that game too, pretty much killed any chance of that happening.
I will go for the Finland-Norway game. I'm going to go with Arttu Leitinen, what he was able to do, a hat trick, including a power play goal, and in the second game of that one. And he had the first goal of that game in game 1 and the game winner separately in the third period of that one, along with an assist on the goal in between. So of the Finland-Norway matchup, that would be my player of the game for that one. There's an interesting way that you could go with Sweden and Slovakia, given the way that that series went. And I think that there is a player from both sides that you could highlight, but I'll give the choice to you. Sweden, Slovakia. Who are you highlighting as the player of that matchup, the last one that we've got from the quarterfinal round?
Yeah, I think for me, it has to go to Kovalik, the goaltender for Slovakia. I know that they fell a little bit short of the upset, but in my opinion, Dominik Kovalik in that series in general, that was one of the better goaltending performances I think that we have seen in the history of this tournament. Sweden was constantly pressuring, but yet Slovakia, if you recall, led by one for the vast majority of the series in aggregate. And Kovalik was a huge reason as to why. And, Slovakia, I know they're going to be disappointed because they were oh so close to pulling off what many thought they weren't going to be able to. That stings, that hurts when you come so close, but just don't get there. It was not from a lack of effort. It was not from a lack of performance from their goaltender, Dominik Kovalik. I think arguably the MVP of the day just because of the impact that he made in the circumstances that he and Slovakia were having to go up against.
I would agree with you. That was what I was thinking. There's a player, Johansson on Sweden, who did have a number of their goals and basically contributed on every single goal that was scored in that game. But I think that without Kovalik in net for Slovakia, that matchup goes very, very differently. And he earned his team a win over Sweden in the first game of the day that we saw, really set a great tone for how the quarterfinals would look and the competitive nature that we would see. The quarterfinals now in the book, the semifinals and the final coming your way tomorrow. Make sure that you are tuning in for that. It is the four favorites moving on. It is Sweden against Canada, Finland against the United States, and the winners of those games going head-to-head in a best-of-4 aggregate matchup in the 2026 eHockey World Cup Championship matchup. This has been powered by SportsGamer and League Gaming. Brandon, I will give you the last word here as we wrap things up on another exciting day with one day to go. Your final thoughts.
I mean, a little bit of what we expected, a little bit of what we didn't expect. I think that these series, for the most part, were a lot closer than what some of the finals may have indicated. We talked a lot about that Sweden-Slovakia matchup, and Slovakia, I think, was this close to being able to pull off the upset of just a few plays go differently in the latter stages of that game number 2. I mean, the USA dominant against Germany, not too surprising there compared to how they've played to Germany so far throughout this series. Finland, I was really impressed by today. I know that Norway gave a good effort, but I think that today is the best hockey that we have seen from Finland, and they might just be getting it going right at the perfect time when you have the semifinals and finals tomorrow. And then again, Canada showing they are still exactly who we thought they were coming into this tournament, a dominant team with so much firepower up front and a lot of depth to match it. This is going to be very interesting, especially tomorrow with how well all four of these teams played. What are the lineup changes that we see, if any? Just so many storylines heading into tomorrow. I can't wait for it.
We'll have all of that for you tomorrow. Semifinals and the championship of the eHockey World Cup 2026, powered by SportsGamer and League Gaming. He's Brandon Bigsby. I'm Drew Goldfarb. Thank you so much for joining us today. We are looking forward to seeing you tomorrow for another great day of the eHockey World Cup. See you then.